lang kung naispatan siya ni KLB doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo yung flick of the wrist na kukultuhan niya.
Has to be careful, but he gets the shot and he gets the trouble with the receiving play pa. Tuguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one and also two huge.
Nakaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng action, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalence race here dito sa house.
Ano dun, no? Flash grenade? PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KLP!
Welcome everyone to the first day of our playoffs of your very own CFS SEA Masters Summer 2026. Group stage is done after a lot of weeks na nanggaling tayo dito. The bracket is now set. You already saw it from our page, and now this is gonna be where every single series will be a best of 5 with all of the whole region watching this. Ladies and gentlemen, and everything in between is the road for the Esports World Cup 2026 in Paris, where only the two teams will be able to punch their ticket patungo doon. Bawat isang koponan ay lumalaban to keep the Paris dream alive, and this is again the playoffs day 1. Kami ang inyong kasama ngayon dito, Mochian as well as El. Musta ka naman?
Ayun, I feel like Mochi medyo alanganin yung araw na to para sa ibang teams, especially if you're one of the teams na consider mo sarili mo na lucky to be in the playoffs in the first place, no? And ulitin ko lang yung sinabi ko na intro nung nag-cast tayo nung very first day ng group stage sa summer, no? Kailangan lang natin makita kung sino talaga yung mga teams na kukunin yung road to Paris, at yung may mga teams talaga na unfortunately hindi makapunta doon at pupunta lang sila sa road, no? Kakain lang sila ng Paris. Very, sabihin natin, very contrasting yung ating emotions for today. And I feel like with this start of the playoffs, may makikita nga natin kung sino talaga yung deserving, at makita natin yung sino yung nandito lang para mag-perform. And sana naman lahat magpe-perform, at sana lahat naman talaga deserving na makapunta dun sa Paris.
Exactly. At malalaman din natin yan maya-maya, no? Lalong-lalo na that when it comes down para dito sa ating mga competitors, no? Para sa ating bracket right now, it is actually quite of a really good mix, no? Ang daing veteran, ang daing mga baguhan, maraming mga nanggaling sa Impact, at meron ding mga matagal nang narireyaan, no? So I feel like that is also the beautiful thing, no? The diversity that we have dito sa ating playoffs bracket. But I feel like it's also time for us to actually see ano nga ba yung entirety, no, ng ating mga players na nag-shine from our duration of last week's group stage, no, because there has been a lot of top froggers and performers on this one. Syempre papangunahan na yan, no, ng ating mga representatives from STS, Execration, VP, and Atras.
Yes, I feel like the number 1 is very ideal para sa mga fans natin, para sa atin din naman, no? Kasi he tops the rankings, Mochi, in every single stat line. He's golden, no? Yung sinasabi ko lagi na stat line dito, yung KD, yung headshot per kill, everything, plus minus, nandun siya sa top 5. Actually, not top 5, top 10, no? And the more important ones as a rifler, he's number 1 or so, number 2 or so, no? Not to mention din tong dalawang players natin sa CBN and Fallex side, sa Execration side rather, no? The duo that actually makes all the dirty work dito happen for Execration, number 2 and number 3. Of course, KSA, as much as yung headshot per kill niya is too good to be true, as dahil gumagamit siya ng AK balance, di ba, medyo alanganin yun sa gamitan, medyo rattly yung guns. He still is a force to be reckoned with. Of course, CRG, at least meron ditong representation ng isang team na wala, unfortunately, sa playoffs. No? I feel like this is a good mix of top performers natin, and a very, very good sign kung sino yung kailangan nating panoorin talaga when it comes down to their matches.
True, and I really appreciate, no, na meron tayong ganitong briefer para dito sa ating mga players, because I feel like it's already quite given na itong mga to ay mga kailangan nilang antabayanan, but at the same time having these additional statistics will definitely help, no, para mag-gauge nila lalo kung gaano ka nga ba kadelikado pagka nang katapat mo itong mga to. Pero ito nga ang ating mga players to watch out for natin. Wow, Zihoy kayo on the top one, by the way, and we also have Fires, Heck, No, and as well as Folex.
Medyo sabihin lang natin, let's call this the week 4 players to watch out, the previous week's players to watch out. Kasi if you remember correctly, ZYK, he played in just one match. Pero ba't siya nasa number 1? I mean, to be fair, no, the 6-man, kailangan niya magpakitang gilas din. The 6-man / coach, kuno dito ng execution to, just threaten the other teams pagdating na players na, oy, wag niyong antayin na ilabas pa ako dito sa playoffs para mag-perform yung team ko. Pero nevertheless, no, the number 2 to 5, no joke din naman. Fires, surely, Rosé and squad also could have deserved the playoffs, pero sadly, no, hindi nila nakuha yung performance na gusto nila. Heck, one of the underrated players actually, na masasabi ko, he's also golden in almost every single ranking of the stats, except of course, that headshot. Nakita mo yung KD na yan, tumatapat yan kay Kano, which is the number 4. No? Mas mataas yung KD niya technically, pero if you're talking effectivity, well, no other than Kano talaga yung pinaka magandang example dito. No? Stallions still has that ace up their sleeves, and di sila takot gamitin yun. And of course, number 5, Folex. Well, kilala naman natin yung tropa natin na si Folex. No? Very efficient, very communicative, and it shows through his grit, his grind, and the way that he plays the games with all of these stats combined. No? 0.93 kills per round with a KD of 1.36. He's bound to get a multi-kill. And I feel like Folex is also one of the key parts of execution dito to move forward in these playoffs.
Yes, and I feel like dito rin masesemento yung kanilang naging improvement, no, throughout the whole course of our group stage, and even just by comparing it basically galing doon sa ating spring or our phase 1, no. And right now they're doing better than ever before. Pero I do think na sa usapan na always present but never absent, no, I do think na pagdating din sa ating MVP of the week, if you guys are actually staying or keeping an eye out sa ating mga post dito sa ating page to, talagang si Kanu pa rin talaga ang ating MVP of the week. Ganun lang din talaga siya katindi. And I do think na meron din tayo mga players na talagang nagpakitang gilas dito, no, from our week 4. I feel like it's just right for us to actually check out kung sino-sino nga ba sila. Kaya simulan na natin ito kay El Compe.
Yeah, El Compe, very, very dangerous. Makita mo to, he had a day out. Hindi siya prepared sa laban, but when the going gets tough, he gets going talaga. Makita niya si CBN, the first guy down. Second, you could call that lucky. I call that position ZYK. At the number 1, no, dapat siya daw yung number 1 dito sa El Compe sa ating top players for week 4. Pero that highlight in itself, no, shows that Rosea is not just firepower. They can also have positioning. They can also have luck. They can also have the situation up on their sleeve. And El Compe shows us a combination of all those factors in this clip. No? He even pre-fired dito yung entrance ng Z sa opposite side galing sa mid. No? So that's how aware he is. Ine-expect niya na may split naman na magaganap pero wala. So ubusin ko na lang, no? Ano bang translation sa bahasa? I don't know, pero siguro yung sinabi niya.
I feel like that is also a really good thing here for El Compe because during our first and second week, he's really struggling. The ratings for sa stats niya dito, no, in every single map, all down the drain. Pero panakita niya dito para sa ating week 4 that he definitely learned a lot from that one. But that also brings us to these 4K kasi yung headshot machine natin na-activate na naman against veteran.
Yeah, I mean, kung sa El Compe merong 4K, of course, he did. And very shy of the ace, so mga highlights natin. Pero if you look at just how he just runs through dito sa outer, just looking left and then right, or rather right and then left, dire-diretso sa passage, and then just finding the last remaining player dito ng veterans. Parang minadali lang nila yung round, no? Because look at this, 225, assuming natatakbo pa siya dito all the way, naka-knife out pa siya dyan, the fastest he can do. Tapos makita niya dito, no, pagtingin niya sa kanan, patay. He's not even really thinking carefully about where he's trying to go. He's just looking at where he can shoot. And indeed, he just found the headshots, no, napakadali. And I don't think that there's anything else dito na masabi ko sa clip na, oh, he's so good, he's so mechanical. No, it's just D. No, it's just D doing his thing. And this is why we call him the demon, no? Because he just strolls up and ruins your day.
That is true, no? I feel like that's also a good thing to point out, no? Yung fact na they just let loose during that map.
Exactly.
And yan, yung naging resulta. Pero, I feel like hindi pa natatapos yung pakitang gilas dito ng ating Russia players kasi meron tayo dito from Twintism. Kasi naka-ace pala siya. I don't know, di ko napansin to. But it does appear that Twintism is on fire during this Black Widow map.
Yeah, exactly. No? Nagsasawa na tayo sa 4K. I want the full package. The ace delivered dito by Twintism. Makita mo naman how he maneuvered for those kills. I feel like hindi niya rin expect na dadaan sa kanya yung mga kills na yan. Pero well, low members dito ng FERVID, might as well take it. And Twintism is not just proficient dito sa TRG natin. He's also proficient with the EBR and with the final player, no, being spotted out dito. It's up to him because he has that rifle to take care of the job. The other guy dito, I feel like that's drones na nakahawak ng TRG natin. He's going to be covering for that defuse, and I like the way that he just strolled up. And siguro sabihin natin, the Russian confidence is building up, pero well, if it just landed on him, no, syempre he's gonna take the kills and take the kills he did.
And I feel like Twintism is a very much an underrated player here from Russia. We keep on talking about fires, we keep on talking about certain people, even back nung meron pa tayong Raidas, no? Pero Twintism, the moment he got subbed in, kahit na siya ang 6th man, it doesn't appear like he is the 6th man at all, no? He just performs swiftly alongside ng mga kasama niya dito from veteran. But again, this time, I feel like balik tayo, no, sa Pilipinas kasi ito galing lang naman kay KSA kasi 4 na players ng Stallions ang nakuha niya dito,
Grabe yung hold niya dito Parang inakala namin dito na mamamatay siya kagad kasi you know how Stallions just goes with the stampede, no? Hindi siya mapigilan. But when we saw him kill the first guy and knowing na naka-AK siya, hindi siya naka-HK, the rate of fire and the spread dito nung bullets will just get the mode down sa ating players from Stallions. And the first 3 kills was easy. The last one, he kind of had to work for it, rounding the corner doon sa may passage. Pero very good lang para kay KSA to hold the line. Kasi kung ikaw naka-AK ka and then you really had no choice but to fight against Stallions, well, no better man than KSA sa Virtus Pro to do the job when it comes down to the headshots as well, no, and the spray. Knowing that the AK can do both and AK-47 is hero to do the job indeed.
I even remember pinoint out din ni Coach 02 dito even before pa nun na interview natin sila. The priority is that if it doesn't work, it's okay. Go back to your comfort. And that is definitely a really good clip to showcase that decision's outcome, no? So, pagdating naman sa ating top 1, kasi balita ko, parang andito ngayon, yung lurk ni Elvin na napawaw ang lahat.
I feel like hindi naman natago yung reaction natin dito, no? Because in a 3v5 scenario, how do you manage to casually and confidently walk up from bodega box all the way dito sa stairs 8 natin and then just stare at Loy, no? Knowing Stallions, makita mo lang members nila, you're going to go for the kill. Pero Elvin had the calm, the cool, and the collectedness to find out where KLP was. Dinirection na dito si KLR, I think, to go dito sa may CA, getting the first kill. Si KLR kumuha no second. And of course, we're talking about Elvin here, so let's focus on him for a bit, no? He rounded out the corners dito sa may hagdan, or rather sa may ladder, and then when he comes up, boom, it's the EBR. You know it's gonna be accurate even when you are moving in a sort of way, and yun nga, no, very easy from silence, no, from volume 0 to volume 100. Ganun mag-turn up dito ng ingay si Elvin, and that's why we call him the Rat King.
Yup. And I feel like there are actions on my page already says everything. Sa kung ano yung naging reaction natin dito sa ginawa ni Elvin. Everyone is shouting. Buti hindi na hindi naiistorbo yung mga casters natin nung ginawa niya to, no? Because everyone is just going bonkers, no? After all of the things na ginawa dito ni Elvin, it's just insane to say the least. And also exposed some facts, no? Pagdating sa depensa dito ng Team Stallions, which definitely might be quite of a hurdle or a challenge for them, no? Na matapal or at least make it a bit more pristine, kumbaga, no? In having that. Pero, ayun na nga, no? Mga players natin just insane here during our week 4. I don't know na lang kung ano pa nga ba mangyayari dito sa ating playoffs right now. But since we're already done with the micro level and individualistic level dito sa ating highlights, what if pag-usapan naman natin ang ating mga teams? Because I do think that there is a lot of stuff to be offered dito, no? Pero, by the way, guys, no? Bigyan natin ng karagdagang impormasyon, no? Tungkol sa impormasyon ng performance kay Elvin. Kasi ito nga ang kanyang stats.
I feel like si Elvin na Mochi, he looks like he has had a rough summer season dito with his stat lines kasi makita mo naman, no, there are equal amounts of 1 point something matches, 1 point X matches pataas and then 0 point X matches ratings below, di ba? In terms of KD, I feel like this one is, no. Pero the one thing that makes Elvin stand out is kahit yung ibang players dito ng Virtus Pro, they are golden in terms of the stats na tinatawag ko. They're in the top 10 rating. Si Elvin lang yung hindi, no. He's only the best, or his best stat rather was the survival rating where he ranks 12. The rest, he ranks around the 20th mark, no? 20 to 30th mark. That means Elvin, he's been doing all the dirty work dito para sa Virtus Pro. If you want some players to shine like etc., like KSA, na like Ubib, right? And of course, like LR, then Elvin has to do the heavy lifting through the stats. And I feel like it's no coincidence na pwede na rin natin siyang tawagin na fall guy dito ng Virtus Pro when it comes to the performance. Kasi you know that he's going to take the first hit, he's going to be holding the hardest angles, matatrade siya lagi, he might not even get the damage done, pero of course, a team always needs to have that fall guy. And si Elvin, he's willing to do it. And siguro sa match number 9 na yan, sa Stallions match na yan, 1.0T, that's enough to get them port. That's enough to get them overtimes. Pero kung, syempre, si Elvin gigisingin mo, and he manages to somehow bring back a combination of spring and summer performances, very deadly tong Virtus Pro pag nakatapat mo sila. And I feel like Elvin, as much as he is rusty and brown right now in terms of the bronze that's coating him, no, maybe he will just go golden dito sa ating stat lines pagdating sa playoffs.
Yep, and this is his moment, no? Para ipakita yon. Because honestly, if you would recall din kanina yung stats natin, no? Yung mga nakuha niyang mga over 1, yung kanyang KD, is yung mga high adrenaline matches natin. You have Taring Bobby, Atras, FERVID, STS, and MJ doon sa mga nakuha niyang matataas na stats na yun. Which just actually shows, no, that he thrives in high-pressure environments. But again, let us now show what are the highlights and very tactical plays so that is worthy being featured dito sa ating broadcast right now, because when it comes to teams na meron tayo dito, no, the pick up the play, well, it's just something that you have to get a double take in about. So let us start here with the Taring Bobby versus Execration, no? This is the 2-6 start of the round and this is chosen by me lang naman, El.
Yeah, I feel like this one is more a testament to Taring Bobby's defense, or rather Execration's defense, no, rather than Taring Bobby's offense. Look at this one, push dito si CBN sa LA. Meanwhile, if you look at the map, dito sa may Storby, sa may court side, no, pumupush din sa Folex. They tried a 2-1-2 approach, pero both lanes were aggressive. This left Taring Bobby no choice but to fight both angles. And of course, kung lalabanan mo yung LA at the start of the round with multiple people, you're not gonna have enough people to also fight back itong Storby, itong court. Kaya na-caught off guard nila Folex yung mga players dito sa may BL bridge, no? In terms of a crunch, in terms of a pincer, whatever you call it, naipit, na ano pa bang Tagalog? Naipit lang yung naisip ko. Pero talaga, na-sandwich, yun, hindi Tagalog. Pero, well, at least malinamnam yung nagawa dito na Execration. In terms of the play, and I feel like it's a deserving highlight din naman mo. So good pick, and I really commend na itong Execration, they're trying out the more aggressive strats, before the playoffs because they just might need it. No, we know them as a tactical team, but they just might need to get aggressive dito sa playoffs, and this is an example of that exact performance.
And what I also want to acknowledge dito for execution is the fact that they give so much respect dito sa ating Gracia teams, that regardless no disrespect being shown here, all structure, all may mga moments pa nga nagdi-default sila which is pretty nice for execution. And I do think that our next one is already coming up here, and this is from veteran against FERVID, been chosen by Ramon during our 9th round sa mapa ng subbase.
Yeah, medyo nasa veterans pa rin yung ating Povcans, pero pagbalik natin dyan sa FERVID, makita mo si D is just gonna go straight dito sa may luwag, nag-escort, pero babalik siya dito sa second mid, to diretso ng woods. And he's going to find na, uy, libre! May naghagis ng util, that means merong isa, at ayun, may sumulpot pa bago kung makita yung naghagis ng util, and that just really surprised ng veterans because they were hard focused on that entry ng FERVID sa luwag. They forgot about CR, and yun na nga, I feel like si Shock, with a bit of shock factor for himself galing sa HE ni Dracifer, wala siyang nagawa kasi na-open up siya in two different angles, and si EV9 wala siyang magagawa dito because of course, FERVID in the post plant, you know how they can do and you know how they can deal damage, especially when they have the numbers advantage. I feel like napaka-alanganin talaga na lesson to sa veterans. Yes, you can play sub-base, pero a rule in sub-base, wag na wag niyong iiwang bukas yung CR nyo. Wag na wag niyong iiwang bukas yung second mid. At least have the sniper there. Kasi kung hindi, they will just do this kind of things, and the destruction will just come upon you.
And I feel like there is some decent resources for veteran to do that as well, They have quite a number of flexible players that can cater that role, but unfortunately, they learned their lesson the hard way. From the map veto until here, dito sa ating round. Well, nice try, I guess, if pwede nating sabihin for veteran. But for FERVID, it is just another day, and they've been able to show just that in this round. Pero, now our next one is from your boy Bipolar, and this is during our fight of Virtus Pro against Team Stallions sa mapa ng Ankara. And this is quite of a very, very risky round, El.
Yeah, and I'm gonna do it in the most bipolar fashion of analysis na makita mo dito ginagawa ng VP. They're going to try to, fight off dito sa ating LA. Sila JJ nakahawak lang dito sa top 8 natin. But the problem is, already, Stallions, whatever itong gawin ng Virtus Pro, they're not gonna budge. Ilang beses natin yung pinipinpoint sa Stallions. They're not gonna budge no matter what happens. And even if KLB falls, makita mo naman si JJ steady lang, tutumba siya, and that signals the movement dito sa Stallions. What do? After they get the 2v2 down or the two members out for each side, they play the retake, and look at how they execute the retake. Alam nyo, tatlo yung angle sa pwede natin kunin. Let's take them all. No, why not? May isa sa CA, KLP, switching to that rifle. May isa dito sa yellow side, galing sa top ng floor A natin. Makakuha din ng kill, and then the last guy, kung sino pa yung pinakamalapit sa site, na galing dito sa may RS banda, siya pa yung pinakahuling gumalaw. And I like the way that the Stallions sequence their retake, and that just shows that defense truly wins you games.
Exactly, and that's pretty much a very cleanly executed round din dito, for Team Stallions being able to do quite a swift retake regardless of all of the shenanigans that they maybe withstood, regardless na merong mga dalawang nalagas sa kanila dito sa ating top 8, Still, they've been able to power through with what is remaining, work with that, probably with all of the comms going haywire na rin, is just great dito for Team Stallions. And I do think that we will be seeing a rematch of them tomorrow as well, kung sakali. Pero again, I feel like hindi na talaga natatapos, Ganto na talaga katindi yung ating bakbakan here right now, to the point na kailangan mo uli silang makitang maglaban para lang merong ma-eliminate na isa sa kanila. And who would have imagined, that we might probably be in an era na we won't be able to bring these two sa paglipad, Isa sa kanila magpapares na nga lang, as you have mentioned. But again, It's inevitable. It is what it is. It is already what in front of us. And I feel like pagalingan na lang din talaga yung magiging istorya natin dito after all of the things that they've been able to rack up here sa ating group stage. So, doon na nga natatapos no, ang ating preview para sa lahat, or review rather, no, is a better term, para dito sa ating players and team highlights. And now that everything has already been able to fall into place, let us check out ang ating playoffs bracket, because there's been a lot of stories, kumbaga, no? At marami ng discussions with how they're actually predicting ang maaaring mangyari or maging outcome sa until the last bit nitong ating playoffs bracket natin, El.
I mean, it just speaks for itself, no, Mochi? Very, very dangerous yung playoff bracket natin. I mean, for some, they look at it as a blessing. For some, they look at it as a curse, no? Especially talking about Team Stallions and Virtus Pro dito sa baba. And no other team, no, will call this as much of a cursed playoffs bracket other than Comeback Friends, who needs to pull off an STS victory and a VP victory to go to Paris. Pero then again, no, there's also those na competitive players natin dito sa ating top bracket, FERVID and Acceptance, taking each other on before they go towards the execration side naman. I feel like execration, they did what they had to do to get their deserved spot dito sa ating semis, and siguro Virtus Pro did that as well. Pero yun nga, no, sinabi mo na rin kanina, parang pin-reface mo na, Mochi, it's going to come down to only one of our international favorites, no? Hindi na Stallions at Virtus Pro. It's going to be Virtus Pro or Stallions, and since hindi pa natin alam kung sino yung mangyayari dito sa kabila, kung sino yung katatagos, very wild card, masasabi ko, yung top half ng ating bracket, and the bottom half is going to be a bloodbath. It's a nightmare.
That is true. And I don't even want to say any names right now, no? Just based on the history na meron tayo and gaano katindi yung feats ng Team Stallions, we're putting them there na maaari para sa ating grand finals. Pero for the rest, that is pretty scary. And I wonder, no, what will be also the method for Virtus Pro into proving us wrong, for sure, no? Maya-maya makikita din natin kung ano nga bang meron sa ating predictions, or tomorrow specifically. But at the same time here, para sa ating other teams like CBF and as well as Team Acceptance, I am actually vouching for them to proceed, no? Kung pwede, sana muli. Especially na nakikita natin the level and the caliber that they've been able to play right now is actually pretty great, no? So hopefully we can see more of them moving forward. But I do think that we can also balikan natin yung nakaraan at ang present natin, no? Let's take some comparison para sa ating very own player, that is itong si Boss Aldrin. Kasi parang meron tayong mga pagbabagong natamasa dito, El, based from his performance in Comeback Friends.
I mean, Aldrin, no, to quote a great story that I once experienced, despite all this, no, despite everything that happened, it's still you. For those who know, I appreciate you, pero let's talk more about Aldrin here. I mean, ang pinaka-problem nila, no, ng matches with Aldrin is the supposed communication barrier between him and his team, right? And I feel like that necessarily wasn't holding back Aldrin. Kita mo naman sa matches, he had the .91, .66, .44 in terms of the stats, and yung SR hindi nag-iba on both teams. It just made Aldrin all that more efficient. Pero for me, I would call that a minor thing, no? A very, very minor thing. Who's to say na hindi niya magagawa to sa matches? No one. Pero now that he's proved that he is not the problem on that matches squad, and I feel like siguro it's just a mutual parting of ways, Aldrin is still proving that despite all of the things that happened, Aldrin is still Aldrin, and he is going to frag out of his mind on whichever team he lands on. And of course, you cannot forget, no, narinig natin yung ops niya ni Boss Aldrin. He's gonna make sure that you understand kung gaano kalow yung kalaban. Minus 83 na yan, negative 83, 17 HP, one tap yan kahit wall bang sa HK, pero hindi naman talaga. Pero grabe siya mag-coms, no. The effectivity of this man goes through the stats, at sasabihin na lang natin, nandun sa intangibles, no, yung nadadala ni Aldrin sa isang team. And siguro sa intangibles na yon, doon mo rin mahanap kung bakit ganyan siya consistent and ganyan siya kalakas no matter the team he belongs to.
Well, yan lang din talaga ang iyong may expect, no? galing sa isang veterano. So, literal na well played here for Aldrin, and it's nice that we're seeing them soaring higher than they were ever was, which is just perfect din dito, no, for Comeback Friends as a whole. Pero alam niyo ba guys, no, na meron kayong posibilidad na manalo ng 100 e-coins, no? All you have to do is to actually follow and like ang ating official Facebook and YouTube CrossFIRE Philippines channels, and also choose, no, base dun sa mga pinili natin or pinakita natin mga player highlights kanina, mag-share kayo doon ng inyong napupusuan. May it be from our boys from Lucia, kay KSA, kung kanino man, kay Dino, pwede nyong i-share yan, at ang kailangan nyong ilagay sa ating caption ay ang ating official hashtags ng hashtag CFS Master Summer and hashtag CFS Play of the Week. At ilagay nyo doon bakit deserve doon maging Play of the Week nga. And ensure na nandyan din ang inyong IGN at nakapublic ang inyong shared post. Kasi kung wala yan, hindi yan manonote or magagawa as entry ng ating moderators, no? So, be sure na iyan ay nakalagay, no? So, biro mo, nanood ka lang, nag-vouch ka lang ng iyong paboritong player, may 100 e-coins ka pa ako. So, kung ako sa'yo, no, check mo na ang ating official Facebook page to know the full details.
Hindi lang yan, Mochi, no? Sa sino gusto ng e-coin. Nagtanong ako sino may gusto ng e-coin. Meron pa tayong pag-giveaway. May week 5 pa, guys. Bonus quest pa yan. Kasi kami, hindi rin namin expect na may week 5 pa no? So, kung magpo-post kami, pakigising na lang ako kung hindi ko ma-post. Pero magpo-post din kami ng mechanics ulit. I'm pretty sure the other casters will do as well. And punuin nyo na yung ating entries dyan pagdating sa e-coin.
Yes. So, don't you worry guys, no? Within this day or tomorrow, no, ilalapag na namin yan, no? Para lang kayo ay makapag-proceed na at hopefully, marano na kayo ng ating mga e-coins ranging from 300, 50, 100, 500, which is crazy, no? Pamigay na pamigay talaga at sobrang generous ng CrossFIRE Philippines. And thank you so much, CrossFIRE Philippines, no, sa mga pamigay nyo. Pero, ito na yon, El. Pag-usapan na natin kung ano nga ba ang mangyayari for today. Because, again, quite a banger match. Meron tayong laban ng FERVID versus Acceptance. We also have Team Stallions versus Comeback Friends. Grabe tong unang araw ng playoffs natin.
Yeah, I feel like, excuse me, this is a battle, no? The first match is a battle of what if kami yung nanalo dito sa versus Acceptance, no? Looking from the mind of FERVID. And the battle of what if napanalo namin yung mga previous matchups namin, edi may confidence booster kami. For the side of CBF naman, because looking at it, this is two David versus Goliath stories. One where David actually fell the Goliath, I'm talking about Acceptance, and one where Goliath just crushed tiny little David in his little heels. So very much CBF and STS. Pero since it's the playoffs, ang dami natin naririnig na storya, Mochi. Ang dami sinasabi ng players tuwing interview yun ni Bipolar siya ni Salvatore. Are you ready for the players' performance? And most of them said yes. Well, we are here at the playoffs. Makikita natin kung tunay nga ang sinasabi nila. And some of them will be proven wrong. Some of them will be proven right. Then again, this is just the qualification match to the qualification match for Paris. And I feel like we are going straight into a bloodbath dito sa first two matches natin, or rather sa two matches natin for today. Because remember, Mochi, it's a best of 5. And talagang napakaalanganin ng mga ibang teams dito sa best of 5. Especially pag less than 5 yung pinakita mong mapa dito sa group stage.
Couldn't agree more with what you said, no? I feel like this is definitely the challenge para dito sa ating mga teams, no, na galing sa ating qualifiers is to withstand that best of 5. Puwera pa yung sakit ng ulo na mga experience nila against their oppositions. And I hope that they can do just that, no? Syempre, malaki pa din yung factor dito ng ating tenure sa ating map dito maya-maya kasi syempre, yung iba dyan, they have 2 or 3 na best maps, pero the entirety medyo shaky ang usapan dito. So I feel like that is also the importance of taking that format into account. Pero again guys, unang serye natin will be FERVID against Team Acceptance. Kung sino ang mananalo dito, would be nice, would be proceeding. Ang hindi, automatic, laglag na. Wala tayong lower bracket dito. Yun yung nakakatakot. Kaya pag-usapan na natin kung ano nga ba talaga ang meron dito for FERVID. Kasi from time and time again, there's been pretty much very great performances, especially dating na rin dito at dala na rin dito ng ating young guns na si Lance as well as si D, at i-accompany mo pa yung two is better than one mind aspect, no, for A7J and as well as ㍍Round. And now that Haj has been integrated here, no, it seems like their firepower is looking better than ever before.
Yeah, I feel like for the side of FERVID, no, this is a team which I can describe. They have the highest floor out of all the teams, but not quite reaching the ceiling that they want. No? Yes, we have D. Yes, we have A7J. Yes, all of them pound for pound, you can say top 5 in all of their roles, no? Even if MZ was taken out of the context dito on FERVID, I feel like Haj is doing a great performance naman. Contrary na lang dito sa roles na binigay ni MZ, he is more of an attacker rin. No? So the question for me right now para sa FERVID is, yes, you have had that high floor, no? Pero now that MZ, the one that has been holding up that floor for so long, is gone, can Haj and the team, no, keep that floor consistent na mataas and then reach that ceiling, no? Baka siya na yung kailangan tuntungan nila para mabot nila yung mga wins nila. Pero I feel like that's still a question to be answered pa dito sa playoffs performance nila. Makita mo naman, natalo sila ng STS, ng VP, ng Secretion. We would have expected that. But what we do not expect is them losing to Atras, who we'll talk about later, no? That is a big blow to the FERVID boys, and I feel like this is not something that we expected out of the quality of the squad. What is there to say about FERVID? Well, they have the potential. They have the coach. They have that experience that doesn't necessarily translate to tenure, no? Marami silang naranasan, pero hindi pa sila ganun katanda sa laruan natin, no? And I feel like yun yung kailangan nilang i-banking dito sa ating matchup to get that win versus Acceptance.
Yes, and I feel like that group stage would and should do the trick, no? Para FERVID would be finally finding that stability that they're looking for patungo dito sa ating playoffs. Pero, may pabalita tayo from Lance. Ang tantanong sa kanya, one last chance for an EW slot. What is your edge amongst your peers and why are you deserving of it? Ang sabi nila naman, malalakas lahat. Pero gameplay na namin, ang bahala. All in kami para sa EWC.
Wow.
And I do feel like a lot of players actually have that same sentiment, no? Na parang kahapon lang, patawa-tawa lang si Lance dun sa show match natin. Pero ngayon, game time na uli. Seryoso na and all hands on deck because again, hindi biro ang pinaglalabanan ng ating mga teams dito ngayon.
Yeah, and ang ganda ng sinabi yun, no? Malalakas lahat pero gameplay na namin bahala. Hindi sinabi yung tutok na namin bahala, yung macro na namin bahala, yung IGL na namin bahala. Sinabi niya gameplay niya. The whole sum of its parts, Mochi. Yung kabuuan ng mga sinabi ko yung sinabi niya. And I feel that is the confidence, no, oozing out of Lance and his team. Na nung sinabi ni ㍍Round, nung tinanong nasa sila kung players ready na sila, that is the confirmation and this is the two-factor authentication na ginawa ni Lance. Kailangan na lang natin makita yung actual performance, because if you can say it but don't do it, why say it in the first place?
And speaking of security, I do hope that they would be able to secure itong ating labanan this time around. Pero let's also talk about Team Acceptance because honestly, they became quite of a fan favorite and actually quite of a team to look out for in general, no? After being able to perform so great against Team Stallions back in our group stage, it does appear that Ajax, Silent, and the rest of the squad, no, na hindi lang si Heka, they've been able to reach new heights right now, El.
Yeah, this is one of the breakout stars natin, no, sa summer season natin, Mochi. Acceptance, all the way from Impact, the very first team that I casted, no, nung debut ko sa aking spring season sa Impact. And now, to see their growth all the way to Masters from the Swiss stage to getting that 5th place in the group stage, no, that is a really good. At syempre, hindi mawawala yung pag-flex dito ni Hek, no. To talk more about the team, this guy and this guy, no, si Hek and his 4 players dito, I feel like they have the components, no, not as shiny as the other teams, not as flashy as the other teams, pero if it gets the job done, it gets the job done. Makita mo naman, they had a very scrappy season, and surprised nga ako most of their wins were clean 2-0s, and most of their losses then are clean 0-2s. So they definitely have their clearly defined strengths, they also have their clearly defined weaknesses. Talk about it a little bit, no? Their strengths, they have heck, the IGL, the sniper, the all-around guy para dito sa ating team. Literal na nagbubuhat siya in-game and outside of the game. We have Ajax, we have Silent, we have Dre, we have Ting. All of those players, no, not as flashy, not as mechanical, not as tactical as we would like, pero they get the job done, no? And all of them, yung pinaka-parating kong sasabihin dito, they have their moments, no? The fluidity of whoever gets that moment is really what shines dito sa acceptance. Kasi any given moment, kahit sino dyan sa limang yan, pwede mag-pop off. Even si Ting, no, na barely natin nakitang magkaroon ng clutch, he's getting those wins. And I feel like magandang sign yan para sa acceptance.
True, and honestly, in terms of performance dito ng ating mga newbies, no, na si Tegan as well as si Trey, been actually to perform quite well already, no, para sa kanila. And again, no, I hope that we can see that type of appearance muli heading dito sa kanilang laban ngayon. But here, from Dre, no, ang tanong one last chance for the EW spot. What is your edge amongst your peers and why are you deserving of it? Need money. Ang sabi ni Dre. And honestly,
I mean,
Dre, we're not mad for you on that one. Pero at the same time, I feel like everyone needs money in this economy, bro.
I mean, hindi naman na masamang rason yan. It's one of the practical reasons. Walang pangarap-pangarap. I need this. We need this talaga. And I feel like it's a really it's an honest work dito para kay Dre. And I feel like napakaganda naman siguro ng rason niya na okay, kailangan ng money. Libre na yung flight. We just need to win pagdating sa Paris.
Exactly. Pero props for the very honest and uncloseted answer, Dre. No? I feel like that is also one of the remarkable answers na meron tayo dito other than sa mga sagutan ni Virtus Pro. Pero again, no, to, ang tapatan natin here for FERVID and Acceptance at meron din tayong tapatan pagdating sa ating mga individual players. Sino na naman kaya? It will be A7J and alongside with Heck.
It's all too poetic, no, dito, Mochi. It's the IGLs but from different roles, no. A7J, he's a rifler, he's an attacker, he's a backup, call him however you want, he's a rifler at heart. He can also sometimes wield that sniper if need be, but if he has to do it, he has to match up versus Heck, who is an all-around sniper. Yes, nag-rifle siya minsan, pero looking at that headshot per kill, literal, the polar opposite of 41 is 40, no? Just reverse the numbers position. I feel like itong tapatan natin is not really a tactical show match. It's going to be a mechanical show match, you know? Because Heck, tandaan natin, he's in the top 10 for the relevant stats na meron siya dito, no? The KD, the KR, and the SR. A7J, not as much as you would like, no? I think he just has a good survival rating dito. Pero if you want to talk about the stylistic difference nila, A7J, he's gonna run through with his team. He's gonna think of a weird strat and then he's gonna run through with his team once more. And the key definition ni A7J is he's running through with the plans. Heck no, he likes to take things slow. He likes to calm down. He likes to pause. But what happens when an unstoppable force, no, meets an immovable object? I feel like that's the best analogy I can make here para sa both IGLs natin.
That is true. At idagdag na rin natin din siguro, no, na pagdating sa usapang best of 5, we've already been able to see how A7J actually behaves. At meron po siyang backup na utak dito. That is itong si Dracifer. But the question is, pag karoon tayo ng ganang mga occasions na kailangan yun for team acceptance, sino naman kaya ang mag-a-assist dito kay Heck in doing so? And I do hope that they would be able to actually stretch that through, no, sa ating 5 mapa. Which is, again, not a really easy task. So, pag-usapan na natin ano nga bang mga mapa na paglalaroan ng ating mga teams dito right now, especially that there is not and bad picks na as we already have support Ankara, Eagle, and Black Widow.
Okay, so this is a very, very Mochi because if we at map strength, no, and what do I measure of my kung 7 maps natin total, isang Kara and to contrast that Portal Eye, ultimately ending in Black Widow, a map that both of them don't really like to play. It's really, really dangerous, no, kapag pinaabot mo pa dun sa Black Widow kasi masasabi nating certainty is a factor for the first 4 maps. Pero pagdating natin sa 5th map, it's going to be a wild card. Sure, meron ditong statistics ang FERVID sa Black Widow, pero you can throw that out the window. That's not their favorite map. They're not comfortable
It's
on
not.
it whatsoever because it's a 50-50. And maybe in those 50-50s, makahanap ng paraan si Acceptance to pull through in a 3-2 victory. Pero then again, no, there's still 4 maps to go through before that happens.
Yeah, and I feel like, again, this is gonna be quite of a very, very great challenge. Not only for Team Acceptance, but for FERVID as well. Because, again, no, pagdating lang naman sa usapang stability, I do think that both of them have their own struggles into looking for that
Ayan
one.
na.
Yung isa is because of the roster change at yung isa, kakadating lang nila dito, no, sa ating playoffs. Pero, again, now that we've been able to know kung ano nga bang meron sa ating map dito, tignan natin kung ano nga ba yung mga panagdaanan ng mga ating mga teams and how this actually matters pagdating dito, no, for the maps that we're gonna play on. Because again, it does appear here na para sa ating sub base, we have quite of an advantage para dito sa going side ng FERVID.
Mochi, parang tayo dito, hindi na tayo nagugulat dyan eh. No? Bakit kaya? Syempre, nakikita na natin tong stats na to beforehand and I feel like with the stats provided here, it is leaning towards FERVID. Pero, Acceptance says otherwise with their victory over FERVID and I feel like you can leverage din the victory over STS a bit, no? And it's going to be dangerous. They have an equal BL side win rate, I would say so, but the GR side is where it comes down para sa Acceptance. 46% contrasting to the GR naman ng FERVID na 58%. And the win probability, I would say, sakto lang. 60-40 din yung aking feel, leaning towards FERVID. Because if you think about it from a player's perspective, activated tong players ng FERVID from the get-go. Meanwhile, Acceptance, you need to pick your poison kung sino pa yung gigising at sino pa yung talaga magpapakitang gilas. Minsan nga yung players nila nawawala, hindi natin mahalap eh. Pero pag nahanap mo naman yung player, pag nandyan si Ajax, si Ting, si Silent, si Dre, and of course si Heck, which is always there, Acceptance is going to be giving FERVID possibly the 5 stages of grief and maybe the fifth stage is truly their name. I don't really know how the saying goes pero it's going to be dangerous pa lang sa first map natin.
Yeah, and I also do think, no, na when it comes to like yung mga percentage na nakikita natin dito and the amount of times that they've been able to play it is very much close. And I feel like this might, or there is a possibility that this can head on to overtime the moment na masimulan ito na maganda, no, ng Acceptance, honestly. And with that, ipapakita din natin ang ating predictions dito sa ating lower thirds para naman meron din kayo idea kung ano nga ba yung perspective natin dito as talents. Because we have 3-2 para sa amin, Sneaky Frog. And for you, and alongside Will Salvatore, it does appear that there is just a single map being given dito, no, for Team Acceptance. Pero why do you think so na ganito ang ating magiging outcome?
I feel like para sa amin ni Salvatore, no, is this the connection namin ng mga payat dito. I feel like if you think about this, if you think about FERVID and Acceptance this way, no, Mochi. FERVID, you are 100% or rather 70% guaranteed to win 100 pesos. Pero for Acceptance, you have a 20 to 30% chance to win 500, no? You would rather take the 70% always kahit mababa lang yung returns kaysa dun sa lower chance dito sa ating Team Acceptance pero mas malakas yung ating rewards, no? And I feel like very, very siguro let it ridey yung masasabi ko dito para sa Acceptance, yung galawan nila kasi hindi mo kilala kung sino yung magpapakitang gilas. Sa FERVID, alam mo na kung sino yung gigising dito and dun pa lang parang favor talaga ako sa FERVID, no?
Okay, I can see that possibility as well, no? Pero meron din tayong mga people dito for Acceptance that they believe that it is quite of a feat that they've been able to actually, I cannot say destroy, it's more like defeat itong si Team Stallions,
Yes.
no? So, I feel like that is also a pretty good argument why this can be stretched into a best of 5, pero I feel like malalaman ito natin lalo the moment na tumapak tayo sa ating ikalawang mapa, no? Kung nandyan pa rin talaga yung tenacity or at least yung meron pa tayong baong gasolina para dito, no? For Team Acceptance. Pero again, nakita nyo na rin naman community poll sa majority of the people here right now na bumoto sa ating poll, mas pabor dito for FERVID. Pero by the way guys, kung kayo ay interesado din na sumali dyan o magkabilang dito sa ating community polls, may mga nilalabas dyan no, sa ating broadcast or live stream. So be sure na iboto mo kung sino yung tingin mong teams na mananalo. Pero I do think that there is also an opportunity for us to dive in deeper, no? Para sa mga bagay na kailangan natin antabayanan at tignan ng maigi para sa pareho nating teams. I do think it's about time for us to welcome na dito sa ating ang ating mga casters na maghahatid ng balita at ng action natin maya-maya. Ladies and gentlemen, and everything in between, welcome natin dito ngayon Salvatore and as well as Nikki Proud.
Yun.
Hello everyone. Wow, we're looking very sporty and preppy ngayon, no? Sa ating live stream right now. Welcome back. And I do think that everyone is excited dito sa ating playoffs. Pero simulan na natin ito rekta sa laban, no? Ano nga bang yung expectations dito for sa labanan ng FERVID and Acceptance, Nikki Frog?
Actually, nagulat nga ako sa nangyari dito sa veto natin, no, na hindi mas tinarget dito ng FERVID, at least itong Black Widow very early on pagdating dito sa veto natin. I was low-key expecting yung new compound ban galing dito sa Team Acceptance, considering they have not played it at all, no, throughout ngayon season natin. And I was very concerned about Acceptance, especially knowing na yun nga, no, they, of all the playoff teams, sila yung may pinaka-shallow na map pool kumpara sa mga ibang teams na nakikita natin, at least statistically, no. But they have gotten themselves actually a very good role para sa veto natin na Moke, with you know, sub-base actually being a good map para sa kanila. They did beat FERVID, but at the same time FERVID didn't look like themselves nung time na yun. So malay mo, iba na yung kanilang anyo as of now. I think Port and Ankara being the next two really would be a big benefit para sa kanila sa Acceptance. Pero naging questionable na tayo, Moche, pag papasok na tayo sa conversation na Eagle Eye at Black Widow, kasi ayun nga, that is one of the more, I wouldn't say more premier maps dito ng FERVID, but it is a map na nilaro nila dito sa official. So pagdating sa experience sa mismong laro, no, parang lamang ng onti dito yung FERVID, but just manage.
Yeah. But there's still that, no? The amount of advantage that you would have can definitely play a lot pagdating na sa mismong labanan natin dito, no, Sneaky Frog. But I definitely acknowledge what you mentioned, no? Pero how about you, Salvatore? Kahit sa usapang player level para sa ating teams?
Well, in terms of firepower talaga, hindi mo mapapagkakaila, no, na Acceptance still has that fire in them, no. Kung makikita mo pa lang kung ang magiging baseline natin is the past 2 years of Heck and Silent, talagang masusunog ang isang mga pwesto dito, no, for the side of Acceptance. And you have to respect itong pangalan talaga ni Heck, because he's that consistent, he can deliver, and at the same time, he's that reliable during the mid-round, which is one of the most important aspects na meron tayo sa meta ngayon, eh. Hindi ka pwede mag-crumble sa mid-round. And Acceptance, no, dumidikit sila sa mga level ng Execration at ng Virtus Pro sa mga malulupit na mid-round, eh, no? And you can definitely put in the same wave like as Team Stallions, kasi nga yun nga yung naging susi nga nila, ba't nga nila tinalo ang STS. So now they face against FERVID, which I do believe is no longer the FERVID of all na nakita nga natin ng groups. This is going to be a much more renowned and revitalized na FERVID. So yun yung kailangan dito ingatan ng Acceptance. Then again, no, aabot nga tayo potentially sa 5 maps, and there goes the consistency. Nandun pa rin sana si Dre, nandun pa rin sana si Silent, and Ajax can still deliver what we expect him to do, no? So yun talaga ang inaantay natin for the side of Acceptance.
Yes, and again, no, nabigay niyo na dito ang ating pointers for both the maps and as well as the players, pero still, no, dahil the best of 5 ang usapan ngayon, it just makes us believe more a bit para dito for FERVID, no? Pero for Acceptance, I do hope that they would be able to prove us wrong. Pero, ipakita nga rin natin, no, ano nga bang pwede nating i-contrast palalo sa in between of our teams, because we have the new era of CrossFIRE with the 2 players at the rim, no, with the spotlight on D and as well as Dre.
Yeah, I feel like this one is very well picked, no, by our script writers, kasi if you look at it, si D, he's ranked 3rd, si Dre, he's ranked 5th. If you want to talk deeper about it, they have a .72 headshot per kill dito kay D, and kay Dre naman .67. So only 5-point difference if hindi ako nagkakamali, pero ang laking gap pa rin nung number 3 sa number 5, no? And I feel like if you are talking about effectivity and productivity ng mga teams, ng mga players na to, they are the ones to look out for in terms of the entries, in terms of the clutch. Sila yung kailangan mong tingnan. who remembers dito yung ginawa ni Dre dun sa Angkara, no, sa may B-side sa TV, di ba? Mga ganong klaseng scenario yung pwedeng mangyayari, especially sa first map natin. Pero of course, may highlight din si D na nakita natin kanina, no? So anything goes dito sa dalawa. Is 3 greater than 5? Well, depende kung 4 yan or how the saying goes.
It's true. Pero pagdating din dito, no, for Dre, ako, Dre, this is your best time to shine and show what you're made of, do, especially na ito pa ang iyong katapat ngayon, no, na si D. Pero, I don't think that the road to Paris is an evidence for FERVID, no, especially na, again, no, both of them are bunch of hopefuls patungo dito sa ating EWC Dream. Pero FERVID needs to beat Acceptance and Execration in order to do so, Sneaky Frog.
Ayun nga, and this is considering, Mochi, na this is probably the best bracket that FERVID can ask for para maka-qualify dito sa Paris, no? Granted na, Execration is a very formidable team, but they also did look kind of beatable at times para naman kay Acceptance. So, feeling ko nga Acceptance is the most perfect team para sa matchup na to, Moch. Kasi not only did they beat FERVID dito sa ating group stage, but this is also a good litmus test na kung worthy ba talaga itong FERVID natin to fly all the way to Paris. Kasi if you cannot get past Silent or Heck, yun nga, no, doon nalalabas yung mga tanong kung deserve ba talaga nila.
And I do think na para dito for FERVID, no, all of the factors that would be giving the best amount of winning or chance of winning is already laid onto their front or in front of their faces. No? Kailangan na lang talaga nilang pag-igihan dito, no, Sneaky Frog. Pero ngayon, pag-usapan naman natin si Acceptance kasi FERVID, they felt the silence in the room, no? Back nung kanilang tapatan dito with the 2-0 dahil sa kanyang Lurks Salvatore. Tingin mo ba, kaya niya yun i-replicate uli dito?
That is under the impression tayo ng FERVID kung talagang in-adjust nga talaga nila yung gameplay nila just to cater Silent. Pero malaking epekto yun para sa magiging pwesto nga nila for firepower. Imagine mo, Mochi, you will be putting in 3 frontliners para lang sa nag-iisang lurk na player. Mababawasan ang kalidad dito, no, ng FERVID. And I feel like ganun pa rin naman na mangyayari dito, no? Silent with the veteran experience that he has and with the amount of times that he knows how to lurk inside of South Base and even maps like Ankara, hindi na ako maugulat if Silent can just pull it off dito ngayon sa ating playoffs, no? Pero nga, FERVID, you guys had a lot of time for adjustment. Sana nga makita natin ngayon. But most part, no, it's not just gonna be Silent that will be starting the lurking, no? Acceptance, who is also, no, one of the key teams rather na nagpapanimula din ng ating mga double lurks. Baka pwede natin makita yon alongside Ajax. So yeah, feeling ko talaga, no, Mochi, pag ito talaga, no, FERVID, hindi man lang kayo nakascore na mapa or worse yet, natalo kayo ng buong series, everyone will absolutely be dead silent kasi nga Acceptance will be just 1 series away for qualifying to Paris.
I agree. At meron pa ako nakitang comment kanina, no? Shoutout sa'yo. I couldn't been able to take note of your name kasi ang bilis bumaba. Pero sabi niya, nakakaamoy daw siya ng upset. At tignan nga natin kung magkakaroon nga ng upset dito. Kasi kung magkatotoo man yan, that will be changing the entire trajectory ng ating laban. And I hope na preparado na rin ang ating mga teams at preparado na rin ang ating audience kasi magsisimula na ang unang chapter ng wasakan ng pangarap. Kaya let's hand it over para sa ating mga casters, Sneaky Frog and Salvatore. Rakrakan na!
Maraming salamat, Bochi, NL at Sneaky Frog. Ang ating unang alay sa kuryente de upuan ay itong FERVID versus Acceptance. Losers go home, winners advance. Pero di pa rin doon nagtatapos ang competition nga natin. It's going to be a fun-filled Friday nga para nga sa inyo, sa lahat ng mga nasa labas. Ingat kayo sa loob naman na nasa bahay. Kayo ay dapat nanonood ngayon ng FERVID and Acceptance. Sneaky, parang nandito pa rin sa utak natin at sa pakiramdam na grabe, Acceptance, tinalo nyo yung FERVID during groups in 10-3, 10-2 fashion sa loob nga ng 2-0, no? Grabe nga naman yun. Feel like Acceptance, feeling ko dun sila kumukuha ng gasolina.
Yeah, at the same time, pare, no, you kind of look at the series na nangyari between FERVID at Acceptance, so at mapapatanong ka na lang dito sa FERVID if they're actually the ones playing nung series na yun kasi that was really out of character. Yung buong series na yun, no, in all honesty, no adjustments made whatsoever. Na-stuck lang sila dito sa loob ng mga sites on sub-base and there was like barely any proactivity happening. No? Wala man lang, I think one of the main reasons why kung bakit ang effective ng lurk dun ni Silent on sub-base specifically, no, dun sa series na yun kasi walang tumatapal sa kanya, pare, and at the same time pag may tumapal na like A7J and Vince, it kinda cancels out a single player dito ng FERVID na A7J is gonna be stuck on Vents the entire time. Paano na yung apat, no? Na naandito sa mapa natin. Now they have to operate without their captain, without their sniper, without one of their main rotational players potentially, no? So Acceptance kind of just figured out yung default dito ng Fervid, and they just abused it time and time again. And it was very prevalent dun sa BL side as well. That's why, yun nga, no, Acceptance has one of the higher BL sides pagdating sa ating sub-base map at 64% para with their, GR less than favorable 46. Pero with the, yun nga, no, with the slight downturn pagdating dito sa depensa pare, nababawi naman yun pagdating dito na second half.
Well, depende kasi yan no? Sneaks, may pinagmumulan kasi yung first half na yan. We can talk about defense a lot, pero paminsan-minsan, no, when you take that slight hint of adjustment heading into the second, pwede nga yan mag-die down because magbabago yung priorities ng mga teams na yun na maapektuhan. Mainly for Vid. Feeling ko Acceptance, they are that flexible. Nakita naman natin from the amazing litmus tests ng matches, Fervid, and as well as the STS series, no? All of which were kapwa Cebuanos, no, Sneaks. When we talk about adjustments, dyan malakas talaga ang ating mga Cebuano natives kasi nga they know how to play sub-base, which is highly regarded as one of the maps na kailangan mo talaga ng offensive innovation. At the same time, kailangan alam mo din, alisto ka kung paano naglalurk ang kalahaban. Meron din silang respetadong Angkara, no? One of the maps that can really be a good measuring stick kung gaano ka ba talaga kasolid mag-execute. So, I feel like no Acceptance, nandun naman sila sa level na yun. Pero are they really that prepared, Sneaky? They haven't played an organized best of 5 in how many years, no? Especially itong mga rookies nga natin na sila Dre, no? And as well as Seating. So I feel like there's going to be that kind of an impact kung paano nga nila iisipin tong BO5 na to. Pero mali mo nga naman, hindi na natin kinakailangan na experience kasi ang iniisip na lang na Acceptance, paano natin papatayin ang pangarap ng Fervid.
Feel like smoke.
Smoke kan din ako.
Mira.
Ooh.
Pakaaga, huli ka sa
Simula
gate,
pa lang,
Heck.
men. Kakasimula
That's
pa
the
lang.
first blood.
Nako po, Heck. I think they're mas aware na dito yung Fervid, no, Salvi, na Acceptance does like to go for these early peaks, especially pagdating dito sa dark room with that angle sa gate. So, I think they're very more well aware, no, yung mga angles na kinukuha dito ni Heck. And that is a huge pick-off, no, para dito sa Fervid because Heck is usually the fourth guy or the fifth guy in para sa kanyang team and usually provides that second wave of offense para dito sa Acceptance. So now they're gonna have to operate without their captain para si Ajax na yung magsasnipe.
Possible point din no, for Acceptance to, make that huge rotation para talaga mabawi kagad dito si Heck. Here comes the patented split na naman ngayon ng Acceptance. They want to go LR. Pero respetado nga ba nila sila? So nasa 3F na nga ngayon, good smoke to make it even more difficult entry para sa Acceptance. A7J repositioning, gusto nakatasamahan dito sila Lance at Haj para sa parating na atake ng Acceptance sa may LR. Still no rotation para dito kay Ladrating. Nababahala na nga. Here comes the 2F action now for Acceptance. Di mga nagpapakita. Finally, A7J reveals himself. Nagpakita nga siya. Meanwhile, si Silent on his signature lurk. Pero di na ata kailangan pa kasi si Ting kumukuha na nga ng bungo. Silent now. Split entry. Wala sa passage. Gonna get the kill now. Ting sprays down. Triple to start off round number 1. Mula dito kay Ting. Grabe nga naman magpakawala ngayon ng Acceptance now, D. Saan ka galing, kaibigan? Hinahanap ko ng mga kakampi mo. Paparating ka pa nga lang. Kenny do janitorial duty dito ngayon, Sticks. T now on the first kill. Needs 2 more. 25 seconds left on the clock. Grabe naman tong delay na to. Pero half-blinded lang si D as he takes down Ting. 18 seconds left. Ajax with a bit of an advantage mula dito sa B-site. Pero D gonna get the headshot. Intense. Kenzie and Ajax. Yun na nga, sinalba ang buong Acceptance from the 1v3 peril ni D. May Acceptance, grabe naman yung simula niya.
Grabe, evidence lang yun, Salvi, na gumagana nga yung usually na ginagawa dito ng Acceptance, even without Heck. Pero Fervid, gusto magkaroon ng early presence dito. Southside, usually in that passage position. Pero lalabas na nga sila dito. Silent and Ajax has gotten to A7J. Gustong sumunod. But look at that spray control galing kay Silent. Dire-diretso ang kanyang M14 EBR, pare. Pero si T, gusto na rin laban spotting Aches on the outside but does not decide to pull the trigger just yet. Alam nilang medyo vulnerable yung A-side dito, pare, but it is only gonna be Lons watching it.
Oh my god, what is Heck doing, pre? Nakakalampas nga siya. Nakapaglaro na nga sila ng lawag dito, no? Pinatawag niya na ang kanya mga kawal para makapasok na nga sila ng buo sa A-side. Pero syempre si Silent, in silent fashion, hindi ka sasama sa mga kakampi mo. Puro kalason, di naman Rakyum in pangalan mo. Silent now with a kill. Papunta na nga sana si Lions, pero nahuli nga siya ni Silent. It's now a 3v1 all of a sudden. Sneaky si Din na naman. Tila parang inaalay niya ang 4 na kakampi para lang sa mga interest niya. Now it's at the 1v4. 23 seconds, huli sa skopa ni Heck. First 2 rounds, dominating entries ng
And
Acceptance.
FERVID trying to cut the play short, no? Para dito sa Acceptance na hindi nila masetapan ng outside passage or end itong MR. Pero ang ganda ng patience ni Acceptance. They were kind of anticipating that FERVID was gonna do something drastic dito sa ating next round. And exactly, nakuha nga nila yun. Good positioning and good shots as well galing dito kay Silent. And at the same time, dun sa round number natin, no, Salvi, is evidence na hindi nila kailangan si Heck to operate on that first offense, second offense basis na nakikita ka natin. No? Grabe si Tinggy just went back and forth and back again, pare. And FERVID naman, they're getting baited left, right, and center. May nakala nila magro-rotate na papuntang A, pero papi pala. And same goes dito sa ating last round. They were thinking that it was gonna be a full A4, pero naandun pala sila sa outside to greet the entire team, pare.
Grabe no, pre. Like, sa sobrang tagal ka nilang ini-spray yung passage, tapos minamatahan yung angatan. Usually, kino-commit na yun eh. Kasi, it's a sign na a team really wants to amplify yung aggression na yun. Doon pa naman mismo nag-activate sila Dre at sila Ting para gumana yung mga tutok nga nila. Pero now, with the absence of any sort of offense, para nga sa FERVID, kasi, man, like, can you really say D has been, on a positive note para sa team? Di masyado kasi nothing really much works pag si D ang natitira. There was a 1v3 scenario, naging 1v1. Napakatalino nga doon ni Ajax playing for the time. Pero nung sumunod na round talaga, hindi mo na naramdaman na D was supposed to do it for FERVID. So, kailangan nga talaga nilang laliman yung depensa nga nila or just find a better approach para sa mga pinagagawang lurks dito ni Silent. Ila nga, doble ingat nga. D now sends himself. Dracifer, di man lang sinamahan ng double swing. Here comes the reinforcements. Hole si Dracifer. Napaka-solid naman nun, Sneaky.
Grabe, and really good coverage galing dito kay Heck on his teammate. Makita mo naman dito sa A side, it is now wide open and FERVID wala sila magagawa in terms of at least getting a defense in. Ajax nakalagpas na si repick papunta dito kay Hans, pero not the ideal play para sa kanya, pare. A7J trying to get a flank going. Pero grabe naman yung Acceptance, men. 20 seconds bago sila nagplant and Heck is just collecting souls papuntang second mid. Pero Hadj, he will try to get something going, pero naandito na ka Acceptance. Hindi man lang pinasabog ang C4 and Acceptance. There's like fish in a barrel yung ginagawa nga dito sa FERVID. And FERVID, once again, hindi nila matempo, no? Kung kaya nila mag-aggressive or kaya nila mag-passive dito. It seems like every single time yung default ng Acceptance, parang nasusolusyon nila to eh.
Okay, man, like, I don't know, pre. Parang ang pangat na kagad na nauulmang statwa ng dito, ng FERVID. Like 3 rounds, all of which were like very rookie-like mistakes eh. Not even at the helm ng nakikita natin sa FERVID during groups. Kalahin mo nga naman, pre, fights against Execration and Team Stallions paved the way for gameplay like this. Parang hindi ata, no, Sneaky. Kasi, ang gandang bait and switch, no? Tapos kumagat doon si Dracifer at si D. Nabasa na nila. Maganda na yung approach nila, pre, para makansela dito si Silent. Next thing you know, si Heck, ginagapang pa rin yung truck, pati nga yung gate, ng mga pag-reposition nga siya. Second point of view was definitely Dre's entry. Pati na nga rin si Ting. Isa sa mga bagay na dapat alam na ng FERVID Sneaks, considering na they're just pulling the same handbook nung ginamit nga nila during groups kung paano nga nila tinuzero ang FERVID. It was either a bait and switch or a 3-2 split mula sa passage o kaya sa CR. Tila dinadaan talaga sa barilan ng Acceptance and FERVID. Usually, the 5 players that you see right now, Sneaks, are those experts pagdating talaga sa barilan.
Then, yeah, Acceptance gonna try to do something different this time. Apat sila mag-LR dito and I feel like this is gonna be the LR take pero hindi pa nila isasagad dito yung B-side pare. They just need that slight distraction para mawala yung atensyon ng buong Fervid. Papunta ka dito kay Silent and that's the first kill papunta kay Ting. Pero tignan mo yung second hit pare. Silent will try to see if he can cut off some rotations here pero Lance nakuha ng dalawa. Silent on the behind will be getting Tracer for Heck. Nakuha na si Lance. Wala ng sniper ang Fervid na panlaban dito kay Heck and here comes Silent on the backline. Hindi alam ng Fervid na naandito na siya. Free information para kay Silent. He takes out A7J. Switches. And the Hadges will be getting 2 in return though. Pero naging 1 versus 1 pa ka pare. Alam ni Ajax kung nasaan itong si Hadge. And does have that slight timing advantage pagdating sa A site. So mapaplant yung C4. It's not gonna be out in the open though. So it will be a 1 versus 1 on site pare. Hindi sila nagkakitaan.
Teka lang pwede sila magkasalisihan dito pero Hodge still committing on CR. Lilikod na nga ngayon si Ajax in Ajax fashion. Hindi siya maglalaro na side. Magkasalisihan na nga sila ng konti pre. Pag kinamit na nga Hodge and there goes the forward position. Ajax now is in a very good spot.
Yep.
Kaso yun na nga pre, napalingon. Not even a bait or a sound cue para lumingon si Ajax. Timing. And talaga bentahan ng relo ang meron dito si Hodge and he got all the time he need. Fervid now calls timeout. Desperately needed Sneaky. Kung ganun yung nakikita mo sa Fervid, inaasa nila sa 1v1s in a bad shape scenario, maraming natatrade. Bad sign para sa Fervid yan.
Yeah, honestly man, yung strat na yun could have worked if they actually got the side players fast enough para nga dito sa side ng Team Acceptance and considering na the exchanges were equal up until a certain point, siguro may off angle na nangyari dito sa side na hindi na na-discover si D at si Hadge. But at the same time, hindi mo masasabi na definite win yun, men. Kagaya nga na sinabi mo, para dito sa Fervid, it's not, we should not be happy about winning yung mga 1v1s natin kasi that is the true 50-50. And nagkataon lang talaga that Ajax was sitting in a very bad position dito sa may luwag. And they got that round. Pero para naman sa Fervid, they really have to figure out how to deal with Silent, pare. Kasi, ayun nga, kung hindi nyo maagapan si Silent dito sa round or kung hindi nyo mahanap in time, that is gonna be doom and gloom para dito sa mga shotter or dito sa passage or kung sino man ang naglalaro ng CR para nga dito sa Fervid. And Acceptance doing a very nice job of playing that distraction game. But at the same time, ang ganda ng sense of timing ni Silent, na alam niya yung saktong oras para lumabas dito sa shotter. And at the same time, as soon as Silent makes presence sa kabilang side ng mapa pare, doon nabubuhos yung Acceptance So parang pinapapili nila dito yung Fervid. Okay, mamamatay kayo dito sa shotter or mamamatay kayo dito sa mga LR players natin. And that's a hard choice to make, especially na, may rotational players pa in between yung sides natin at yung CR at itong shotter. So, ayun nga if Silent is stopping those two from doing their usual work pare, realistically, yung nagde-defend ng dito sa B-site is 2 or 1 pare.
And Sneaky, yung influence din kung paano gumaganda yung timing ni Silent is some of it comes from his teammates, Parang andali sabihin na okay, Silent pwesto ka dyan, pero kailan ka pwede mag-push? Siyempre si Dre at si Ting muna mag-e-enter yan para maklear, diba? And I feel like that ruining of timing para hindi ganun kadali for Fervid na lumaban because I know a team that likes to fight when I see one. At yun ang talaga ang Fervid. Wala pa lang sa mga tendencies ni Lance, sa paghahanap ng mga laban ni A7J, and D. Kailangan pa ba i-elaborate, D itself is an aggressive player talaga. Ngayon, para talaga maging epektibo dito yung ginagawa ni Silent, he really needs that info, Yung audible na yun, na pwede na nga siyang tumulak. Kasi habang lumalaban dito ang Fervid, there is an open spot para lahat ng members ng Fervid mag-rotate at doon papasok si Silent in the mix. It just so happens na hindi nga siya gumana in this round because Hodge and Dracifer technically had very good positions na ipanalo nga nila yung mga laban nga nila. At yun yung 50-50 na hinahanap natin sa Fervid na sana pumabor naman sa kanila sa mga susunod na rounds. Kasi if not, Acceptance will be taking this game very, very lightly, do the same thing over and over again. A-split, LR. Yun ang gagawin talaga nila pre, Full circle moment para sa Acceptance. Sa lahat ng gagawin nila ay mapupunta pa rin dito sa MR. Ay, aggressive play para dito sa side ng Fervid as they take down 2 already. A7J nakalampas na.
Yun lang Ting though with the 1 in return para A7J from the gate side. Nakita na nila yung buong team ng Acceptance at naubos lang sila dito sa ating round. And it is one of those rounds that you do expect galing dito sa Fervid, Salvi. The push towards Woods, the push towards MR at meron magpupush dito ng passage. There was already an attempt dito sa ating I think it was round number 3 or round number 2 na gagawin nga yun ng Fervid. and unfortunately it failed heavily. Pero para sa Acceptance, so they kind of got caught off guard. They were expecting na libre lang dito yung MR, libre lang dito yung outside, pero Fervid lumalaban na pare after that timeout.
Buti naman, no, naisip ng FERVID na nagpapa-execute tayo ng play, no, para sa AD. Labanan kaya natin ng tempo. And tempo they did. Maagang push pa bintana, maagang push pa passage. Pati na nga rin outer, kinanaan na nga ni A7J, no? Nice swing by A7J. Hick. Yeah, father time is catching up. Gonna get the fast reaction time para mahuli dito si A7J. Baba na nga dito and he finds Sting which is very open kasi di pa mabatay. Sobrang tagal niya patayin. Could have gotten a second kill. Pero nandun na nga si Dracifer to clean up the mess. Now D and the rest of FERVID. Siraan ng tempo o siraan ng pangarap. FERVID claws back. Pushing it 3-3.
Yun nga, it seems like they kind of figured out yung confident issue, no? Para ka dito sa FERVID. Now more willing to play dito sa MR, more willing to play dito sa may LR. Pero ano mangyayari, men, kung 5 na ang kaharap mo dito sa Machine Room thing, trying to see if he can get some heads, and he does get these. And Hadz will go down as well. So dalawa na yung namatay dito sa may MR side. Pero bumabawi naman dito yung Acceptance thing and Trey as well with their own HKs and EBRs fighting back. Naging 3 versus 2 pa nga pare, and this is one of the bad habits ng FERVID, no? Nakuha na nila yung lead pare, pero gumugusto pa rin sila eh.
Ganun pre, like, nagawa naman nila kanina.
Eh
That
naglima
was
ng MR.
like, the time? Yun yung inisip nila pre, dalawa lang yung ipapadala nila sa MR. Hindi man lang nila naisip na pwede nga nilang pawakan ulit yung MR kasi pre magiging aggressive na yung Acceptance, or they just assume na may makukuha kahit papano sila Lance. To make it a 4v4 sana. Or at least a 5v4 which is a beta scenario. Happy man, FERVID doesn't really seem to have all that confidence anymore after that, 2-round stretch. But now Acceptance does have the chance to make it a more dominating game or even a first half para lang sa small scale dito na Acceptance kasi ang hanap talaga nila dito, Snicks, yung gasolina, yung onting magpapatulak dito sa Acceptance into that kind of play na FERVID hindi sila makakasabay. Kita naman natin na Acceptance is relying on the executes. FERVID naman, they want the aggressiveness. FERVID wants to play aggressive, pwede nga silang makakuha ng reward dun. Pero not most of the time. Acceptance, what they thought of, mas kaya nating sabayan yung FERVID kaysa dun sa FERVID na sasabayan tayo, So good call para istakan yung MR. Now Acceptance taking that lead back and everything now. Tignan mo pre, bumalik tayo sa flowchart ngayon na Acceptance with a 3-2 split once again.
Yeah, flowchart has been working. Catching itong si Heck and another miss kay Heck. That is unusual para sa kanya pare. He usually hits most of his shots. Pero para kay D, he just sent it on a gamble and the gamble paid off para sa kanya pare. Ngayon, mas madali nang kontrolin itong Woods. Pero Acceptance, nakita na natin na kaya nila mag-operate ng 4 versus 5 even without Heck on the server. Problema ka lang, mag-represent pa ng opportunity itong FERVID natin pare. And pakiramdam ko, FERVID, they got in the lesson. Okay, 5 versus 4 now. We don't really have to go for a bigger lead at this point. We just need to catch the enemy properly and off guard. Problema ka lang, off guard ang ating usapan dito, Dre. Nakapasok na ng LR. May nakapansin ba? Mukhang oo. Hadz with a good hold. And second attempting. Paakyat pa lang pero pababa na agad dahil dito ko A7J. MR control has been taken pero mapapabalik pa rin dito yung FERVID. They are trying to tempt them na pumasok pa dito sa LR lalo pare, and Silent will take that temptation. A7J na andito sa kanan. Walang wallbang pero naspatan na nga dito yung barrel ni Silent. Crossfire on the LR side. No chance para kay Silent na mabuhay pero Ajax with an attempt. Gets one. Lance stuck in a bad situation pero meron pang natira galing dito sa Woods which was the originally. 4-4. Okay, FERVID. Yun nga with openings like that pare, pakaramdam ko, yun nga na-disrupt yung usual flow dito ng Acceptance pare.
Good round para nga sa FERVID, Finally, something na pwede nga natin magamit for FERVID as a material. Ayun yung gagawin nyo para di makapag-execute ang Acceptance dito. Now, ting entries, baka sakali makapag-trade nga siya. Pero napaganda kahit papano. He gets one. Silent as well. On to Woods. Winnable 2v3 here for Acceptance. Whereas FERVID, they do have map and side advantage nga ngayon.
Tracer.
C4 is dropped. Napakadelegadesa nga nito kung ipupush nga nila to. But that is that kind of player talaga na walang kinakatakutan na angulo. Basta may tutok si D, anything is possible. FERVID kahit papano, no, on a very bad start, sila pa nanalo ng first half.
Yun nga, figure out nila mid-game, no, sa Alvi, how to fix this whole confidence or at least this whole acceptance issue na nakikita ka natin. And there was an attempt dito sa round number 2, pero pakiramdam ko medyo na-dissuade sila dahil natalo nga sila sa round na yun. But now, after the timeout, them taking MR at passage control almost every single round. Yung acceptance naman, medyo napapressure sila, i-route yung kanilang mga setups dito. But judging from yung usual default or yung usual site na favorite nga dito ng acceptance, itong B-site nga natin, no, they really did not have much in the playbook for that one other than itong default natin. So, ayun nga, maybe it's time to get some different ideas going para dito sa acceptance. Honestly, they had a pretty good GR side nung nakalaban nila dito yung FERVID dito sa exact map natin. Pero FERVID, new style is needed para nga dito sa ating PL side, especially pare. Dito naman nagagaling yung kalakasan nila sa baka ibang games at least.
Absolutely right, no? Kasi the collective aspect ng FERVID is them being able to get that play in, no? Not really a play, pero the one idea na pwede nga nilang magamit over and over again, which was be aggressive at all times. Wala talagang sinayang na oras at space dito sila D at sila A7J to make it a very successful play. Pangalawa, no, one aspect as well for a FERVID is that presence when they need to calm down. Parang meron namang ganun eh. Sadly, di lang natin nakita ngayon sa sub-base. Baka kasi hindi kinakailangan on a map like very, very much tailor-made for acceptance. Lalo't, okay, so a lot of executes working. So might as well na hayaan na lang natin pumasok ang acceptance. No? The balance now is, if FERVID has those two aspects in, ang sagot naman na acceptance, even if we are GR, there still should be an effort para makapag-lurk. Probably kay Silent. Pero with that kind of aim, timing, reliability, there's so much na pwede mong i-unpack para dito kay Silent.
Gira.
Wala labang.
Gusto ni Dre ba? Mupush na on niya.
Bigaw
Ay,
din.
nahihina na daw, mubuhat na siya.
Bent na sure. Isubok ka largo.
Largo.
Kayo,
Smoke ka sa dilo.
Too many calls para maintindihan dito, no, for FERVID. It's very scrappy, to say the least. Pero it's more of like a setup play. Spoke now, possibly on second mid being called in. May iwan nga, I believe, was Haj in the MR side. Lance sasama na nga ng onte after not seeing anyone now on passage. Dracy for first contact. Siya na nga nagtatawag. Siya pa posibleng pwedeng umentry ngayon ng luwag. A7J now on second mid duty. Ajax and Heck. Merong crossfire na magaganap. Napakadelikado nga nito for FERVID if there's not gonna be any util presence para sa FERVID. Napakahila na pupasok kay A7J. And there goes the spray. Anong inaakala ni A7J na makakapasok lang siya ng ganun kadali? Silent! I'm telling you, pre. Hindi na kailangan mag-lurk during the GR side. Let the man play defense and he gets 2 kills. Sa mga gustong sumubok for FERVID, possible tying of the game now for acceptance. Hinahanap na lang nila nga ngayon si Lance at si Haj with 58 seconds remaining on the clock. Wala nang oras para makapag-exec pa dito ang FERVID. All they hope for is Lance, the Arctic player na may tumama nga kahit papano. Haj, nakikipaglasonan pa nga dito. Akalain mo nga naman pag tumama pa yun. Pero hindi mo kaarawan, kaibigan. 4v1 Ting finds Lance. What a counter action para sa acceptance sa pigilan ng split ng FERVID.
Yun nga, it's kinda seemed like they had the idea kung ano gagawin dito ng FERVID dito sa round number 1, no pare? And honestly, acceptance, they probably have heavily studied yung nangyari dito sa ating last series. It is gonna be kind of a split offense para dito sa FERVID as they try to find opportunities dito sa mapa. Pero yung problema nga lang, acceptance, they are shooting really good as of today, pare. So, if you can win any of those opening duels, and unfortunately, you will not be getting any map control dito, pare. So, same old default para dito sa FERVID. Still 3-2 on the outside. Wala masyadong lumalaban para sa acceptance. So, in terms of yung aggression, I think at most, yung aggression nila dito, Salvi will be on the second mid side, no? Dahil dito kay Silent or kay Ajax.
Bunch of players already, no? Tamang tambay lang. You can never really be too sure na pag pumush ka dito, no, Sneaks? Yung LR, pati yung shatter, safe yan. Tray nila, laro na nga. Itong boxes nga natin, no? Napakahirap nga naman ito. Nice nade para maklear dito kahit papalo si Dre, but there is technically a second contact mula sa Soda dito from Ting. Dre and Ting, the Young Guns. Now going in for the defense. 1-for-1 na nga lang tayo ngayon. Lance taking down Ting. Yung duguan na Trey pa talaga nakakuha ng isa para sa side ng Acceptance now. Defensive mode now for Acceptance. Nice clear for Haj. Pero naisumbong ka kagad kay Ajax. Now the 3v3 silent. Good positioning and the timing once again. Sneaky. Grabe naman. Puro Rolex ang braso dito ni Silent for how much time he has. He's able to read this perfectly. Silent, nadali na nga ni Dracifer. Lance entering. Ajax, di pa ata alam. And now finally he's aware. Lance full commitment on the USP. Heck makakuha as he jumps outside. Hula si Heck. Fervid skates by. Kamuntikan lang.
Yun nga, men. Lance had to hit that 100%. Ang ganda na ng minigame na nakita ka natin dito. LR, no? Salvi with yung dalawang players natin is kind of playing the crossfire, but at the same time, nakita mo yung lakas ng Acceptance dito. As soon as namatay dito, yung mga LR players natin, instant cover galing dito kay Ajax, and Silent was already around the corner dito, pare. And I feel like that was one of the main reasons why the Acceptance defense is so strong na it kind of just feels like they're connected across the map, pare. Pero yung problema nga lang, when it turns into the 1v1s, yun nga, Lance can also hit those shots. Pero Fervid, we need a bit more convincing rounds galing sa kanila, pare. It has been a lot of 1v1s, it has been a lot of 2v2s, pero we need to see a full clear, pare.
Okay. Parang ano no? Tira mo, like, very methodical Fervid na ang nakikita natin ngayon, no? No more tempo crusher na pasok na lang. Bahala na kung may mangyaring util na dump sa atin, no? At least lusubin na lang natin. So, at least a guaranteed 1-for-1. May 7J, no? Pangalawa, for Acceptance, not really any movement. Relying on strengths ang nakikita ko dito, Sneaks. Ubus sa oras, yun ang puhunan dito na Acceptance. At ang investment naman ngayon ng Fervid is for at least their lurk players na gumana. Playing the role of the likes of CBN, Elvin, or even Loyat sometimes. D now will be getting the headshot. Grabe naman to. What kind of Fervid are we seeing in the second half, Sneaks? Grabe naman yung call na yun.
Yun nga, it seems like they are now starting to bait out yung mga more aggressive players natin on the side of Acceptance. Kakasabi ko lang, di ba, Salvi, na at most the aggression is gonna come from Ajax and that second mid position. Pero nag-overextend siya for the sake of possibly surprising itong Fervid. Pero yung magugulat pala dito is gonna be Fervid instead. Haj will be getting Ting, pero nakita pa nila na may tao sa 2F. Dre will be getting 1, will be getting 2. Nice hold galing dito kay Dre, and he's gotten himself 4 on the second floor position. Grabe talaga pag mas mataas ang posisyon. Dre with an absolute clear dito sa B-site. And Acceptance, that will wake you up 100%, pare.
Anong talino ng execute mo kung kaya kumuha ng 4 na bumudo ni Dre in flawless fashion. Grabe naman yung paghiwalay niya ng dalawang players ka doon. Silent, boxes position, di nakapasok na pala. Ginulat na lang si Silent. And now, possible follow-up now for Fervid. Rest is for the weary. Di kagad pwede mag-ceremonies dito si Dre. And he needs to make that move already. Heck, mauhuli. Naisumbong na nga. But can Ajax make the play? Di, nauhuli ng onte. Piso, gonna get the headshot. And Ajax, one hit na lang. But he's still doing it in under 28 HP. Retake scenario para ka sa side Acceptance. Pero kailangan nila mag-ingat on a possible footnote dito, no, for the side of Haj. Galing palang MR nga kanina, could get the clear in. Dito lang sa may second mid, Dre nakapasok na nga ng vents. Is this the play? 17 seconds left on the clock. Anti-lurk still on the outer position. Napakadelikado nga naman ito. Daming oras na nasasayang. Lance gets 1. 7 seconds. Sumama na nga ang isa sa mga members ng Fervid. Lance finally down. 2 seconds. Wala na ang oras. Wala na. Oh, may oras! What? They get the retake. I was convinced. 2 seconds sasabog na yun, Stiggy.
4 seconds is enough time to defuse dito, pare. And what a good cover dito kay Ting, pare. That is a very tilting L para dito sa Fervid. We need to see the replay. What just happened? What just occurred in this one? Kasi kaguluhan talaga pare. Okay, Lance, he did get this kill. Namatay dito si A7J, a very nice one. Lance dies and he insta-diffuses it pare on 4.1 seconds. The margins are thin but the wins are still going in the way dito ng Acceptance Fervid. Obviously not gonna like that pare. Nagawa na nila lahat ng tama dun sa round na yun, Salvi. Pero ayun nga, no, if the fuse is not covered dito, men, hindi yan mangyayari.
I was convinced kasi kung di ako nagkakamali pre 3 seconds nila tinik yung C4. Kalahin mo naman may oras pa yun. 4 seconds ang allowance natin dun. Acceptance, breaking the clock. Hindi lang pala si Silent yung merong oras dito, no? Buong Acceptance. Kanilang angkan. Hawak ang mundo nga ngayon. Defense mode now for Heck. Technically siya nga lang mag-isa nga dito and it will be a really late swing kung sasama pa sila Silent. And as well as Ajax now, di inuunti-unti. No util sneaky, not even a pop flash position. Now Heck. Nice detail, no? Pero pinaramdam niya lang din dito kay Di na may tao sa loob ng missile. At sasama na nga ngayon si Dracifer para ma-sure nga to. And can Heck hit the shots and D gets hit for Fervid. Now Silent, madudurog na din ng buhay dito. For the defense mode now for Acceptance, wala sila mapapala after missed shots from Silent and Heck. Lance, isang magandang boga para sa tumatalo na Ting. Di pa naman bagong taon. And now 1v4 now. It's all up to Dre. Can he get it? Naitulong niya nga kanina yung post plant na malupit para sa Acceptance. And he needs to get all 4. Look at the layering, Sneaky. Napakahirap nga naman nito. Some swing lang potentially kay Lance. Pwede na nga siya mawala. And Dracifer gets the tap. Finally, a tie game na for Fervid. Grabe yung 2-stretch na yun ng Acceptance. Kinansela lang lahat ng Fervid.
Yun nga, men. And at the same time, USP para suitable dito pare. And Fervid now trusting yung kanilang executes a whole lot more, especially pagdating ng A-site natin. And it's a very good distraction. But at the same time, maganda yung ginawa dito ni A7J no, na pag-cut off dito ng mga players or at least pag-cut off ng rotation no, dito sa may second lane as yung Acceptance ay to rely upon those very smooth rotations para makakuha sila ng woods, para makakuha sila ng CR. Pero A7J just providing that disruption, disrupting the whole rhythm ng Acceptance nga dito pare. So 7-7. Fervid now neck and neck dito sa ating laruan on sub-base. That was a very convincing round. Para nga dito sa Fervid pare na yun nga yung kanilang execute is at least working on their side. And Team Acceptance, instantly, nag-iba sila ng setup dito sa Alvin. Nilagay na nila dito si Silent on the bottom A position. Si Heck na dito na sa CR, probably to try and keep control dito sa may vent side natin, pare.
Lang problema kasi Sneaks, there hasn't any been Vents player, no? Not a lot of presence para sa side ng Fervid para magpatao pa nga sila doon. Pero okay na nga rin na nilalaro nga ito ni Heck for the CR position. Crossfire incoming pero
Pinig siya.
yung unang may spatan dito si Heck and Lance. Amazing entry, opens it up. Ajax now swinging to be testing. Baka sakaling makadiskarte for that 1-for-1. Pero hindi na nga pre. All cancelled now for Fervid. Good pick and a backwards maneuver na mala Team Liquid lang.
Yun nga, now Hadj at itong si A7J anticipating na may play na mangyayari dito sa LR pare. Pero si Dre, hindi siya gagalaw. It doesn't really have to realistically. Meron siyang M14 EDR perfect for this position. Never mind, that's a HK417. Kanta sana ng flash, kaso namatay agad. Good holds. Galing dito kay Dre so far dito sa laruan natin. A7J finally getting him down. Dracifer nakita na si Ajax and Launch spotting the lurking Silent and Fervid. Okay men, back in control dito sa laruan natin. Tamang pick off lang sa second mid. Ikot tayo papuntang LR and then we take over from there.
Yeah, by now there should be a timeout now for Acceptance after like what? How many rounds na napadaan nga lang talaga sila Lance. And amazing plays now for Dracifer in the mid-round. Really costed Acceptance a lot of maneuvers and confidence. Na hindi na nga nag-i-snowball at nagmamaterialize ngayon, Sneaky, no? Very good round for Fervid. Bait and switch for Hadj and A7J. Pero si Heck nahuli, I believe.
Nalig pa nga.
Braso lang ata yung tumama dito kay Heck. But still, no? Effective here. Sa TRG ba naman?
Yeah.
Wala namang mawawala, wala magbabago. Acceptance can still win. Force that 8-8. Pero Fervid inching closer for that match point. Yung ngayon hinahanap nga natin, wala nga sa kanila. And there is a possibility that Lance might be able to do it. Napakabilis nga naman nun. For Lance, Silent testing. Nakaltukan pa si D. Kasi nangihiram na ako ng Arctic dito kay
Ay,
Lance
ganun.
and he definitely did. Napakasaklap doon.
Di alam ni Lance yung ano no, yung Xiao lineup para dun sa spot na yun. Yung parang may lilinya ka pang certain dot or certain linya dito sa may woods and then the crosshair somehow ends up perfectly kung saan nakatayo dito si Silent, but you know, kid is young, he will be learning eventually pare. So, what is gonna be the course of action para dito sa FERVID? F it man, let's go second mid. And let us try to see if we can take out the TC8X or Ting in this situation. Tracifer with the USP, left, right, and center ang kanyang hawak dito. 8X going down, Ting as well. Silent, nag-hold pa rin dito sa luwag. Good! Double kill para sa kanya. Pero meron pa rin problema dito, man. He is now surrounded by the players of FERVID. Had is taking his sweet time, maybe a bit too long para patayin itong si Silent. 2 versus 2, somehow, some way, despite FERVID. Surrounding itong site natin pare, nahirapan pa silang kumuha ng control dito. Heck, now in position to disrupt this entire thing. A7J has to be careful about his foot. Meron na paparating galing dito sa vents. Double flash from the CR side and they're gonna expect na halos lahat ng players manggagaling nga dito sa Sike. Pero A7J not thwarted by the possibility. Dre spotted. Double spray para kay A7J. Ang ganda ng hold ni Silent pero mas maganda ang hold dito ni A7J pare.
Good play for A7J, no? Parang kita mo talaga na FERVID now relying on execution. No longer are they playing on time. They want that kind of presence pero napakaaga nga naman para gawin to. FERVID, nagseseremonyas kagad kayo. Ito na ba yung play na yun? Rekta MR. Rekta sa puso naman ang Acceptance. Lance na with a kill. Ting, huge trade to force that double kill. A7J. Nakalampas na nga ngayon ng Shatter. Possible sandwich maneuver dito no? Kung sasalubungin nga nila si Heck. Nandun nga yung C4 sa loob ng B pero parang gusto na nila ata nila sugurin dito si Heck. Now, makakapasok na nga pero hindi na clear ang corner and FERVID. What an amazing presence on the second half as they take sa base ng Acceptance. 10-7 FERVID. Finally, revenges themselves.
Yun nga, man. And FERVID, in all honesty, no, parang tama kayo sinabi ko, no, Salvatore. At least about yung series nila dito sa group stage, pag itong Acceptance, no, pakiramdam ko, FERVID, that really wasn't the FERVID na hinahanap nila dito sa mapa na to. That really wasn't the FERVID that was fully prepared for a team like Team Acceptance. Pero nakita na natin sa last few times, or at least last few rounds, para dito sa FERVID, no, na-figure out nila na, okay, we just need one really good entry or one really good distraction para may pan-trade dito si D, and we can now fully take over yung site. That is where Acceptance is quite vulnerable, no? Pagdating sa labanan natin, pare, pag may burst na nangyayari at hindi nila na-anticipate yun. But at the same time, better cut-offs, man. Galing dito kay Lance at kay A7J 100% kasi kung hindi nila nagawa yung usual cut-off dito sa mapa, no? Kung naa-allow itong Acceptance na dumaan lang ng second mid papunta dito sa CR at pabalik nga dito na Shatter, pare, the defense will be quite hard to go through. So FERVID learning their lesson dito sa ating group stage, pare, and it is very nice to see them evolving, no? Kasi ayun nga, that last sub-base loss was very embarrassing, kumbaga, para sa kanila, pare.
Masyado masaklap nga yun for FERVID and like you said kanina sa discussion, Sneaky, on the foreheads, na kinakailangan talaga natin ng isang approach dito for FERVID that will counteract itong presence ni Silent during his lurk role ng pagbibiel nga dito ng Acceptance. And they really sent the right members siguro para atakin nga si Silent. Was Tracifer and D, and it was very effective. Nahabol naman talaga ng FERVID, and when they found the solution, talagang hindi na nga nila tinaluran nga to, no? Pure aggression ang nakita natin for FERVID and Acceptance, as much as we would really love to give them any innovation sa kanilang pinapakita, no? Pero man, yung second half na yun, di tayo naging consistent and FERVID really saw the opening. So that is it for sub-base. May bawi nga ba tayong potentially na makikita to tie the series 1-1, EWC aspirations on the line, pero may mas maraming masasabi pa ang ating panel dyan. Mochi and El, what will you say about that?
Maraming salamat, Salvatore, and as well as Niggy Frog para dito, no, sa ating unang mapa. And boy, oh boy, that could have been a totga para dito, no, for Team Acceptance in order to set up the pace, no, para sa kanila dito for the entire duration of the best of 5. But unfortunately, FERVID has been able to power through the remaining rounds na meron tayo dito, no. Parang naalala ata nila kung sino sila.
I mean, it's more than that, no, Mochi. I would like to say now, sure, FERVID, they did rethink themselves into their original identity, pero it's more so dito sa Acceptance, no. What is the difference from the sub-base ng Acceptance versus FERVID sa group stage and from today? not much. That's why there was a slight pause from me, no? And I feel like the setup and then execute, setup and then execute idea was well executed naman. Sadyang Fervid already knew that that was going to happen. Yes, nakita natin, nagkaroon ng 3-1 lead dito ang ating acceptance team. Timeout Fervid, 3-3, ending Fervid 5-4. And as much as dikit yung laban, no? And the side switch, pag si A7J na pinag-call mo sa BL side, well, yun na lang yung masasabi ko dito sa ating team acceptance. Well, talagang alam mo pang pwede gawin natin. Parang yun yung expression dito ng mga players sa acceptance. Parang hindi nila mahanap yung extra piece kasi I feel like they've been practicing, Mochi, what they did dito sa ating group stage. Like, okay, let's just rehearse, no? Let's just rehearse kung ano yung ginawa natin. Pero, hindi sila nagdagdag ng bago moves. Wala tayong nakitang choreography dito na bago for the side of acceptance in their defense, and I feel like that is the problem dito, no? Fervid, they tried to rethink their identity and add some more on top of that while acceptance stayed the same, and I feel like if you're not going to evolve in this playoffs, you will lose, and acceptance just got the first part of the lesson dito sa base.
And actually, I feel like that is also a really good point you brought up, though. The fact that they should be able to offer more than what they did before. And unfortunately here for Team Acceptance, it seems like medyo kinapos nga tayo, no, in that department. Pero tignan nga natin kung ano nga ba ang ating resulta dito sa ating set summary. Kasi honestly, when it comes down to the performance dito ni Dre, I really liked it. The moment that they got into this map, alongside with Silent, no, perfect ang kanilang naging performance. But unfortunately, FERVID already found a way in order to actually dismantle Team Acceptance, no? Dahil parang naging malaking sakit ng ulo ito ni Ajax and as well as ni Heck. But here for FERVID, it seems like their operations were all stable, no? Kumbaga lahat ng kulay natin dito green sa go signal and taking that 10-7 sa ating status. Pero sino nga ba ang ating set summary? I feel like we already have quite of an idea, no? Sinong ating MVP? It is gonna be D. With a 1.31 KD, no, 91.60% na rating at 82% na headshot per kill. Walang kupas. And if you put this kid in the map of sub-base expecting that he won't pop off, you are awfully wrong.
Same, no? Kapag nilagay mo si D sa sub-base, hindi na yan maging sub-base na maging sub-division na yan. So, sobrang galing ni D maglaro. He's going to put that place is his landmark talaga, no? And going back to the watch point, to the talking point natin, no, before we had our game start, no? Headshot machine versus headshot machine. D got the first hand dito of victory. Eh makita mo nga naman sa stat line niya. Kanina sinabi ko 0.72 lang yung average niya. He added 10 points to that, 0.82, and without D, without his headshots, without his one kill na guaranteed per round, I don't feel like FERVID would still win this one, no? Kasi dumidikit dito yung ating acceptance. The problem lang there was, yun nga, sinabi ko nga kanina, RNG, no? Yung RNG dito ni acceptance is for 0 to 100. Meanwhile, si FERVID is 70 to 90. So, very, very malalim yung hugutin dito ni acceptance. If they want to win, nakita natin si Heck hindi nag-perform, no? Si Dre yung bumubuhat. So, paano naman siguro sa ibang mapa? Si Heck naman ba yung bubuhat? Si Dre naman ba yung offline? Tapos, poproblemahin mo pa, si D, mapon pa lang, online na. Walang off button yan. Si D, hindi mo yan tanggalan sa saksa. Hindi mo siya pwede tanggalin sa saksakan. Online yan magdamag. And I feel like that's going to be a very big problem dito sa acceptance. They really need to get going, and this slap to the face better wake them up.
Yeah, hopefully that we will be able to see them na makabawi dito sa ating susunod na mapa. Again, ladies and gentlemen, ang ating susunod na mapa will be in the map of port. Kaya, I guess it's about time, no? Team Acceptance, makakabawi nga ba sila? Or will FERVID be able to use this map as gasoline, no? Para maipanalo ang mapa ng port. Malalaman natin yan mamaya pagkabalik after a quick short break. Hindi ko alam kung naispatan siya ni KLB doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo sa flick of the wrist. Nakabultukan niya.
Be careful, but he gets the shot.
Uy, grabe!
Saving play pa. Tuguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one. And also two huge.
Nakaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa raw tapos yun. Lahat ng aksyon, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing Prevalence Race here dito sa house.
Ano doon, no? Flash grenade. PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KLP.
And it is just the start of our afternoon, pero nandito na tayo ngayon at nagbabalik sa laban ng FERVID against Team Acceptance. We're in earlier on. If you missed it, sa ating mapa ng sub-base, it's been quite of a really close map, pero si FERVID pa rin ang maaaring nakapagpanalo noon with the 10-7. Pero this time, sa mapa ng port naman tayo ngayon, El.
Exactly, no, Mochi. And Port, sabihin na lang natin, these teams are tenured as to speak of, no, in Port. I would say so even more for Acceptance because they played this map 6 times. But they only won a third of those maps. So they only won 2 out of 6. Pero nonetheless, they are still very, very good. No, FERVID, on the other hand, they only played it 3 times. They only won once. And I quite remember that Matt just lost, no, dito sa FERVID na kung saan sinagasaan sila ng matches. Lalo na ni Vincent, 4, 5, wherever they went, they did, no, and they won. And I feel like if you are to compare matches to Acceptance, the only difference is Acceptance, hindi sila ganun kabilis pero they still do the same tricks, no. So medyo alanganin pa rin si FERVID dito, and I feel like that win probability does this justice, no, for Acceptance, knowing na yes, we have played more maps, yes, we might have the same map win rate, pero then again, we played more maps, no. And looking at the side the win rates dito ng mga koponan natin, the BL side for Acceptance, I feel like they already found a solution to that, even if 38% lang yung win rate, Mochi. Malalaman mo na ang Acceptance sobrang bagal, no. Talagang bukas pa sila mag-i-start. Kung yung round nag-start ngayon, bukas pa sila mag-i-execute dito sa BL side nila. Pero I feel like they found a solution doon. Yun yung pinakamalaking weakness na Acceptance. Pero ang tanong ko, can FERVID counter that or can FERVID not counter that? No? Maybe FERVID kailangan pa nila ng onting warm up even if they want sub-base because Port is a whole new map. And tatandaan mo, Mochi, si Haj, he's just new to the team. Not really new, pero bago pa lang siya dito sa system ng FERVID in terms of playing, and he hasn't touched Port yet. So, ano pa kayo pwede pakita nila, no?
Yeah, that is true. And I wonder if Team Acceptance would be able to mix things up, especially when it comes to the pacing, no? Ikaw na rin nagsabi, there are some moments wherein sila ay masyadong mabagal sa kanilang mga galawan. But if they would be able to actually balance this out and catch itong opposition from FERVID off guard, knowing that they're still trying to stabilize their system, I feel like there might be a greater chance dito, no, sa ating mapa ng Port. Pero mukhang preparado na ang ating entablado. Sino naman kaya ang mananalo dito sa mapa ng Port? Malalaman natin yan kaya pasan natin sa kanila. Salvatore and Sneaky Frog, take it away.
Salamat Mochi and El for the amazing breakdown. No, kita mo nga naman talaga yung breakdown, no, Sneaky. There's going to be a bit of a gap, no, in terms of Port between these two teams, no. Pero less on the numbers, no, Sneaky. Siguro, let's look it on paper na lang. No? So, unang tingin, there is a respectable presence naman for Acceptance dito sa loob ng Port. But FERVID, man, A7J, Dracifer, all of which were starting Port bago pa nga ito maging meta this year of 2026. Anything that you'd like to add about that? No? Kasi considering na FERVID is now pulling all the stops to make this a very good sweep.
Ayun nga, I feel like Port very early on dito sa veto natin really does make sense para ka dito sa FERVID as it is one of their, less played maps. Yung kumbaga hindi nila yung Port is not the place na una nilang pupuntahan pagdating sa mga best of 3 vetoes natin. And I feel like the idea was para dito sa FERVID to kind of get your, bad maps out of the way first and then you go into dito sa ating malalakas na maps which is those last 3 na nakita ka natin dito sa veto. Pero I am a bit worried para dito sa Team Acceptance, not gonna lie, Salvi, kasi nakita naman natin yung nangyari dito sa last game. Medyo mainit na rin si Lance sa kanyang sniper, and granted na BL start itong FERVID, no? I feel like they have definitely done some studying pagdating dito sa BL side na mapa ng port. You know, maybe have watched some of those VP games na kaya nilang lumaban pagdating nga dito sa BL side na mapa despite having a heavy disadvantage. Pero at the same time, this is also opportunity para dito kay Heck na makabalik dito sa series natin, no? There was a fair few misses na very uncharacteristic para sa kanya, pare. And I feel like in a map like Port, maybe he can be a lot more stable, no, considering he's gonna be probably watching top A or itong mid side natin and gonna be holding a lot more pagdating sa mga angles. Pero para sa team Acceptance, no, they really have to get that early start going dito sa mapa natin and kind of force that early timeout as well galing dito sa FERVID, no? Similar sa nakita natin kanina. Kasi, at that point, medyo close pa naman yung laruan natin dito, and if wala nang pang-adjust itong FERVID, pwede pa yan, pare.
Let's see, no? Malalaman na nga natin yan maya-maya, and I believe we'll be starting port
official
soon, no? Acceptance and FERVID. Set number 2, pakinom na natin.
Ilang Katil.
Okay, made it. Bumaba natin.
Let's go. Flash.
Sudrit.
Diretso lang daw, pre. Diretso lang. Walang pipigils dito sa kanila, no? Di usong break fluid para dito kay Angelito. A7J. Ikaw talaga nag-drawing nung round 1 play na yun, pre. Halatang halata.
Grabe, tignan mo naman yung mukha ni Angelito dun, men. Emotionless. Cold stone killer dito sa ating mapa, pare. Pero, teka lang, Acceptance. This is the most forward I've seen you sa mga ibang port games, pare. And that is actually surprising na Ajax would be going for that big of an opening. Feeling ko Team Acceptance, nararamdaman nila yung vibe ng series natin sa Alvi na pag nag-usual default sila dito, pare, dun sila matatalo. So they're trying to see if they can fight them right at the entrance, pare. And unfortunately, mukhang alam yan ng FERVID, pare.
Can we confidently say, no, na ang port din ng Acceptance, despite it being respectable, can also be that flawed talaga. Maalala mo, Veteran was able to take a couple of rounds, honestly, no, pushing it 10-6, which was very convincing na makukuha na talaga ng Veteran yung mapang yun, no. Acceptance, despite them having very good raw aim, in order for them to save themselves from amazing execution, wala talaga silang masasandalan, no, Sneaky. And with that play pa lang ng FERVID, yun pa lang yung masasabi kong baseline, standard. Meron kang dapat rush na magiging effective doon sa kalaban, lalo't kung may magandang kang layer ng util. Good flash doon sa may B-sign, isang magandang smoke at pabulag din para doon sa mga nakatayo ng platform. That was very good, no, for FERVID. Pero now, Acceptance has to read this perfectly para makuha ka nila yung depensa.
Yun nga, no? And pakiramdam ko, Ajax will be playing yung kind of ally na first pick kind of role para dito sa Acceptance, as he does do a great job, no, of kind of forcing those openings para sa kanyang team. Pero Team Acceptance, it's doubling up itong B-site natin. And actually more worried about itong bottom bridge natin, which is very valid, no? Pwedeng mabukas bigla ang ating mapa dahil nga dito. But what is gonna be the game plan para sa FERVID? It is looking like a B-split. Merong tatakbo dito sa ilalim ng ating bridge. Acceptance looking ready and waiting para sa exact plano nito, pare. Pero yung problema, sa curve sila lahat dumaan. Silent, it took him a bit to get that first kill. D getting that instant tray. Nandito na si Hadges. Instant check kung nasan si Dre. And D will be fighting fully. Of course, you're the headshot machine. Bakit ka naman magbabak? And that will be another round para sa FERVID.
Di uso ang S, Sneaky. W lang. Grabe, no, Hadge. Perfect timing para lusubin na nga dito ang LB and let D do his own thing. Pero teka lang, hindi lang LB ang kaya nga nila atakihin. Ito ring LA. Busin din ng FERVID. What call na naman for FERVID to make this a game. Talagang walang oras sa Acceptance makapag-react at basahin ang nangyayari sa pagbumuka nga nila. Ajax left all alone. Papasok ng bodega pero dyan kay Sisi. Lady Hadge. FERVID 3-0. Ilang minuto pa lang.
I think they were just intending, no, na kunin itong top 8 player natin sa Alvi, pero just so happens na that is where the majority of the players of Acceptance are as well. And Ting tagged up at the start of the round. Grabe naman yung wallbang na yan, papuntang A-sign, pare. Pero this is just coincidence at this point. 5 LA para dito sa FERVID. They've gotten more than 2. That's happening A7J. Tara, forward na lang natin to. Why not? Pakulang na sila dito. And FERVID with a great start on PL side, pare. PL side.
Usually, pre, yung mga nakikita mong gantong pacing, sa alam mo na eh. Like, alam mo talaga kung ano pinaglalaban nga nila eh. Edge now, getting Dre. This is what I've been talking about though, Sneaky. Akala ko sa sub-base lang siya magiging effective kasi as a map, very punishing like Port. Talagang Fervid na mismo yung bumabaliktad, no? PL. Ang simula ng Fervid. Sila dapat yung dihado nga dito. At nagmumukha pa nga silang Yamado dito. Heck, sumala. And this is the second shot na kung nga naman. The bad case of Heck sa loob nga ng Port. Natatamasa na nga ngayon ng Acceptance. Now, on the counter alert position now, Lance, BR, Ajax, inuunti-unti. Di ba kabuelo kasi pa nag-swing ka, yari ka sa skopa ni Lance. 34 seconds lefting. Left all alone. Tanggapin mo na lang, pre. Isabuhay mo ang pangalan ng team mo. Tanggap lang, Acceptance. Papasok kayo ng Port na dehadong-dehado.
And at the same time, parang finally, nakita na natin yung Fervid na matagal na nating inaantay. The no holds barred kind of push galing sa kanila, pare. And the snowball kind of fight that we do see from their side. Taking the last one left alive. Makikita niya pa dito si T. But at the same time, you are miles away from the C4, but Acceptance is just using the rest of the time para kausapin ang kanilang mga kakampi dito, pare. Pero okay, Ting has saved himself one less death on the KD, pare. But at the same time, mapapa-time out ka talaga, men, kung ikaw yung Acceptance dito kasi hindi nyo talaga ma-handle ang buhos ng Fervid dito, pare. The CA Flash as well making an appearance dito sa ating map. And imposible naman para mo, I actually counted like 3 or 4 teams that don't use itong CA Flash natin, pare. And Fervid is not one of those teams. Imposible naman kasi si A7J nagturo sa akin nun. So Acceptance, having to figure it out, pare. Ano bang gagawin natin dito? Mag-aggression ba tayo dito sa Z? Do we have to go na labanan dito yung LP? Or kailangan ba natin labanan dito yung yung LA, pare? There's a lot of decisions to make. Kasi na-anticipate mo na magmamassive yung Fervid either dito sa LB mid or CA, pare. So, decisions to make para sa Acceptance on what to prioritize sa mapa natin, pare.
Alam pre, bago kayo breakdown yung sinabi mo, huge shoutout nga pala. No, we have a celebrity in the room, boss. Spitz, shoutout nga pala sa'yo, no?
Yun.
At napadaan nga siya sa ating stream.
Magaling
Bossing,
magkas yan.
isang mirror shot nga naman dyan para sa amin. Para sa amin lang naman, no? Isang mirror shot lang din. Para malupit, no? Boss Spitz, maraming salamat sa panonood. Going back to your points, Niggy. Yes, Acceptance might be a team that has good reads, pero tila, no, Sneak, bumabaliktad na ata yung naratibo natin, no? As Acceptance with an execute-filled handbook na ginamit nga nila sa loob ng subbase kanina, parang tila Fervid kinuha yung librong yun, ginamit na against Acceptance. And that detail from LB to LA rush na ipuntirya kagad ng Fervid at the start of the first 3 rounds, that has to hurt para sa Acceptance, so confidence-wise. Kasi clearly, hindi sila preparado mentally sa atake na yun. Pangalawa, is it really the optimal setup na magpadala ng 2 lang sa top A? Usually, may tao sa bodega, may tumitingin na exit, no? May nakahawak lang ng ladder, di ba? Like, nothing really much going on for Acceptance. Or is it, no? Fervid kasi mismo yung nagdidikta ng pace, eh. Now, really an early game presence para sa side ng Acceptance kasi di naman nila kailangan. They're playing GR. And when you're GR, you're already handed the best spot in the map. Yun yung pinakamalakas, eh. Hindi mo kailangan gumalaw. Pwede kang bomba ng top A, pero may garantisadong trade pag naninto mo yung sarili mo pa CA, di ba? And then again, hindi yun pinagbibigyan ng Fervid. They literally putting Acceptance in the chair na kailangan mo talagang sumubok para makalapit nga sa amin. Amazing entries from Fervid on both LA and LB. And I feel like Acceptance, kung hindi ngayon, pre, hindi ko alam. Kasi kailangan na lang sabayan ngayon tong Fervid sa galit ka nila, no? Pero then again, yung mga angles kasi ng GR dito sa Port Sneaks medyo malaason din, eh, no? Mas may advantage pa paminsan-minsan yung mga BL, kaya kailangan mo talaga magdaro ng depensa. But hey, no? Acceptance, may diskarte naman yung mga yan.
Yun nga, men. Kumbaga, itong Fervid at Acceptance, they're in a fist fight, pare. And then, sumuntok yung Fervid at nagulat silang na-knockout agad itong Acceptance. And they do not realize their own power in this situation. Na the fact na a lot of these very basic takes are kind of working, no, para ka sa kanila dito. And looking at the live screen, actually, naka-sniper na dito si Heck on the B side. So nakita na natin siyang nag-A, nag-mid, ngayon nasa B na siya, pare. And if Fervid can discover early na naan dito si Heck sa B side, baka di na lang ako magugulat, pare. Bigla na lang silang tatakbo papuntang A and even take some CA control in the process. So a lot more passive pero a lot more focused itong Acceptance na i-keep yung Z control instead of CA, pare.
Imagine pre, no? Makita nga nila si Heck. May pang smoke sila sa B-side. Cancel lahat ng rotations ng Acceptance and they go for A instead. I don't see them doing that. Siguro, sa kalidad pa nga ng firm, baka labanan pa nga nila si Heck na nagro-rotate papuntang exit eh. Who knows? Pero kailangan na lang mag-ingat dito. There's technically a crossfire mula kay Ajax at kay Dre. Yung mga tao rin sa Z, it's not really a safe spot para umarangkada dito ng mid ang Fervid. Luckily na lang. May nagpa-cross sa may CA. Lons getting Dre. Grabe naman tong timing na to, Fervid. What kind of first half are we seeing from this team? It's just that amazing. Para nga sa Fervid. Now, silent. Inuunti-unti yung LB. Magpapailaw siya ng court. Unti na lang. Unting space na lang, pre. May mangyayari nga barangay gathering dito. Pero yun lang, pinatayan ng ilaw si Silent sa court. And D manages to get the lurk of Acceptance. Heck, may pagsapalaran. Going in for the crouch pick. Ayun lang, nagkasalisihan sila dito. Sneaks, D, makakatakas pa nga. And there's still a lot of utilities and as well as assets ang Fervid para magamit nila for the LA entry.
Pero men, napakaaga na ng rotation dito ng Acceptance. Ajax spotted on the top A position. Nakaltukan na nga siya dito. 1 HP thing here for the recover para sa kanyang teammate. A7J though, nandito na sa top A. D will be falling as well. Dahil nga dito kay Heck, A7J has to get thing out of his position. Drop shot galing dito kay A7J. For some reason, Lons is still in the B site. But he has one mission, which is to kill the other sniper, pare. Fervid once again, another point collected para sa kanila, pare. And Team Acceptance, wrong decision, men. Nag-focus sa Z. Pero naging breakpoint dun, Salvi. Yung two-man swing dito sa mid, eh. Parang hindi nila namalayan na nandun pala sa left si Lons.
Pero it's as if we're just watching a different ball game na Acceptance. No? Parang di yata Acceptance na nakikita natin sa loob ng port. Parang palitan mo yung dalawang letter dyan. Lagay mo yung V, lagay mo yung R. Parang there's not really much of like an offense dito for Acceptance. Just that feels weird. Na talagang dinadaan na lang sa Fervid ng barilan eh. No? And there should be some advantages for Acceptance pero di talaga nila ginagamit. Pagtaka nga naman talaga. Now potential 6-0 in the mix now for Fervid. Heck, sumasala na nga. Couldn't get the second. Nako naman, pre, that's all you need to see. Sneaky, kung ano ang kalagayan ng Acceptance ngayon. Miss shot after miss shot. Fervid in full control.
Yun nga, no, this was the expectation, at least back in group stage na mangyayari dito sa series natin. No? This was supposed to be what Fervid versus Acceptance looked like in those best of threes. Pero ngayon, Fervid, ngayon pa lang sila nag-evolve pare, and probably it is the arrival of Hatches as well na nagkaroon ng massive improvement ang form dito ng Fervid and also their confidence at the same time. And alam naman natin yan, Salvi, we know too damn well, especially these 5 sets of players, mabigyan mo lang talaga sila ng confidence pare, hindi sila titigil sa pagpindot ng W. And Ajax, wala nang choice pin, magpapahanap na lang siya dito. And at the same time, yun nga men, Fervid winning every step of the way dito sa mapa natin. Grabe. It kinda just feels like
Grabe.
it kinda feels like one of those games na makikita mo yung Fervid up against a team that is, you know, ranked 8 or 9th, pare.
My God, pre. I'm still speechless na it's the playoffs pero Acceptance is turned off.
It's the cap.
Wala na talaga for Acceptance at esports na may angkara pa naman. Heck, finally may panimula dito na pwedeng ang masimulan na Acceptance na palayabin nga to ng tuloy-tuloy. Least some presence lang sa may LB, okay na nga yun, pero pisa na nga lang din ngayon si Heck. That's already information na with the nades na binato ng Acceptance, may stock dito sa B. At least dalawa eh, no? So, pwedeng hindi si Heck. Pwedeng si Heck na sumama. Lot of theory crafting na nga ngayon para sa Acceptance na sipin na lang, pre, could we play for retake? Let's play for picks. Piso naman ngayon si Heck, walang mawawala. 4v4 pa rin naman to. Siguro nagsascramble na yung utak na itong Acceptance, but they still have the advantage para laruin yung retake na maayos, Nix.
Magugulat kami, may papasok na camera sa tenga ni A7J dito. May nakikita kang tubintibok na utak. Gumagana na yan para dito kay A7J. Kaya na ba mag-brain blast dito, pare? Pero Dre, on the exit side, A-sign ang kanyang pakay na angle dito. Pero tignan mo naman si Lon, sinupuan at pinoga.
my God.
Dito si Dre. And syempre, in classic Fervid fashion, U-turn muna tayo pabalik dito ng Z. At antayin natin yung kill cam. Unless hindi na nila aantayin yung kill cam dito. Para tignan mo naman ang ating B-side, Godbox. And the bottom of site actually hagdan para dito kay Heck, who's already on 1 HP. And the passes in. Ting, nakatayo na ka dito sa Godbox. Not the best decision.
Okay.
HE, papunta kay Heck. Hindi sa sumabog. Sasabog sa eventually. Nakuha niya pa dito si Dracifer gamit ang kanya no scope pero silent. Ajax still on to spawn side. Kaya pa ba nila pumasok dito, pare? Daming low. Napakadaming low! Pero A7J!
Oh my
Angelito survives the onslaught of bullets. Tamang yung ulang. And that is a 7-0 para sa Fervid.
Kaya may anghel sa pangalan. 6 siya yung sasalba doon sa Forbid. Nag-activate na si Silent, nagpo-proc na yung passive niya eh.
Hello,
Double na
yan yung
yun.
sinasabi ko,
Naging
Sandy.
bato pa in Lance. Welcome back. Ilang linggo ka namin hinahanap, pre. Sa laban ng atras at ng Virtus Pro, ngayon ka lang nagpakita sa playoffs, no? Buti naman talaga. Ay nako, Dracifer.
Dre, tama na yan, Dre. Dre, respect your elders.
Dre, tama na pre. Shadow ka
Respect
ng
your
malakas
elders,
pre.
pare.
Kitang-kita
Respect
sa
your elders.
camera. No? Wala man lang, excuse me, pwede bang barilin yung katawan mo? Binaril mo ka agad eh, no? Ajax. Good pick dito kay A7J. Yun na ating karma eh, no? Tapos si Lita pa, yun natamasa dito. Now, Fervid, 4v3. CA o A? CA o A side? Feel like A side na ata yung pasok na lo.
Uy, pero Lance? Sino kaya magkakaspatan dito, pare? Dracifer
Ano nakalampas
on the
to?
top side. Dre, naka-TRG. Quick scope lang ang puhunan dito sa B-site. Lance will be going down. Dracifer will be getting ting at the same time. Dre, buhay na buhay pa. Mayroon lumilipad na T. Walang bala! Sakto! Para dito kay T. Pulls out the HK at the right time. Ajax na lang natitira pero rinig na nga siya dito sa HB. Di sa sala una. Dracifer on the Godbox side. Ajax, do you have the pre-fire? Do you have the pre-aim? USP, napakalakas pero mas malakas ang HK dito ni D. 8-0 Fervid. Full domination support, pare. I was looking at the statistics na baka maging equal pa yung labanan natin sa Alvi pero mukhang hindi.
Thanks. Kung ano man yung timeout na tinawag ni Nice Katal kanina sa Subways, feeling ko nagkatapult yun dito eh. Kasi kung ano yung galit na nakita natin kay A7J, parehas yung MR. Ganun din yung attitude para kunin ng LA
Oh my
ngayon.
God.
Ting now dying. Ajax trying to delay as possible para makatulong si Dre. Ajax now sa magandang boost. Pero naging 3v3 pa nga. DP so maraming kulat na sinalo dito na side ng Fervid. Pero ang bilis kong kumilos so sobrang lakas ng Fervid na presensya dun sa may LA. Pre, nabilang nga nila kung ilan yung pupunta ng LA. Now, post plant incoming. D21 nakahuli pa rin ng isa. Ajax with a bit of an awkward position. Dre gusto nga manlason. Nakitang may nagko-cross.
What
Kitang-kita
are
ang
we
ulo.
doing?
Di ba't mo nilaban? Pero respect with 21 HP. Silent with the clear and finally kahit papano makakatantos ang acceptance. But at what cost? 8-1.5. My God, Fervid, what a BL side.
Yeah, but at the same time, that last round could have gone either way. No, dito sa Alvi, honestly, kung natamaan ni D ang kanyang unrealistic na challenge dito sa court, this could have been something done about it. Pero, acceptance, sigh of relief para sa kanila na nakuha nila tong last round. It gotten a bit pobby, no? Dito sa ating last round dito sa Alvi na meron ng 3 na dito sa LA, meron ng 3 na papunta ka dito sa B-site. And buti na lang hindi tumama si Lance dito sa baba ng BR, pare. Naka-rotate pa or naka-distract pa dito si Ajax kahit papano. And Fervid, in hell of a lead to have. And it would be a hell of a lead to choke favor nga mangyari, pare. So they better close it out now before uminit pa dito yung acceptance.
Well, how will they be able to do that, no, Sneaky? GR ng Fervid? Definitely something na feeling ko maganda naman yung pasok. Problema ka lang dito, no? Is Acceptance could really be that team na late kung pumasok sa series. Probably on the second half, no? Mag-activate si Dre. Pero it's all hypothetical talaga eh. Kung pagpapasihin natin sa mga real-life events na nakita natin sa first half, it's not really a world na pwede nating makita si Dre na mag-activate nga talaga, ting good responses, Ajax tumatama, and heck, sana talaga tumama ka dito sa second half kasi kinakailangan ng mga kakampi mo. Pero men, oh men, no? Kung may hinahanap ka, Sneaks, na isang magandang ebidensya na kung gumagana nga ba yung mga rush sa LA at LB ng port, ito yung papakita kong laro. Kasi hindi dapat nangyayari yun eh. Hindi dapat hinahayaan na Acceptance na magawa yun ng kalaban nga nila. But it happened. Not just one, not just two. Multiple locations yun.
Ay.
Hindi, sniper ka doy.
Natukan ko.
House, sa house.
Natukan ko.
Ay, lilisi. Anong tuip dong ba?
Kantiri aja, mo pala jalan.
Ubam ng tuip dong.
Wala ko.
2-minute pick ko na kami guys ha.
Ay. No, pa Salvi, din ako pag 0-5 ako sa rank.
Oh,
Tumatawa
pre.
na lang ako, pare. Tatawa na lang ako. Kasi at this point,
Onting reklamo, onting kamot.
ano ba yan? And then you hard push isang round and then you just die and then you flame your team. As is the usual nga dito sa rank match natin, pare. Pero wala tayo sa rank match. Dito tayo sa playoffs in map number 2. FERVID. Yun nga, no, 2 mistakes galing sa Acceptance. They are gonna be winning itong map number 2 natin. And especially in the context of best of 5 Salvi, napakalaking lead ang 2-0, men.
I know, pre. To quote the 5 stages of grief, denial. Dinenay ng FERVID ang sub-base. Pangalawa, anger. Galit na galit. Acceptance sa mga nakikita nga nila. O baka kinatutuwa pa nila. Yung mga nakita nga natin sa player cams na mga nakangiti kaliwat kanan. Pero FERVID galit na galit. Sila baka mismo yung anger na dito, no? Tingnan mo naman. 8-1? BL side? Bigla na kang sabihin na 8-1 mo yung kalaban sa BL. Haj, what a pop flash! D and Haj now getting kills for themselves. Dracifer makakuha nga ng isa na Acceptance. Hindi pa tayo maabot ng 5 games pero tinatanggap nyo na. FERVID 9-1. Match point na agad tayo.
And then nga, Team Acceptance, it seems like they've gotten the clue na Port is not really their map to play. Port is not really the map to go. Tignan mo naman ang Acceptance train lang. Papunta dito sa B-side! At collateral headshot! Gamit ang USP ni Silent. Teka lang. At least, right before the defeat, they are gonna make it look cool. Silent turning around, dodging the shot in time. Quick scope galing dito kay Lons. And it will be the end of that flurry of frags para sa kanya, pare. But still, B-side in the hands dito ng Acceptance, pero mantitrip pa yata sila, pare. Tignan mo naman kung sino na yung papunta dito sa A. Dracifer, gusto niyang likuran yung dalawang players, may 2 versus 2 pa yata to, pero mali yung kanyang harap. He still gets Sting! And Lons sa loob ng smoke, nakuha na si Dre, pero nasa A pala tayo paparating, pare. Ajax catching Lons without a primary. 30 seconds left. USP para kay Dracifer, naspatan niya na dito si Ajax with the repick, with the better weapon. And it is just one of those rounds, Salvi, nagagana ang USP train ni Silent papuntang B.
Region lang natin merong ganun, no, Sneaks? Yung iisipin mo na lang na rektahin lang, bahala na lang na mindset. Kasi parang hindi naman ganun tsaka common sa Brazil tsaka sa CFPL eh. Pero dito lang talaga, pag sumosobra, nakakasama yan. Nakita naman natin na sumobra talaga dito si Hex. Silent, isa ka pang sumobra ka dito sa teritoryo na kinatatayuan nga ni D. How FERVID, 3 kills away from pushing it to series point nga ngayon. How Haj, nakikipagsapalaran, no? Nabintian ni Ajax. Ang mo lang na onti, kaibigan. D? Dre. Naku naman, pre. Di mo na napindot yung number 3. Talagang gusto na manalo ngayon ng FERVID. Huling-huli sa camera. Ajax sububok. Pero wala talagang napala. Ting left all alone. Binaba na yung armas. Inangat na ang puting bandera. Suko na sila. Acceptance. Accepting their fate. What a dominating port by FERVID. 2-0 na tayo sa series.
And I like this though, you know, barely any smiles galing dito sa FERVID. A7J still not knocking yung yung pwede mangyari dito sa series natin. He's still fully intent of finishing this game without any hitches para nga dito sa FERVID. What a freaking port game para dito sa FERVID, no? But at the same time, it was a whole lot of nothing burger para nga dito sa Acceptance, pare. Whether it is DR or itong BL, ang ating usapan, walang inoffer ang ating Acceptance team whatsoever. And FERVID fully just took over. I mean, it is what it is, man. Pakiramdam ko, Acceptance, their lack of experience, or at least the lack of, them picking itong port map natin, really did kind of weigh them down a lot in this game. And Pakaramdam ko they probably threw playbook out the window kasi hindi na gumagana yung playbook pa rin. Medyo nagpe-freestyle na dito yung acceptance natin. Pero, sino ba yung pinakamagaling mag-freestyle dito sa liga natin, men? Kundi si A7J when it comes to, yung more 3v3, 2v2 kind of strat. Siguro si Kellar, no? Pwede ka natin ilagay dyan sa number 1. Pero A7J is a very close second or third. So, ayun nga, Fervid full handle dito sa ating fourth map and it doesn't really feel that good para sa kanila, Salvi, especially knowing Ankara pa yung susunod na mapa natin dito. And the fact na Fervid can also play at that pace dito sa Ankara, not a good precedent para nga dito sa acceptance team natin, pare.
Pero kasi Snakes, nakita na nga natin no? History did not repeat itself nung tinalo talaga ng Fervid ang acceptance in sub-base. And kung maalala natin, Ankara was the map taken by acceptance as well to push it 2-0 during the groups. And if we saw acceptance, no? Doon sa sub-base pati nga rin dito sa port at ibabasa natin yung gameplay nga nila heading into Ankara, I'm afraid na parang gagarahin na maaga dito acceptance sa ating playoffs to, and we need that firepower dito mula kay Ladre. Tanggal muna siguro ng ngiti, gawin nating galit sa kalaban para sakaling umabot pa nga tayo ng ating set number 4. Pero that is it for Port. Akalain mo nga naman pre, 10-2 in a playoff game. Di ko akalain makikita ko to sa araw nga na to, no? Pero tanungin ko lang si Mochi at si El dyan sa ating panel standing by. Kamusta kayo dyan pre? Naniniwala ba kayo sa mga nakita nyo?
Ako naniniwala ako, Salvatore, na ito yung pinakita ng acceptance. Nothing burger.
Wala talaga. Maraming salamat, casters. Pero nalulungkot din ako doon, Noel. Kasi honestly, I was definitely expecting that this is gonna be a really close neck-and-neck match, no? Pero unfortunately, hindi yun yung nakita natin dito. Especially, again, the first few rounds are definitely the most critical part ng ating port map. And I feel like Fervid just decided that, you know what? Since mabagal sila maglaro, bilisan na lang natin until hindi sila makahabol. And that definitely is just the summary of what happened dito, no, sa mapa ng port natin. And again, no, we are definitely vouching na makahabol dito si Team Acceptance since they already got the groove from our first map. It's just that they need to adjust a few things. But in the end, they entirely lost the entire grip dito, no, sa ating laban. And despite the heroics of certain players, it isn't substantial. It is not even enough to make it a close map. And in the end, binato na lang ng ating isang player from Team Acceptance ang kanyang mga barel and just let him be taken away by FERVID.
I mean, yun talaga yung definition ng acceptance, no? You have to get over it to move
yun.
forward, no? And I feel like si Dre is willing to go forward dito sa ating Ankara para makabawi. Pero let's talk more about what FERVID did, no? Ang pinaka-highlight player ko at sana tumama ako sa set MVP is si Lons. Bakit, Mochi? Bakit? Kasi every single time, no, dito sa BL side, na 8-1 nga pala ang FERVID, no, laban sa acceptance dito sa port, si Lance yung nakakahanap ng pitas dito sa store B. Kapag china-challenge ni Heck, tinatawag ko yung na Heck special, yung pipick siya bigla dito galing sa house B. And dito sa may BL side bridge natin, nakakahanap siya lagi ng pitas. Without Lance, I don't think this performance from FERVID would have been, very much the same. And even though dito sa ating statistics, Mochi, he only garnered 12 kills. Those 12 kills, well, his second frag, he had a 93.2 rating, is still the most important kills for me, no? Si Heck, tulog siya nung game 1, tulog pa rin siya ngayon, pero in a different sense na pinatulog siya ni Lance talaga, no? Mapa-switch size pa nga lang, no? Nung nakita natin yung GR side ng FERVID, it's the same thing. Hinahamon ni Lance dito sa House B, si Heck. And every time tutumba si Heck, no? Walang room to breathe dito ang acceptance because their IGL is always knocked out. At dun pa lang nakita ko na, no? From 5-0, actually from 2-0 pa lang, no? Parang stages of grief na talaga. Nagagalit sila, or rather dinedeny nila. Hindi, 1-0 lang to. Nagagalit sila kasi ba't di tayo makascore? Now they're trying to bargain, no, Mochi? Parang wait lang. May mapaparaanan natin to basta makakuha ng trade, no? And then the rest, they didn't even feel sad, no? They didn't even feel sad. They just went on laughing. They just accepted it. Pero there's a hidden sixth stage to grief no, Mochi? The meaning. Ba't tayo natalo dito? What does this loss mean for Acceptance? Are they just not ready? Is FERVID just too much to handle? We'll have to see dito sa Ankara. Pero yun nga, no, medyo alanganin yung performance. Sana gumising na ng tuluyan tong Acceptance. At si Ajax, nahanap naman natin, sana maglaro naman sila ng tunay, no?
Yeah, exactly. Especially na in these moments, no, na they are already in that path of proving themselves that all their wins and them being able to secure a slot dito sa ating playoffs is not a fluke. Pero ang ating MVP is si A7J. And I do feel like I can also acknowledge bakit nga siya yung naging MVP, do. I feel like our casters have been saying from time and time again how he is actually cooking some very interesting setups para dito, no, FERVID, at talaga namang yun ang pinakita niya dito. And other than that, nagfa-frag pa nga siya, no. For
Exactly.
A7J, madalas natin nga talaga siyang nakikita, no, taking that MVP title. If it's not him, si D. If it's not D, si Lance. Palipat-lipat lang sa kanila, honestly, no. Just means na ganun din kabalanse itong ating team dito, no, for FERVID, regardless of the recent changes natin dito sa kanilang roster so far. Kasi based from the performance dito ni Hatch, pretty decent, if I may say. I can't say it's the best, but it's for sure standard para dito, no? And it is more than enough to get the job done para dito kay FERVID. And for Team Acceptance, though, there is still no task being fulfilled, unfortunately. But pagdating nga ng ating mapa ng Ankara, dito talaga magkakaroon ng tunay na kaalaman. I hope that they would be able to reset and try to change things up, no? And hopefully, hindi rin sila magle-let go lang ng basta-basta sa ating mga mapa. Kasi okay na sana yung ating una from Subbies, eh. They just need to tweak some things. But unfortunately, again, no, hindi iyon nangyari. Next round, next map, it is the map of Ankara. Meron kayang balik ang Acceptance? And
Last
would they
chance.
be able to get their retribution? It's your last chance to do this. Kaya malalaman natin yan maya-maya. Di ko lang kung naispatan siya ni KLB doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo yung flick of the wrist. Nakapultuhan niya.
Be careful, but he gets the shot and he gets into trouble. Receiving play pa. Tuguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one. And also two huge.
Nakaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa raw tapos yun. Lahat ng action, eh, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalence race here dito sa house.
Ano dun, no? Flash grenade? PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KLP!
Welcome back para sa ating mga ka-Crossfire Rocks na nandyan, no? Nandito pa rin tayo sa ating chapter of FERVID against Team Acceptance, wherein earlier on, they garnered that 2-0 na pabor kay FERVID. Despite the first map being quite close sa mapa ng subbase, unfortunately, that wasn't the case dito sa ating mapa ng port na kung saan they almost demolished the entirety of Team Acceptance despite certain heroics galing dito kay Silent and as well as kay Ajax. Pero this time naman, Angkara, tayo dadayo, no? I am actually wondering, no, kung ano nga ba ang meron dito based from the past few matches na meron tayo sa kanila for Team Acceptance because formerly and supposedly, they have great chances in this map in particular.
Yeah, I'm going to wax poetic muna dito, no, Mochi, para sa Team Acceptance. It's going to be their final chance, no? At, you know, getting the series extended and getting those maps needed, maps 4 and 5, to possibly get the W. This is their last chance in their season, no? We know na yung story dito na Acceptance is one of from rags to, not really riches, but rags to heroics, no? With Heck being the provider dito sa team natin to just make his team play, let his team play, feed his team, di ba? Nasabi na yun ni Bipolar dito sa kwento ni Heck, and I feel like this map is the testament of how their journey has been. Ang Kara, a map of trials, tribulations, and variety, no? Kasi ito, isa sa mga pinaka-favorite maps ng teams natin. Nonetheless, to sa Acceptance, no, wherein, yes, they might be 50-50, but that is the way that they will take it, no? No matter what happens, napakaganda ng ating masasabing performance for Acceptance. Their most played map, and possibly their final map, no? Makita naman natin mamaya sa ating map statistics, sa map comparison natin, and you just got to feel for Acceptance, no? This does not look like them. Masasabi din natin na ganun sa FERVID from their group stage match, pero when it comes down to the line, when it comes down to when it matters the most, no, I just want to see Acceptance perform good, perform to their best, and perform without any regrets.
Yeah, and I do think a lot of people out there would be actually agreeing with your point kasi
Yes.
this is not entirely how they've been able to perform against Team Stallions or whoever team that they've been able to win against, na bigatin kung bigatin nga talaga, no? Pero let's take a quick look kung ano nga ba ang meron dito, no, para sa ating mapa ng Ankara based on their map history, because here for Acceptance, they played it a bit more against FERVID here with still quite of a 50% win percentage, but it does seem like that supposedly sila ang merong kalamangan dito just because of the familiarity that they should have possessed back in group stage L.
Yeah, I feel like itong ano natin, no, map data natin, medyo, as much as I will be the one to advocate and to champion itong ating statistics, I would throw this one out of the window, no? Even the win probability, because right now, what we need to see is performance, not theory. We need to see actual action, not just words, not just the analysis dito ng ating mapa, because when it comes down to it, chances are, no, these things do not really matter to the players. Yes, may preparation sila. They're going to figure out which defaults do these teams run the most, no, for both A7J and for Heck as well, no, na aaralin nila yan. And we'll leave the analysis to them. What we just need to see dito for both teams is heart, no, and determination. Who wants that ticket dito sa ating semi-finals to possibly get that chance to go to Paris? Acceptance, I'm going to just say this one last time. I don't really care if sasabihin nila Salvatore, nila Sneaky, na this is their last chance, pero I just want one good performance. If this is the last ride, then may it be the most enjoyable one. But if this goes to map number 4, if this goes to map number 5, well, it's going to be one hell of a banger, and I wouldn't have taken it any other way. Be it a 3-0, a 3-2 for any other side. It's good, but I just want to see performance at the highest level for both teams.
Yes, and I really do hope that we can get that OT, no, na kanina pa natin inaabangan. Parang kumota ata tayo ng overtime last week kasi parang kinulang naman tayo ngayon, no. Naubos ata from last week. But I hope, no, we hope na para dito for Team Acceptance will be proven wrong, and hopefully that they would get that pagbawi dito, no, sa ating mapa ng Ankara, given the odds na mukha namang pumapabor sa kanila dito, no, based from our statistics. Pero mukhang plastado na ata ang ating mapa dito ng Ankara L. It's just about time for us to hand it over sa ating casters, Salvatore and Sneaky Frog.
Go big or go home para dito sa side ng Acceptance. Of course, one last ride para dito kay Hek. Kasi kung hindi, we might not see Hek ever again in pro play. Kaya make it count. The first ever reverse sweep. Sana in a best of 5 fashion, Sneaky, makita man lang natin to fully put Acceptance in the top spot no? Pero sa mga nakikita nga natin, I feel like FERVID will not be able to overtake itong Ankara nga natin. But you know, sabi nga ng isang basketball player na pinamagatang the big ticket, anything is possible. Especially in CFSC. So, Acceptance, ball on your court no? Pagulungin mo na yung bola na yan at ishoot mo sa net. Baka sakali lang naman makita nyo pa yung mga pangarap nyo sa loob ng Paris.
Yun nga pare, and of course bago tayo makarating ng Paris no, we have to take a connecting flight to the capital city dito ng Turkey, which is itong Ankara pare. And I have a feeling na makikita natin yung exact same thing na nakita natin sa FERVID dito sa mapa ng port, which is you know, that unbridled aggression no, pagdating nga sa mapa na to, and especially knowing na magsisimula sila sa GR side, if I am not mistaken. Yun nga no, Acceptance really has to be ready na saluhin yung initial aggression kumbaga na pwedeng i-offer nga dito ng FERVID. Pero FERVID, we have also seen them dito sa mga ibang rounds natin, Salvi, they are all willing to play the very passive game.
Yeah.
You know, occasionally baka itong si A7J, he might go for something very risky, or maybe itong si Haj on the hotel side might be trying to find something. Pero yun nga no, FERVID really has all the advantage pagdating sa mapa when it comes to pace and when it comes to the strategy. Para naman dito sa Team Acceptance, you really need to find yourselves dito sa mapa na to pare, especially para dito kay Hek. As much as we would like to say na he has been doing most of the fragging para ka dito sa Acceptance, and yun nga no, that could be true dito sa ating group stage, pero pagdating sa ating playoffs no, this is where the crumbling actually starts para sa kanila. And this is just sad to see in all honesty no, especially knowing you know, this could be Hek's
Ben ko tanaw. Alikil. Ay, suka ichim na to ko alo mid. Sukul sila
Wala
bukat
mid,
sila.
sukula, bantay
Subukan na. Ayun sa pick dia.
Smoke diri Flash talo. Upat. Bumbasad.
What daw ni Blush?
Pre, Lance is moving a million miles a minute, pre. Flash, nade, pushing boxes, angat ng yellow, tingin ulit, checking kung may tao sa hotel. Comms ng FB, pati ng Acceptance, ibang-iba talaga.
Daming tao dito. Full staff sa hotel pre. Present. Doorman. Bagman. Even the front desk is here. Ako po, Hadges. Lumapit na headshot. 2 headshots para kay Hadges. 180 turnaround. Si Dracifer ang kapalit. Pero A7J, alam na yan pare. Once the vulnerability is here, silent. Nakakataan sila dito pare. Pero A7J turning around in time. Heck, with the running and gunning gamit ang kanyang USP. But he's getting poked from the hotel side. Killing etong si Hadges na gusto mag-drop down. Suddenly, naging 2 versus 2 pa kato. Pero na-distract ang ating players on the side of Acceptance. And ano nga yung sinabi ko dito, Salvi? The surprise attempts, round number 1 pa lang, dapat ine-expect na yan ng Acceptance.
Yan namangha. Yung Acceptance, nanlamig sila sa ginawang play doon ni Hadje, no? Kaliwat kanan. 1-2, hindi yun check. Mike, 1-2, left right yun, pre. Grabe naman yung pag-clear doon ni Hadje and Ajax. Pre, sabi mo nga sa akin kung nakita mo yun. Sabi mo nga sa akin.
Nakita ko, man. I
Sabi
have the
bulag
settings
talaga.
on right now, man, eh. Kaso liwanag ng monitor ko, pare. Pero, Lance, uy, gustong bawian, pero Ajax.
Pre, pangalawa na yun.
You gotta
Uy,
respect your
Ajax.
elders, pare, especially dito sa Arco. Ajax nakakuha na ng 2. Pero Ajax will be trying to get one in return, pero silent, harap-harapan ng kanyang EBR. Headshot agad para sa kanya, pare. Acceptance also providing as much of a surprise para nga dito sa FERVID. As much as they did in that last round. Racifer will be getting ting, pero may player na nanaan dito sa exit, and it will be an easy clear para sa Team Acceptance. So, yun nga, ang ganda ng start dito ng FERVID, pero sumobra naman sila dun, pare.
Pre, no? I hope it's just a, canvassing round. Kapain lang ng FERVID na, okay, ganito pang setup pa lang, Acceptance. Iwan Arco, sabay push na lang eh. No? For Acceptance to be challenging itong FERVID gamit ang double sniper as BL, gotta give them props, no? Wala 2024 SGJ lang ang datingan, pero not really all the time. It works. Pero if they did manage to get that round, wala doon pa lang sa paramdam ng FERVID doon sa may HM, I feel like they can bounce off of that. Pero ngayon, hindi na posible sticks eh. No? They really have to utilize itong pagiging aggressive sniper nila Ajax at ni Hek. Nagamitin to bilang pyesa na pang entry unless si Hek, si Ajax rather, di pa naman bumabaril. So there is still a chance na makapag-EBR pa nga siya dito. But then again, that is the threat. Walang nagkocross sa may HM. Kanina pa nakatingin si Ajax. I'm sensing na doon nga magro-rotate ang acceptance.
Pero grabe, dito may setup dito ng FERVID. No? We've already seen this before dito sa group stage natin, and obviously it didn't work out in their favor, pero acceptance obviously expecting a whole different FERVID dito sa ating Ankara map. Pero dahil nga gumana yung setup kanina, no? I mean, if Hodges dies, pwede namang makareact dito si A7J. He's also covering itong TP. It's all about kung makuha nga dito ni Ajax, kung sino ba na nakatayo dito sa 2F. 3-man swing possibly galing dito sa acceptance on the HM side. Not getting anyone.
Sila tumal. Ooh, Ajax! Kalma lang pre. Pangalawang round na yan. Para regular ka na. That's what we want to see para sa acceptance. No? Yung palag lang talaga ng palag. Good double swing. Laban dito kay Lods. And now, heck, bad timing. Couldn't get the pre-aim angle. Hodge now repositioning para sa depensa nga. Silent now lurking. Nabasa nga ni Hodge. Bukas na libro dito. Si Silent. Now, 1-for-1 exchange. Ang naganap na nga dito. In the 26 seconds mark of Ankara. A7J, napagandang adjustment to get the tower player. Ajax nakalampas na nga na CA, but Hodge now with the kill. Ajax, pinuga na nga lahat ng kakampi. Pwera na lang si Ajax ang natitira. Ajax getting the kills, but no space was taken, Sneaky. FERVID 2-1.
The positions made it very easy para dito sa FERVID nung nalaruan dito yung mid-round para covered naman dito yung hotel by the 2F player, and at the same time, Hodges will be also watching over his teammate in the process, pare. Just in case paparating nga dito sa may TV side, it kind of feels like everything is covered. Para nga dito sa FERVID, no matter kung ano yung itatry nga dito ng acceptance. But at the same time, ang kalat ng last round na yun, Salvi, especially at around 40 seconds. Magkaliw pa dito yung mga 80 players natin. There was no buddy system to see whatsoever.
Sabi nga pre, if acceptance gets those players very aggressively sa may HM, it could work. Nakuha naman nila yung 2F. Nakuha din naman nila yung mga nagro-rotate galing second mid. But I feel like after nang ginawa ni Ajax, pati na nga rin ni Ting, no? Daan na lang silang tumigil for some odd reason talaga. FERVID, 3-man stack. A-site. Pero 5-man naman dito. Ang FERVID, Racifer, binabaliktad na mas malakas ang tatlo kaysa sa 5. 7J now with an amazing wallbang. Pero pasok pa rin sila. Dre now nahulid sa 4v1 all of a sudden. Heck, nakalampas. Hindi man lang alam ng mga nakabantay sa beds. Ayan na nga, nagpakita na nga siya. Ako nga pala si Heck, kitang-kita sa camera. D. Gonna get the kill and acceptance early as round number 5, calling the timeout.
Grabe, man. Nakita mo naman si Dino. Kayuko lang siya the entire time. Full trust dito sa kanyang teammates na kaya nilang i-defend itong floor A na dalawa nga lang sila doon. And that I think collateral yun, di ba, Salvi? Yung nangyari dito sa vent. So, unfortunate spacing para nga dito sa acceptance. And pati yung EA player, man, di man nang nakadaan paharap dito. And the fact na I would be a bit salty, no, if I was D's teammate dun sa sitwasyon na yun na nakarating na ng top A itong si Heck without him even looking up dito sa Vent's position, but he's simply playing his role, in all honesty. Pero acceptance, no? A lot to figure out dito sa mapa natin. Salvi, yun nga, pwede ka mag-timeout dito. 4-team acceptance. But are you so sure na magiging ganun yung itsura ng depensa sa next round?
Siyempre, we can...
dilemma eh.
Siguro, panoorin na lang natin, Snakes. I can't really, give you a definitive answer kasi nga, acceptance really looked that lost. Read after read. Parang they just seem to crumble in the mid-round. Kind of like what Atras had during Impact Spring and even this iteration ng ating Master Summer, no? Parang nandun sila. They have the right approach. They have good timings. In the round na akala talaga natin, napaka-reliable na nga, an ace stack. No utils thrown. Kulang-kulang talaga. Nakakadiskarte na maayos sila Dracifer and si A7J. May kulang eh. Kasi how can a team like Execration, Team Stallions, even at Trust at some occasions, kayang kunin yung A site na yon 5-stack, no hesitation whatsoever. What's the difference ba sa pinapakita ng Acceptance? Baka siguro hindi nila pinipindot yung number 4 nila. Are they trying to pick the wrong targets? No, walang target prioritization eh. Yung layering ng pagpasok dito ng Acceptance really needs some work. Nakuha nila yung round kanina kasi inubos na yung leme. Di naman dahil nakapasok sila. Props to Ajax, no? Pero FERVID, how did they win rounds? Just playing their role talaga. So kung gusto manalo dito ng Acceptance, play within their scope talaga, di ba?
Yun nga, man. There's the A7J Pearly Whites na kanina pa natin inaantay, pare. Parang 2 games na yata siyang masyadong seryoso dito, men. And this is the most dangerous part. FERVID, kinda having
A7J na
fun with
nakangiti,
it,
no?
Dito sa Ankara, pare. Si D, nakangiti naman yan 24/7 kasi he just loves playing officials, right? Pero, ayun nga, you can see the vibe is now lightening up a bit para dito sa FERVID, no? Which is very important para sa kanila, Salvi, kasi well, we will admit, no? We will admit this na habang nandito pa tayo sa timeout, we put a lot of pressure on FERVID na mag-perform this season na kumbaga dun sa tier list, halos magkatabi sila dito ng Execration. I think Execration was at around S tier, no? And I think itong FERVID was around A. So, we were expecting itong FERVID, at least dito sa group stage natin, to be the team that is, eking out itong 4th place or at least neck and neck dito sa 4th place natin, pare. Pero hindi yun yung nangyari. Parang napakadami pang arcs na dinaanan dito ng FERVID before they even got to this form and even had a player change in the middle of the season, no? Which did come into question, pare. And for good reason, syempre, si Hadges really came out of nowhere. Granted, he's been practicing with the team, pero, we don't know that. And kinda seems like ever since dumating siya, pare, mas naging stable yung itsura ng ating FERVID squad. And, ayun nga, I'm liking what I'm seeing, pare.
And there's also some reliability din no? Siguro night and day difference when you're comparing MZ and Haj kung paano nga nila lalaroin yung round individually, no? There are some mutants naman na kayang gawin ni MZ, pero bawing-bawi naman dito mula sa kill presence ni Haj. 1-for-1, pero looking at it, no, pre, parang mas lamang sa power dito, no, ang FERVID after getting at least some huge chip damage dito kay Silent at kay Ting D.
Tracer, by the way. One Tracer in the smoke, man.
Tracer ba yun?
I saw the Tracer, man. May lumiliyab na bala papunta sa kanya. Binaril nilang pabalik. And nasa kanila
Kapag mo naman na yun yung makuha mo, na yung piso pa.
Seems like luck is on the side of FERVID today, no, pare?
Kanina pa sila actually, no? Sa base pa lang, Sneaky. Kanina pa sila. It would really sound bad, no? Pag sinabi mong buenas yung FERVID, pero feeling ko FERVID, pumapanahon lang talaga yung parang pumabor lang sa kanila yung panahon, Like, every timing, every read has been really good. Ito bang epekto ng FERVID pag BO5 na nilalaro? Ito na ba yun?
Pag seryoso na.
Kasi may A7J na nakangiti.
Oh!
Di na tumatama kahit saan. Heck na may biceps laban kay Dracifer na may puso. Teka lang. Ayaw na. Wala. Nawala ng puso bigla si Dracifer, pre. Playing within the advantage of Ankara talaga.
Pero tignan mo si Young dito, pare. Nangungulit na naman dito sa backline. Pero Heck was actually watching his position. Pero nakuha na pa rin ang exact kill na yon, pare. Dre spotting itong si D. Pero Ting staying behind. He knew na paparating dito sa A7J. All of a sudden is a 2 versus 2. Equal na yung labanan natin, pare. Pero wala nang choice. Itong Acceptance, kailangan nila dumaan papuntang B-site. 19 seconds na lang ang natitira. Ting, decisions to make. Pero tignan mo si Tracifer. Nagback agad papunta dito sa Kuya Wildon. Spotting Tracifer. Good wall bang galing dito kay Ting. 10 seconds left. Lance. No challenge yet. 5 seconds para mag-plant ng C4, Lance. Lumapit na nga papuntang batteries. Shoots right and shoots left. And sakto sa ulo nga dito ni Ting. 4-1. And Acceptance were already put in a very bad situation, pare. Tinapos lang dito ni Lance.
Pre, no, to add insult dun sa bad situation yun, pre. Sa dalawang sets na nakikita natin, Sneaks, 3 rounds pa lang ang nakuha ng Acceptance. That feels really, really tough to swallow, no? Para dito sa side ng Acceptance as per vid. So far, pre, dire-diretso lang talaga ang kanilang pag-arangkada, no? Sabi ko kasi, pre, we might be seeing a different FERVID. This is no longer the FERVID of old na nakita natin during groups. This is now a FERVID that really wants that EWC spot. And now, we're already being flashed ng mga images dito ng Sneak na paano kung maglaban sila ng Execration kinabukasan. Ano magiging itsura ng Fervid laban sa Execration na kinuha nga yung series 2-1 nung kumakailan lang. Ano nga bang magiging estado nila A7J and D who are very hard-hitting right now laban sa isang defensive-minded team like ng Execration? Or, Acceptance, baka ito lang yung part na binibigyan nyo lang kami ng ng paratang na ay wala na, tapos na, tapos bigla na lang kayo babawi. Sana naman yun. Sana talaga may ganong kasing hopium para sa side ng Acceptance kasi 'di ba? Playoffs 3-0 yung matatapos. Siguro sa iba papabor yan, pero as someone who seeks storylines at talagang gumagawa talaga ng paraan para mas lumawak yung plotline ng playoffs natin, you would really want to see another stretch dito para sa side ng Acceptance. Pero Sneaks, ganun na nga lang ba talaga?
It's looking cooked, not gonna lie. Pero, there's still a whole game to play, no? Parang nga dito sa Acceptance, and at this point, they really have nothing to lose dito sa ating mapa, pare, whether or not they win it or they lose it, considering the position that they're in, pare. And it would be interesting to see kung ano nga itsura ng FERVID, especially going into tomorrow. Speaking of storylines, no? Especially knowing na A7J and itong si D and itong si ㍍Round actually were once wielding itong black and blue natin na jersey, pare, of Execration. So, would be quite the cherry on top para sa kanila if they can kind of complete that revenge against their former team. Pero, Execration is also looking quite good. Pero back to the ball game tayo, pare. Team Acceptance now down 3 points on the BL side. And FERVID kind of rolling dito sa mapa natin. This is what I was talking about, Salvi. Yun nga, paiba-iba yung depensa dito ng FERVID. Now we see 3 on Hotel once again.
Siguro tama lang na si Dre yung nandyan. Pero dalawa kasi yung sasalubong sa kanya. Hindi mo makakapag-anak yan, ha? Kaya siguro bumati ka muna ng konti. Yun lang, hindi nagmano si Dre. Kasi si ㍍Round yung kukuha ng kill na yun, pre. Now, 5v4 instantly like that. Counter lurk gun unless di sumama si Ajax dito. Pero that would leave 3 members na papasok na lang na A-site. Pero comparing the numbers, Sneaks, 3 laban sa isa. Wala namang crossfire. Ayun na nga, na-establish na nga ni A7J. Heck, amazing trade! Gumaganda ang sitwasyon ng Acceptance habang hinahanap kanilang mga patay dito, no? Pero yun, Sneaks, tulad mo lang din ako, may malas tayo pag sinasabi natin yung kagandahan ng laro kasi nagiging malas to para sa Acceptance. 3v1. Heck na nga lang, ㍍Round syempre gagamitin ng S-tier na weapon, 360 na parang dinakdakan pa. ㍍Round now with an athletic finish laban dito kay Heck.
Grabe naman yun, men. Kinikflip yung ulo doon ni Heck. And he could not really do anything about it in the process. Maganda na yung pagbawi dito ng Acceptance dito sa mapa. But then D came out of nowhere and started to shoot heads dito sa may CA side natin. And they got mid control back. And he's gonna do, or at least try and do exactly that once again. Pero nakahold na nga siya dito sa may vent side. Getting the one tap dito kay Ting. Pero si Silent magagaling sa likod. Good cover galing kay ㍍Round pero mamamatay siya. D trying to fight his way out of this one. USP sa kanyang kamay and he still lives! Tries to get the third. Pero masyado ng wild yun, pare, pag makakuha pa siya ng pakato dito. Ajax, nasa gitna ng kawalan. Lance, really good spot galing sa kanya, pare. 2 versus 2, somehow, some way. Despite Acceptance having a hell of a good start dito sa mapa natin, men, it still ended up equal.
Possible attack for Acceptance to try and revolve around itong RS position ni Lance. Siguro isang magandang lason lang talaga para ma-off yung position ni Lance. Could be really good for Acceptance. And huge advantage para sa FERVID. Build up of moment now for Dre. Lalampas ng B-slope ng onte. Heck, still clearing itong second mid nga na to. That's the second contact na pwedeng antabayanan dito ng FERVID. Which is very good no for Heck. That presence of mind now working. 1 minute and 8 seconds left on the clock.
Crouch peek check.
Wala pang masyadong presensya dito. Ang FERVID, they want to play for that sound cue, Sneaky. And here comes the plant. Planted for 2F nga to. Napakadali ispatan nito from B-slope. And as well as 2F. Pero si Dre, steady lang. Tatama-tamaan nga ng onte dito si Boss Heck. Yeah, Haj going into that second point of contact for the retake. Lance walang nakikita kasi nasa Kuya Will pa rin si Dre. Haj now playing for the pop flash. 20 seconds left. Heck na huli. Si Dre hindi pa rin naispatan at naisumbong na nga ngayon ni Lance. Now Haj needs to make the winning play.
can
Para
defuse.
dito sa side ng FERVID. Hindi planted para sa kanya. Dre still not swinging. Pero Finake, here comes Hutch. Gets the kill and the clutch. Hutch na 6-man. Regular ka na pagkatapos ng laron to. FERVID 6-1.
Yeah, kind of safe to say na Hadges has made himself a permanent spot dito sa FERVID natin para what a 1v1 galing sa kanya. And at the same time, what a call galing dito kay A7J or kay Lance na i-flash dito yung rampa no, para mahirapan itong si Hex sa kanyang posisyon. And a really good 2v2 game between yung dalawang players natin ng FERVID. And look at that HC as well. Damage at the start of the round para dito kay A7J. And FERVID once again, napaka-confident dito sa kanilang mga angulo pare. Hadges literal nakatayo sa smoke. What are you trying to do, man? Ajax will be punishing him for his sins in that situation. Pero nandito na si A7J, spotted sa batteries at 3 na lang ang natira para dito sa FERVID.
Ajax. Yun lang, dito mama. Pero syempre, yung USP, yun talaga ang purong-puro, siguradong-sigurado. 100% money back guarantee. Pre-shipping, natatama. 5, Heck. Magandang 180. Finally, offensive field round para sa side na Acceptance. But was it really an execute na kinakailangan na Acceptance na ipanalo yun? It was just duels, no? Na kinubra talaga na Acceptance ng FERVID. Last round, ba nga tayo magsilipatan ng pwesto nga, no? And FERVID already making a statement with a second mid-rush.
Yun nga, TB. Occupied ng dalawang players. Naku po, nag-iba pa ng barrel si Dre, but he even gets the kill still. Silent getting 2. Nakita na si Hadj. High mid-side, wide open para dito sa Acceptance at nagkaubusan na ka dito ang mga miyembro ng FERVID. Silent getting flashed by his own teammate. Pero si Lance, posible pa kaya? Ajax spotting him on the cross actually dito sa may second mid. Quick scope after quick scope ang kailangan niya makuha dito pare. Silent with an HE. 30 seconds left for the young sniper dito ng FERVID. Silent spotting him through the smoke. And it will be a 3-6. Good last 2 rounds para dito sa Team Acceptance. So that could make all the difference, especially pagdating na ating second half. And FERVID checking their statistics no, pagdating sa BL side ng mapa natin. When it comes to the map of Ankara, it seems like it's not too bad pare. 55%, pero para dito sa Team Acceptance, we are kind of sitting around 50%. No? So halos pantay pa rin ang labanan natin in terms of the BL. GR is actually better para dito sa Acceptance no, with 52% para sa kanila. And the eye test galing sa mga ibang games no Salvi. You could say na Acceptance is also a good defensive team if they hit their shots. Pero yun nga, no, FERVID. They got the rhythm of the game, pare. They got the BPMs para sa kanila just in time. And if FERVID can dance the right dance, pare, mukhang sasayaw sila papunta dito sa top 4.
Pre, take to tango no? Pero sa mga nakikita natin kanina, Sticks, kanya-kanya Kanya-kanyang baril, KKB, pre. Walang ambagan dito for Acceptance. Kung kaya mong pumatay, okay na rin yun. Kasi those 2 rounds na nakita natin for Acceptance, parang okay, si Dre tumatama, okay, si Silent, okay na lang din. No? There's not really much, substance from what we saw. Talagang good read. No? Although it was a good read, it was still around na puno-puno ng offense dito for Acceptance and we definitely could count them on that one. Pero now they will be taking the more defensive side of Ankara. Meanwhile, FERVID, this is where the magic starts para nga sa kanila. Kung hindi natin nakita na gaano ka-epektibo sila A7J kanina in terms of like at least making a huge stretch, baka dito na nga nila simulan because of how huge a freestyler is itong si A7J. Baka kahit hindi siya magsulat-sulat, gumana lang talaga yung utak niyang tumitibok. Baka pwede nang kunin ito ng FERVID in even cleaner fashion inside of that second half. Pero yun yung kailangan isipin dito ng Acceptance. No? They will be facing A7J with a lot of innovations during the mid-round. Feeling ko yun din dapat ang utak dito ni Hector. Should be a lot of movements, more fights taken sa may HM para mawala yung mga counter-rotator nga nila. Force FERVID on that timeout para makapag-isip din dito ang Acceptance. If they can manage to do that, there's a lot of options dito for Acceptance. Pwede nga nilang lituhin yung pacing ng FERVID. Baka mapaganda pa dito ang sitwasyon ng Acceptance. Although 6-3 is not that good. Pwede mapabalik na din.
LG. Bayaan ng mid.
Sige, kuha ko largo na. Top era.
HM is
Ako TV, ako TV.
Kind of good challenge at the start of the round, Salvi. Nung naglagay lang dito si A7J sa hukay and kind of trying to cancel out itong si Ajax or si Heck na medyo maaga-aga.
Alright. Grabe, no? Sabi ni Heck, buwela tayo, LA. Contest tayo ng onti ng CA. Sabi ni A7J, merong HM. I feel like there's a different priority dito, no, ang FERVID. It's really want the kids. Umiispat lang talaga sila. There's not really enough rotations dito for FERVID para bumuo ng bilog dito, no? Just FERVID doing their best to stay afloat. Para kung sakaling may mag-swing, there is a tendency for Acceptance to do that. FERVID just really calm down. Walang masyadong pinapairal dito mo si A7J. That they want that precious 30 seconds pre bago sila pumasok.
I think they're just trying to look for certain parameters, no, dito sa mapa natin sa Ajax. Nako po, buti na lang sumobra ka, Ajax. Dito sa peak mo, papuntang kanan. And 87J will get the punish on silent, pero heck, spotted na nga dito si Dre Safer. Dre will also be making his own move dito sa hotel. Nakuha na si Hadges. And Heck will try to see if he can cover high mid from this position. Pero di nagkamali ng ikot, nagkamali ng baril. Heck with the kill on his own as well. A7J, the last one left alive. And makukuha na dito si Ting. 1 versus 3 though. Para dito kay Angelito pare. So kailangan niya na magsugal dito ng top A. Possibly plant papuntang spawn. Pero mahirap men. Kailangan niya tumingin pataas at pakanan dito men.
Si Ajax di rin nagpapakita eh. No, huwag ka lang talaga
Huwag kang
aangat
tatayo.
pre. Alamin mo lang kung
Uy!
nasa bench.
Nakita.
Pwede ka pa manalo pre. 7J kitang-kita na nga. Heck swinging. And Heck getting the kill. 6-4. Good start here for Acceptance on the second half. At least we can, safe to say, no, ma-reliable talaga si Heck. Pag poste lang talaga hinahawakan niya nga. Good presence now for Acceptance. Baka pwede na nga silang kumuha ng kumpiyansa doon.
Any other game pare, it would be high time to allow the AW, para nga dito kay Heck. Pero seryoso na yung labanan natin dito pare. Ajax spotted on the high mid. Buti na lang tumalon si Lance para matamaan ang kanyang paa. Right on the thigh pare. Napakasakit nun. Silent. Jump spotting dito sa yellow. At napakadaming information na nakukuha dito ng Acceptance. So at the start of the round, they're just basically jump spotting everything dito pare. Ajax aggressively holding mid. Similar sa nakikita natin kay A7J. And Acceptance, meron na silang onting inkling, no, ano pwede mangyari dito pare.
That's left all alone, at least for now. Actually, no? Very good spot for Lance considering na pisa na nga lang siya. Napakalayang ang contact dito nila ng mga ibang mga members ng FERVID, but they might go for an entry right now. Nang kasama na nga si Lance, kahit pisa na nga lang siya. There are positions of Acceptance na nakakapagtaka, pero can the defense work now for Acceptance? So far, it has not. Grabe naman yung infiltration ngayon ng FERVID. Dalawa ang pumaslang. At yung rotation pa ng tatlong natitirang members ng Acceptance is magagaling pa na exit. The hardest spot para makapasok ng A-site.
Yun nga, Acceptance. Flash galing dito. Kay Ajax, possible on their side. But they're gonna have to do it twice, pare. Not just once. Ajax with the first flash. Heck with the second, Dre. At si Ajax, kailangan maganda yung kanilang pasok dito, pare. 20 seconds left. Flash is there, pero sila pa ngayon nabulag doon, pare. Heck with the shot. Pero Dre Cifer, nakuha na ka dito si Ajax. Heck on a 1 versus 2. Sinong unang magpipick galing sa mga players natin? Mukhang si A7J will be taking the honors of killing his fellow captain. And FERVID, another point on the board. Hindi lang yun pare. Nandito na tayo sa territory ng FERVID. 3 strikes and you're out para sa Acceptance.
Siyempre. Alamin na nga kayo na Acceptance kung fastball nga ba to o curveball lang. Mahirap kasi Acceptance. They have been having a hard time reading this, no, Sneaks? Now, Acceptance. Sila ngayon ang pitcher ngayon, no? Tama naman paano sinalo lahat ni D. Lahat ng bala dito ni Silent. Acceptance really wants to make this around for themselves. With that very aggressive peak mo last events. Usually, no, Arctic yung pinapadala mo doon. But Silent really risk themselves. Si D, di nga tumama. That is a good sign here for Acceptance. Gusto ka nila ng aggressive entry. Some of the players might be very cold. Pero it's just D. The 1 out of 5 players na mahuhuli nga dito for FERVID. There is a chance. Heck, counter position nga ngayon for anyone trying to lurk itong lower mid natin.
Seeing this rotation too.
So far FERVID, litong-lito. Seem to be, repositioning for what? TB rush nga ba? O rektahin na lang tong HM nga na to? But they're not bothering going HM. They went ahead to challenge Heck.
Hindi pa spotted si Heck dito, but Lance does have the advantage no sa pagdating ng pag-hold ng angle dito sa TP. But Team Acceptance, they have successfully acquired 2 players pare at hindi na nila kailangan mag-push masyado paharap. Lance, never mind, just instant peeking. Itong high mid natin pare, I was not expecting that, pero Hodges, nakita yung palikat dito ni Heck, but Heck realizing that is not a realistic challenge para sa kanya pare. Could be a whole nother player on this second mid position, pero Team Acceptance still not tempted to push on forward dito sa A-side ng mapa pare. It would be nice if we did see that, no? Kasi realize nila na wala palang tao dito sa A-side. Or is it A7J early peak papuntang CA? Hindi man lang natamaan dito si Ting. 2 versus 4. And FERVID, mukhang sasarado na yung round para sa kanila pare unless someone hits a nasty shot dito sa sniper nila pare.
Okay, parang hindi na ata natin makikita yung nasty shot na hinahanap mo, Sneaks. Pinatahimik na nga dito si Lance and now timeout. There it is. Pre, finally. Timeout now called in for FERVID. Sabi ko, Acceptance. They do have the chance to call for the timeout na pwedeng ikapabor dito ng Acceptance. Kasi nga, you really need to recollect eh. Pangalawa, the pacing has now been countered by Acceptance. There is still hope. There is still light para sa Acceptance. And you gotta admit na yung surge dito nila Heck, yung reliability nila Silent and as well as ni Ajax, kinda seeing it now para sa Acceptance. Whereas FERVID, if you're FERVID right now, nakuha mo nga yung isang round na yun, pero tila wala sila nakuhang kumpiyansa o impormasyon dun eh. Like, feel like it's very linear we're seeing from the Acceptance second half. Pero it's not effective kasi ganun sila ka-efficient sa dueling eh.
And I feel like Acceptance at the same time, I think na-realize nila, especially para dito kay Silent, okay, hindi tayo pwedeng mag-elbows in masyado dito sa, at least sa start ng round, no? Kasi meron pa kayong opening timings na pwede nyo ma-cheese, similar sa nakita natin kanina with Silent on dito sa may yellow side, and at the same time, you can also have that bit of continuation, no? Similar sa ginagawa ng FERVID kanina na magpipick si D dito sa vents, and then biglang lalabas si A7J dito sa hotel. They're trying to play that, distraction game, but it's a lot more simple para dito sa Acceptance. It's a lot more direct of an approach galing sa kanila pare. We will get one, and then we're gonna back up all the way, and then we're gonna game plan for another pick-off dito sa mid and or dito sa may B-side ng mapa natin pare. It's a lot more slower of an approach compared dito sa FERVID, who's a bit more snappier pagdating sa mga ganun na play pare. Pero gumagana naman, and I feel like FERVID not expecting this kind of forwardness galing dito sa Acceptance. So we might see them play a bit more passive dito sa next round natin pare to try and catch any of these openers. Pero that is where the advantage of Acceptance can lie. Kasi pwede na sila mag-dice roll ng passive dito pare.
Natin pre, no? Kasi sometimes, there are a bit of coin flips here for Acceptance na ilang beses natin nakikita na hindi mabawar para sa kanila ang ikot ng barya. Pero when it does, can definitely, pwede mong iisugal talaga yung bahay mo para makuha ng Acceptance dito yung pinakamalapit na stretch. 7-5. I can sense like a very good round dito ng Acceptance sa dun nga magre-reflect lahat ng inipon nga nilang lakas, especially when you see Heck like this. Problema ko lang talaga sa timeout pre, yung, alam mo, is there really hype during the timeout calls? May mapapala ba talaga Acceptance knowing na binigyan din sila ng oras para makipag-usap? Did they really put a rest dun sa init-tita nila Heck? Kasi yun yung siguro counterplay dito ng FERVID eh. They managed to shut down Heck in the first 2 sets, Niggy. Ngayong gumagana si Heck, tila nahihirapan ng FERVID ma-close at yung laban. So it definitely is Heck that has been doing the job para mahirapan ng FERVID in terms of movement and rotation. Yes, there's Lance. Yes, there's A7J. Pero specifically ang Kara, may pinapakita si Heck na alam nating okay para sa role niya, And not just that. I feel like Silent being the helm ng mga pushes papuntang vents and LA is really good and healthy para sa AT. Ngayon, FERVID, with that timeout na tinawag nga dito ni Coach Aris, it'd be a really good time para siguro gawin yung ginagawa nyo kanina sa subbase at port. Sirain nyo yung tempo ng kalaban.
Oh, good shot galing dito kay Ajax, anticipating na medyo madami paparating dito na second mid at hotel. However, control still in the hands dito ng FERVID. Nawalan sila ng player pero nag-gain naman sila ng map control dito pare, and a bit of vision papuntang high mid. And if they can actually hold this angle pare, even for just a bit, pwede pa sanang may onting continuation play on the HM side. Pero Fervid now satisfied with the map control na nakuha nila pare. Dracifer par for the course as the entry does die. Pero B-split? Pwede min. Pan-disrupt lang dito kay Heck. Heck usually too comfortable dito sa may rampa side natin pare.
It's now.
Ooh, I like
You really
this.
see some
I don't
development.
like that, Heck. No.
Para dito sa position nga ni Heck. Kunin mo na lang yung pwesto ng box spray. Baka mapaganda pa nga. It's a bad position now for Heck. And there it is. Exposed. In broad daylight nga ngayon si Heck. Ajax now with a defensive play. Pero lahat ng miyembro ng FERVID nakapasok na nga. And the clearing operation starts now. Inaabot na nga ng FERVID dito yung Wrecker. Si Oras na nga. Para makapagtanim ang FERVID. Dre, makakaangat. 55 seconds. C4, hawak pa rin ni A7J. Sumasama pa rin siya sa clearing dito no Snakes, which is a very good touch. Now, there goes the plant. Planted for 2F and B slope. Basa na lang dito ni D kung may mga iikot nga ng hotel and si D ini-split yung mata niya kung TV nga ba o hotel is a really bad spot. Medyo nakakalito ng konti but D with the patience. Kukunin na nga si Ting. A7J falling. Lance now with a kill. Silent with a lurk. Amazing play. Pero si D nalaro na nga lang yung bato is Silent aware. Swinging. Elbow swinging. Crosshair trade. Silent now. Winang up ni D. Napakalapit nga naman. Cold-blooded for FERVID's young gun. And FERVID 8-5.
Oh, napatingin si Dracifer men dito kay Dean. Parang nasa isip namin, tao ka pa ba pare? Mukhang headhunter ka na dito men. Look at this, crispy taps on the HK417. Good find galing kay Lance, but at the same time, good recognition galing kay Dino na may information on the last player on the backside. And look at that. Golden headshot para dito kay D. Absolutely
with 10
disgusting,
seconds
man.
left, Sneaky. 10
Jesus
seconds
Christ.
on the clock.
He might be born to play this game.
Yan, taong walang kinakatakutan, no? Oras, kamatayan, buwis, buhay, kaliwat kanan. Grabe, men. Yung paglusob dito ni D, na parang nasa loob nga siya ng ba. Insane, pre. After timeout, 3-4-3 si D.
Parang si D talaga yung lamelo ball ng pamilya niya, no? Actually. Parang pakiramdam ko, men. Kasi
Levels
grabe na
na
talaga yung
nakakaalam.
pinagagawa niya, men, eh.
Sakto,
Grabe
no, pre.
talaga
Facilitator yung
pinagagawa
kuya niya.
Didn't hear about the third one. Ajax, though? Kumakuha mo si Lance para na space. Okay, that's good. Oh, kalat!
Malakas pa nga ito. Pinapakita nga ni Heck, pre. Pero di. Can he save FERVID from peril? Iwan nga muna ng C4. And now, pasok na nga si D pa unti-unti. Pero natamaan niya si Ajax ng unti lang din.
Side control.
For sure, makakapagpwesto na nga sila ng tower dito. Now D also in 2F position. Kitang-kita ka sa smoke, kaibigan. Paano? Pero syempre si Ajax yan. Kitang-kita ka talaga kahit saan ka man pumunta. Silent now lurking pero kinakailangan pa nga ba. It's now time for Haj to do it upon himself. Pero hindi na nga. 8-6. Acceptance. Could make it happen. Inuunti-unti na nga nila yung rounds.
Nga, collateral dito yung mga players natin on FERVID on the TV side. Unforeseen circumstances para ka sa kanila, no? But they are not deterred in going into this next round. Fast LA control para sa kanila, pare. And Ajax has to be worried about his position. No? Pakiramdam ko, FERVID gusto nila i-cancel na medyo maaga dito si Ajax sa kanyang posisyon. Pero dahil nga medyo maaga ang pag-spot dito ng FERVID towards the CA side, Ajax. Can you escape just in time, pare? Full swing galing kay A7J. Instant trade dito sa kanyang kapatid, pare. 4 versus 4, FERVID. Hinihimay na dito yung depensa, pare. All they have to look for is Heck na naan dito sa B-side, pare.
Very good start for both teams, no? Two hard-hitting players ang nawala nga kagad sa mapa na to. Battle of the Mid, Sneaky, no? 4 na natitira na still yet to make that impact. At least in the mid-round with Ajax and D down. Titans has to rely on at least the long-range action dito ni Heck. And for FERVID, hindi naman kung sino pa-prioritize nga dito, no? Lance now. Nawawala yung priority niya, pre. Ang dami naman pwedeng tumingin ng bench saka EA, tapos sumasama pa siya doon.
Tatlo sila.
Imagine if Silent gets that. It's a free round para sa acceptance, pre, ha?
Ayun na, natakot na yung FERVID, pare. Sabi nila, teka lang, Silent, masyado ka matapang, pare. Magbibina lang kami. We are gonna bet it all on whether or not we can kill Heck dito sa loob ng B site. Pero second mid, he's being crawled upon dito ng FERVID. Heck, will you be doing a check? Fire's already here. ㍍Fur catching Heck. Ganda ng tira na dito with the HK417. Pero si Dre on the batteries. ㍍Fur, he's still going. USB in hand, Silent with the flank. ㍍Fur looking for it pero hindi niya mahanap si Ting in time. C4 is still down. Information in the way dito ng FERVID. Alam nila na merong isang tao na nasa spawn. Silent masyado yata mabilis na pumunta ng baterya. A7J sinayawan. Lance with the USB. Kinulang yung talon pero hindi kinulang yung tira ng kanyang USB. 9 and 6. FERVID on the precipice of reaching top 4.
3v4 really converted by FERVID just from sheer agonizing pain na inaita mo nga dito, no, nila D. Especially, no, from the presence of Hodge na nawala nga ng onte. Pero FERVID, grabe naman yung recollection nga nila doon. Now, FERVID really wants to end this pero not this way. Kalmahan nyo lang, Lito. Lalong-lalo ka na talaga. Now, sending your younger brother dito lang sa may TV na may nakabantay na Heck. Hindi magandang plano nga yan. 1 minute and 54 Acceptance. Unti-unti na nga nandidilim ang kanilang paningin. They cannot convert this 5v4. Ewan ko na lang, Sneaky. But so far, strong positions kinukuha na Acceptance. Here comes Lance. Crouch peeking. Dito nga tumama. Pero Silent is that aggressive pa. Contest nga to. But Silent still gets the kill. And there goes Ting as well. Kailangan niya nga mag-reposition nga dito pre kasi 11 HP na nga lang siya. But take a look at the HP bars pre. Puro piso. Pera kay Dre at Heck. It's that winnable of a round para sa FERVID. But Acceptance has the numbers.
Yun nga, HEs will start to fly papunta nga dito sa A-site Hodges. Perfect weapon for this situation. ㍍Fur as well. 4 HP yung dalawang players natin. ㍍Fur first in, pero sakto ang HK ni Dre sa ulo dito ng kanyang kalaban and it will be Acceptance with another round. Kapit patalim talaga ang ating Acceptance team at this very moment, Salvi. And ayun nga, they kinda just caught the right moment at the right time para kasi nila dito. I was expecting na mamamatay agad dito si Ting at si Silent pero hindi man eh. Meron pa silang extra 10 armor, kumbaga.
Ayun, nakapag-adrenaline shot pa yung dalawa dyan. Tila nabuhayan talaga ng dugo para makapag-contribute pa sa round. Now, Silent. Grabe, kanina ka pa kumukontest ng Vince. Pero baka maging daga ka na yan. Maging ratatouille ka na yan. Sa sobrang lupit mo magluto ng play. Dapat si Ajax yung pinapadala.
Yow.
Pero si Silent dapat daw, sabi dito ni Heck. I feel like doon kasi nagsisimula eh. No? Kung ano yung information na pwedeng makuha ni Silent, doon ata magsisimula yung lurk. Pero we haven't seen him lurk for the past 3 rounds. FERVID, 1 round
Damn, A-execute?
is all they need. A-execute nga to, Sneaks. Hindi may iwan si Lanzo. It's a full-blown execute now for FERVID.
Okay, let's see. Flashes, papuntang site. Gulag si Ajax, still hits the shot dito kay D, pero safe to dito si Ting. Silent, still present on the bottom side. Good shot, galing kay Hodges. He gets his second. Pero meron ng tao na naandito sa top A. Ajax will be crawling. Dre will be checking. Lunt, pabalik dito ng EA. Pinalagan dito si Dre. USB in hand. And Acceptance. That is their downfall. Naandito na sila sa panglimang stage, pare. And FERVID will be moving on to the semifinals. It is a 3-0 statement para sa kanila. You may have beaten us in group stage, but when it comes to playoffs, we will rule.
Tinapos ka agad sa bargaining, Sneaks. Kinukutsapan na Acceptance yung sarili nila. Pero doon ako magatang FERVID para matapos na nga itong series na to once and for all. Congratulations sa top 4 appearance once again from FERVID. Similar to what we saw from them during Master Spring. Pero ito na ba yun, Sneaky? Ito na ba yung part na mag-activate na fully ang FERVID para nga makapaglipad nga sila dito papuntang Paris? Because awaiting them is the number 1 seed right now, Execration, pre. And wala pa tayo masyadong pinapadala na teams na number 4 seed eh, no? Palaging number 1 and number 2, Sneaky. And might as well, no, already give FERVID some props kasi pre, no, they turned the whole group stage around. Tas itong appearance nga nila sa playoffs mas lalo ng deadly, and I can't wait for that matchup up against Execration. Pero man, Acceptance, ending nga para nga sa inyo. We would love to see this kind of Acceptance heading into other regionals 2026. Pero yun nga guys, no, every story must come to an end as FERVID advances into the next round.
Pare, parang ka may pinaparating. I wonder if we can send a third team, no? Dito sa EWC or sa CFS 2026. Pero yun nga, men, acceptance, obviously. Ayun nga, it's been a really good run para sa kanila, pare. It's been a really good run para dito kay Hek at kay Silent. And obviously, they have blown our expectations out of the water. No? We were expecting itong acceptance to be, one of those teams that will just bow out, kasama yung mga Rosea teams natin, pare. Pero hindi. Lumaban sila at lumaban dito. Dre, usually the guy was supposed to be on some really good teams, in all honesty, pare. In my opinion, Dre was one of the hottest free agents dito sa ating off-season, and I feel like he will still continue to do so, no? If ever he is gonna enter it once again. And yun nga, nabuhay ulit si Ajax, nabuhay ulit si Silent, but especially itong si Heckman. And if it is his last season, what a last hurrah para sa kanya, pare. He made it all the way to playoffs with this kind of team. And granted, it didn't live up to the hype na nakita ka natin from QRD dito sa ating last season. Obviously, natalo nila execration, but still, overall, you have to compliment itong acceptance, no, for making it all the way here. But reality is, FERVID is just too ready para nga dito sa ating semifinals, and they were supposed to be the team that is entering itong top 4 natin, and pakiramdam ko they're now starting to really go into that title, and I'm very excited para sa prospect ng team na to, man, especially going up against execration in a best of 5. Ayun nga, makikita natin yung lakas ng dalawang teams natin, especially pag crunch time na, pare.
Sabi no guys, mas lalo lang pinapa-excite ng mga teams nga to ang ating weekend, no, already in the semifinals bracket nga natin, Execration versus FERVID, as FERVID concludes the series 3-0 up against Acceptance, no. That is it for our first series. Inaabangan na nga tayo ng Stallions versus CBF, pero bago yon, dali muna natin sa ating panel dyan. Standing by is Mochi and L for further breakdown of this game, no. Mochi and L, kayo naman.
Maraming salamat, Salvatore, and as well as Sneaky Frog and boy oh boy L. We came down to quite a really quick journey than we anticipated, no? Kung kanina we've been expecting 3-1s, 3-2s, at pinakitaan tayo ng FERVID ng 3-0. And I feel like, again, when it comes down to being dominant and ensuring that they're actually on a better look than what we have back in group stage, well, yun ang pinrove ng FERVID sa atin ngayon.
Yeah, the words ni Dracifer, no, just encapsulating in that performance, and siguro yung sinabi din ni Lance kanina, no, is really transforming this team into the powerhouse that they know that they are, no. It's just a matter siguro dito ng self-realization para sa FERVID to get that 3-0. We expected more of a fight dito sa Acceptance, no, and to be a bit more sentimental dito, no, Mochi, Acceptance is the first team na nakasko dito sa Impact all the way from spring up until now. Yung journey nila na subaybayan natin, no, even you guys who are watching, now that they reach Summers, Masters, and all the way to the playoffs, we really wanted to see an underdog story come to light, come to fruition, pero sadly, they might have given a fight, but just not the fight that we expected and wanted, no. Nice try pa rin dito para sa team Acceptance natin, and congrats for FERVID to take this fight, no, and live another day versus Execration. A marquee matchup in its own right, no, Mochi, pero I would say the focus for FERVID right now is to keep the same mentality, keep the same groove, and siguro kung ako si A7J, no, I would really brush up as well on those anti-strats dito laban sa Exe, because last time natalo kayo sa strategy, hindi sa tutok, and sana naman sa ating semifinals, no, we want to see the best of FERVID, not just aim-wise, kasi yung aim-wise nandito na, strategy naman ang usapan na gusto makita.
I couldn't agree more, no? And especially when it came down din, no, sa mga pinagagawa dito ni A7J, I feel like D's already a given, Lance is already a given, every single one of them is already a given, but A7J is definitely the prime catalyst that changes the game for everyone dito, no, for FERVID. As much as we're glazing this guy so much, he deserved it, because that is definitely what we are observing dito, no, sa mga laruan natin ngayon. Even when it comes down to the mid-round calling at kung gaano din kahitik ang mga pangyayari dito, no, for Ankara, talagang pinapakita lang ni 7J kung ano yung kanyang ma-offer dito, no, in ensuring na malalamangan niya pagdating sa palautakan itong Team Acceptance. And again, I feel like that is also quite of a massive advantage, lalong-lalo na kung meron kang second opinion na manggagaling sa isang Gracifer, no? Which is just crazy and wonderful to say the least para dito sa struktura ng FERVID. At kahit na tignan din natin dito, no, sa mga highlights natin for Ankara, well, wala talagang kupas ang performance dito ng FERVID in general, although there are some moments wherein talagang palong-palong trumabaho itong sila Silent, sila Dre, and as well as itong si Ajax. Unfortunately, yun nga, no, hindi ito sumasapat. It goes beyond the firepower and it goes beyond the trade-offs na meron dito. Pero tignan natin nung sit summary natin right now, because here for FERVID, it does appear that Haj definitely had a field day dito sa mapa ng Ankara.
Yeah, and sinabi ko nga dito sa usapan natin, no, between the talents, no, maybe shooting more and the fragging more was the strategy all along para sa FERVID, and somehow it worked. No, you take out MZ, the ultimate support player dito para sa which you bring in Haj, that was an unknown factor nung nilaro siya sa EXE, and dun pa lang kahit in a losing effort, he was fragging out. No, I feel like FERVID has this idea na okay, hindi na kailangan ni Haj ng time to develop because he's already developed. He just needs to frag out, no? Take him out of the strategy and just let him run loose dito sa ating usapan. And when you let a mad dog, no, run loose dito sa ating kalye, well, matatakot yung mga bata. Pero hindi naman na bata to Acceptance, no? They are tenured. And even if they are more tenured, FERVID, with the more experienced team dito sa ating playoffs, no, losing always to the likes of the big three natin, well, they want to make a statement. They want to make sure that they might be the 4th seed, pero they want to set the barrier of expectation down dito, no, and to take down execration. That's going to be a great chance for them to, you know, get themselves back. Pero yun nga, no, it would not happen without, of course, the man of the hour himself, the 6th to 5th man, no, Haj.
Haj, with that 81.10% na rating, no? Grabe na din naman. I mean, I feel like we've already been able to see din, no? For Haj, pagdating naman din kasi sa kung bakbakan o bakbakan, no? Except everything else, parang I feel like Haj will be a bit more easy or having a quicker way in terms of adjustment din dito, no, para sa ating team ng FERVID. Kasi biro mo naman, I know that MZ is definitely serving quite of a different importance dito, no, para sa team ng FERVID. Pero honestly, after seeing din dito, no, ang performance ni Haj, I low-key understand why they have him dito na sa ating main roster ngayon. Pero kung ikaw ay nalagpasan mo, no, ang ating serye ng FERVID against Team Acceptance, hindi na tayo umabot ng Eagle Eye at hindi na rin tayo lalo pinaabot ng mapa ng Black Widow dahil itinapos na agad nito ng FERVID with a 10-7 and sub-base, 10-2 on port, and 10-7 na Ankara. And although there are some moments na kung saan kahit papano nakakahabol itong si Team Acceptance, no, mas solido, mas consistent at mas utak ang basically, no, ang FERVID esports sa buong serye natin. Pero sa buong serye, sino nga kaya ang ating MVP at sino nga kaya yung nasa tuktok ng bundok ngayon? It is no other than D. And I feel like this is no longer a surprise for any of us as well.
Yeah, you can call the witch hunter, no, dito of the Jaco Salem clan. For the reference, if you know, you know. Pero the headshot machine, true and true, no? It could have been any brother dito. It could be A7J, could have been D, but him with the headshots, no? The number 3 could be number 1 right now in terms of headshots. Pero man, you cannot really underestimate this kid, no? Destruction, domination, no, just demolishing, no, masasabi mo dito, pinakita ni D sa ating Acceptance dahil without him, no, some picks would not have happened, no. Some rounds really revolved around one player dito, Mochi, and I feel like tong si D, he's just getting started. Keep in mind na usually when you start first in the playoffs quarters, you technically are hotter, no, since you have more games. Yung mga nasa semis natin nagpapahinga, hindi masyadong nakapagpainit kundi sa scrims lang, sa FFA lang. Pero if D is this hot early, no, and hindi nila katapat SS kasi tapat nila execration week, which they took to team maps, napagod lang sila, ang pinaka best bet ko dun sa New Mexico. Maybe with this head start of aim, D and his team can finally take down the blue skulls of execration, and sana naman, no, mangyari nga yung gusto nating laban na total 5 maps kasi both of them deserve it. It just so happens na kailangan natin makita kung sino yung mas may gusto ng ticket, no?
At talagang sabi ni FERVID, mas gusto namin yan, no? Kahit nga doon sa mga shared post pa lang ni Coach Aris, mararamdam mo na agad yung gigil din niya sa coach at how he actually badly wanted his team na maipadala nga sa Paris. And boy, did they show that that they want that. Literal. No? 3-0 against Team Acceptance. 30 headshots lang din pala, no? Ayon sa ating headline din ang ginarner dito ni D for the entirety of our series, which is just, again, insane, crazy, lahat-lahat na nakakagulat, and as much as we want to keep on saying kung gaano rin katindi dito si D, I feel like mas magkakaroon tayo ng kadalian sa oras na makapanayam at makausap natin siya. Kaya i-welcome na natin dito ngayon si D sa ating desk kasi makakamusta natin siya at matatanong din natin heading moving forward dito sa ating playoffs. Ayan, D, para hindi namin makita ang kalahati ng iyong muka. Ayan, hello.
Hello po.
Hello.
Hello, D.
Hello, congratulations sa uli, D, no? Okay lang
Thank you,
naman
thank
ba na kami ay magtanong sa iyo dito? Kasi parang meron kami mga nakalistang mga katanungan sa iyo. Okay lang?
Okay lang.
Okay lang.
Alright. Sige,
Okay,
simulan
game, no?
mo na.
Okay. So, D, congrats on the 3-0 win, no? So, una kong tanong, ano yung feeling ngayon ng team? Sinabi niyo naman ng mga teammates mo na preparado kayo. And sa tingin mo ba, yung performance nyo today, nasabi naman na nun sa lahat na nanonood na ready na kayo i-take yung laban papunta ng Paris?
Ready na.
Ready na. Yan.
Ah,
Yeah, I like it. Okay. Second question, D. Ngayon, meron tayong rematch sa execration, no? Last time natalo tayo 1-2, 'di ba? No, sa New Mexico yung inabot. Ano yung pwede mong masabi, no, without revealing too much, since alam ko naman sikreto lang yung handa nyo. Ano sa tingin nyo yung pinagkaiba ng FERVID nun sa group stage sa FERVID ngayon sa playoffs?
wala, di ko alam.
Hindi mo kayo mag-explain kasi hume-headshot ka lang talaga no? Pero sa teammates mo, sa tingin mo, ano yung pinaglalaban nyo para sa execration? Ano yung gusto nyo sabihin sa execration?
Wala, good luck na.
Good luck lang. Mochi, ikaw, may questions ka ba bago sabihin yung final question ko?
Sa oras na... Okay, sige, ito na muna, no? May dalawang question din sa'yo, Dino. Unang question natin, at one point nyo nalaman na inyo na tong seryeng ito against Team Acceptance kanina. Kasi biro nyo, isang map kayo na very decisive yung pagkapanalo nyo, di ba? Sa tingin mo, saang punto nyo nalaman na inyo na yung pagkapanalo natin against Team Acceptance kanina?
Ko alam.
Nako po. Hindi niya malaman kasi talagang lagi lang siya nakakuha ng headshots. Feel ko, siguro nasa state pa yun sila nang nakalock-in pa siya ng Mochi.
Nakalock air ka. Sige, second question. Kung kayo ay naparapunta na at napadala na sa Paris, ano ang unang gagawin ni D?
Wala, ano lang. FFA.
Diretso sa PC, no?
Mag-FFA ka doon! Grabe naman talaga, no? Ganun siya ka-focus sa goal niya. Unang tapak niya sa Paris, mag-FFA lang siya dito. Sige, go. Lagay mo lang yung last question mo.
So, final question din, no? Ano yung gaano ka-importante sa'yo na makapapunta kayo ng Paris dito sa team mo? Gaano ka-importante na manalo kayo sa execution at gaano ka-importante? Ano yung meaning para sa'yo na makakapag-Paris kayo?
Wala, di ko alam.
Wala, in shock siya kasi, well, semifinals na no? So siguro lock-in pa yan si D, medyo sabi nating nasa punto lang siya na, well, hindi niya rin masabi kung ano yung nararamdaman niya kasi baka pag may sinabi siya, baka malasin, mga ganung bagay. No? Sana wag naman nangyari, no?
Baka mabate. Pero yun na nga, no? Di, congratulations once again. Ilapag mo na ang iyong mga gustong i-shoutout. The floor is yours.
Shout out kay Coach Aris at kay Boss Alin Waps at sa teammates ko at sa pamilya ko at sa mga sumusuporta ng FERVID. Thank you. Yun lang. Yun lang.
At ayan, thank you so much. Muli, no? Congratulations, D. At
Congrats,
good
D.
luck sa inyong third rematch against Execration.
Yeah, good luck, good luck.
Thank you po.
Grabe, okay. Parang pretty stable naman tayo dito, no? Chill lang ata si D dito, no? Sa ating interview desk kanina. And I do feel like the majority of the reason bakit ayaw niya din magsalita dito is baka mabate at baka ma-curse pa. No, baka meron siyang masabi na dapat pwedeng sabihin, no, para dito sa FERVID. Pero guys, alam niyo ba ang susunod na laban natin ni Team Stallions and Comeback Friends lang naman? Do you have any expectations dito, El?
I feel like Team Stallions, no, this is a unfamiliar territory for them in their recent history na nandito sila sa quarterfinals magsisimula. Sanay sila, nasa semis magsisimula, no? And of course, they really had to face against the most wildcard team. Yung team na hindi mo alam kung ano expect mo, Comeback and Friends. Pero yung Comeback and Friends na yan, gusto nila maging Comeback and France yung datingan nila dito.
Yat, titignan nga natin kung sila nga ba ay paparating doon or would it still be the same story, the same thing, and the protagonists of Team Stallions would still do the same thing. Magkakaroon nga ba ng kalakasan ang power of friendship o ang power ng mga kabayo pa rin ang mananaeg? Malalaman natin yan maya-maya pagkabalik after ng ating break. ko lang kung naispatan siya ni KLB doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo sa flick of the wrist. Nakapultuhan niya.
Be careful, but he gets the shot. And he
Uy,
gets the trouble.
grabe!
Receiving play pa. Tuguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one. And also two huge.
Nakaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng action. Masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalence race here dito sa house.
Ano doon, no? Flash grenade? PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KLP!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and everything in between. Tayo ay nandito na sa ating ikalawang laban for today to top it all off for our first day ng ating playoffs. Team Stallions against Comeback Friends, our qualifiers, hopefuls, no? Na nandito na ngayon sa ating playoffs with the power of friendship against Team Stallions na dati pang merong angking kalakasan. Welcome back at kami nga pala nandito ngayon sa inyong panel, Mochi and Salvatore nga pala. Musta naman, Salvi? Kasi parang kanina, nagulat tayo sa resulta eh.
Parang kailangan ko pang indahin yun lahat kasi kung paano ko inintindi yung port na yun, ganun ko rin maiintindihan dapat ang laban ng CBF and ng Team Stallions eh, no? Boji, like another David and Goliath story. Ilang beses na natin nakikita na nanalo si Goliath laban kay David eh. No? Ilang beses na natin nakikita na si gantong team na umexit sa group stage with a higher seeding laban dito sa team na with a lower seeding always ends up winning, if not the semifinals, but win it all, no? Parang ganoon na lang na yung nakikita natin dito palagi, and we need a change of scenery. No? The funniest headline na pwede nating makita kinabukasan, Bochi, is definitely CBF winning against Team Stallions. Pero siguro no, sa ibang panahon natin pwede pang makita yon, kasi right now the form of Team Stallions is undeniably so strong heading into the playoffs.
Exactly, no? Lalong-lalo na during yung fight nila nung VP, no? Kaya pag-usapan natin ngayon kung ano nga ba ang meron for Team Stallions at sino nga ba ang lalaro dito. Because right now, parang si KLP ang ating nakikita. You've already shown and said every single time and time again, no? Para dito, so sino nga ba mga nagpa-pop up dito? We have Kano there, Nakadina, player to look out for, our MVP from week 4. We also have nitong ating captain na si KLP. We also have GG in the mix na pagka naman siya ang nilapag mo sa mapa ng Eagle Eye, abay magugulat ka na lang talaga sa ano mga pwede niyang gawin pagwawala dito alongside with Loy na talaga nga naman na, you know what, bahala na, basta ako, papasok ako, and it works every single time, though. And does appear that our boys is back again dito sa ating usual lineup, Salvatore.
Yeah, definitely. No? Sana ito na nga talaga yung pinaka-consistent na roster na makita nga natin, because this is the same roster, no, that dethroned Virtus Pro from their potential three-peat. This was also the roster that defeated both Evolution Power and Baisha Gaming all in 1 year. So wala tayong kailangan baguhin dito for Team Stallions, no? And right now, there has been a speculating debate kung bakit nga ba nandito si Revenge, pero I feel like nakita na nga natin ang epekto ni Revenge. No? KLP's decision making and macro improved by a lot, especially dun sa huling series nga nila up against Virtus Pro. Pero men, we're still remembering Team Stallions as a strong team kahit natalo nga sila ng execration at acceptance, no? Mochi, alam mo yun, parang we put Team Stallions on a higher precedent so much for the past 2 years. Matalo lang sila ng 2 beses. Everyone is speculating na baka wala nang forma ang Team Stallions, no? Kasi Team Stallions is holding themselves into a higher standard na when they win, they want to do it in a dominating fashion. Hindi sila pwedeng matalo because Giants do not get slain that easily dito sa ating liga nga na to. And I feel like Team Stallions, they're the only team na kahit matalo sila ng ilang beses, they're still the clear favorites to win it all, no?
Exactly. And I feel like just to also amplify your statement dito, no? Hindi porke nagkaroon ng 2 galos itong Team Stallions, ang higante ay tutumba na. Pero parang meron tayong katanungan dito kay Coach Tanks, what will be your preparations physically, mentally, etc. Wow, parang pang pang Miss Universe ito, no? Going into the playoffs. Sagot lang naman dyan ni Coach Tanks, train everyday, individually, learn the other teams, then pray to. At I feel like we can also agree with that one kasi yesterday, 'di ba pumunta yung mga boys natin sa simbahan?
Yeah, definitely, no. So we can attest to na Team Stallions is going to be prepared, no, mentally and as well as spiritually para sa series nga na to, no. And ever since the start naman talaga, no, yun yung pinagpubuti natin ng UM boys dito, no, for Team Stallions. And I feel like that has been the formula and the recipe kung ba't nga nila naipapanalo yung mga laban nga nila, no. So safe to say, no, Team Stallions is that prepared and ready for this upcoming fight, no. Yun nga, Mochi, no, Team Stallions is that higher for standard of a team na kahit anong sabihin mo nga sa kanila, kahit ilang beses pa nga sila matalo, when they enter playoffs, it's a whole different story for STS. And we gotta applaud them that, no? Kasi parang we never saw a bad playoff game laban dito sa Team Stallions. So it always has been a 3-2, no? It always has been a 3-0, paminsan-minsan lang din. And they really put themselves in that greater, no, area na talagang ibang teams hindi man lang nila ma-approach. But for Team Stallions, they have been winning games left and right. No? Siguro after that disappointing, no, outing, no, from both the series ng 2024, feeling ko mas nag-amplify na yung mentality ng Team Stallions heading into playoff games.
And I feel like dagdag na ebidensya dyan, no, na nagkaroon tayo ng struggle sa kanila from Team Acceptance. They still actually managed to make it very, very close. At idagdag na rin natin, no, na walang kupas yung performance ni Kano. Pero ngayon na napag-usapan na natin ng Team Stallions kayo, let us talk about Comeback Friends this time around. Because again, no, Salvatore, this is definitely a fascinating team. Ilang henerasyon ang nandito and all of them are actually performing great.
Isa-isahin natin, no? Mochi, perennial 8v8 player from the original Field Squads roster. Woos, no? Aldrin, Pacific Macta, veteran pro player, international champion, 3-peat na champion din sa local, no? Tetsu, perennial IGL din dito sa larangan nga na to. Impact champion yan. Yaba, one of the players to watch out for when it comes to headshots, originally from Amelion Gaming. Itong si Aiden, kasamahan ni Tetsu na nag-champion nga sa Impact, no? All of which, no? Kahit gaano pa kahaba yung resume na sinabi ko, Mochi, isa pa ang hindi namamarkahan sa kanila. That is an international appearance. Wala pa rin talaga, no, from those 4 players. Si Aldrin, alam niya na yung pakiramdam. Kaya nga nandiyan si Aldrin to help elevate itong mga performances nila Aiden, Tetsu, Yaba, and Woos for them to know what's at stake sa laban nga na to. I just know comeback friends na andun na sila sa point na if we lose, ano nang mangyayari sa atin, no? So kailangan ngayon palang mabuo na yung identity na yan kasi comeback friends is future question mark, Mochi. Hanggang ngayon hindi pa rin natin alam if this will be the same roster heading into the next following season.
Exactly, no? Idagdag na rin natin dyan na kahit naman na pagsabihin natin dito for comeback friends, everything is going well. It does appear na parang kanilang numerical data dito is actually pretty decent, no? It's still quite of a question kung ano nga ba yung magiging performance natin dito, lalong-lalo na nahigante agad yung hinarap sa kanila. Yun yung masaklap dito, no, Salvatore. Nakakapasok mo lang ng playoffs, you're feeling very, very much quite of an achievement after that. Pero right now, ganun ang iyong makakaharap. Pero ito nga ang ating match history. Kasama sila, no? Losing against FERVID, Team Stallions, Virtus Pro, and as well as Expectation. Those are all pretty much very valid wins. Or losses, rather. Tapos dagdag pa natin na merong isang mapa na nakuha sila dito against Virtus Pro. That just means that for comeback friends, when it comes to structure, meron silang panama dito.
But then again, no, Mochi, we can never really be too sure paano nakuha ng comeback friends yung mapa na yun against Virtus Pro because once we enter etong playoffs nga natin, no, that seems to be just like a minor detail. Kasi kung makita mo kanina, no, Mochi, Stallions and FERVID, hindi man lang nagamit, FERVID na Acceptance, hindi man lang nagamit ng Acceptance yung 2-0 na naipanalo nga nila up against FERVID and FERVID managed to make it a 3-0 ngayon. How will comeback friends be able to use those values laban dito sa best of 5 against STS, not just any other team, ha?
That is also true. And dagdag na rin natin nga dito for comeback friends sa STS nga ang kanilang katapat ngayon. So I wonder, no, kung meron nga bang magbabago, pero speaking of pagbabago, meron din tayo dito si Tetsu ang in-interview for this time around. At tanong sa kanya, what can you say about your opponents this upcoming playoff? Sabi niya, wag nila kami underestimate kasi we got nothing to lose. Bigyan natin ang magandang laban yung viewers. And it disappeared na for Tetsu, ha? Merong acknowledgement sa kanyang kalaban and at the same time, parang may kaunting hapdi din, no, base sa kanyang kasagutan. At tingnan nga natin, no, Tetsu, no, kung magkakaroon tayo ng malapit na laban dito. Kasi guys, para sa mga hindi nakakaalam, kasi yung mga nagtatanong pa rin sa comment section, this is a best of 5, no? Simula ngayong araw na to, sa mga the rest ng mga araw natin para dito sa ating playoffs, best of 5. Kaya, dumoble, no? At mas mabigat at mas mahirap ito para sa ating mga qualifying teams. Kasi, meron silang ideya paano lumaban sa isang best of 3, pero pagka humaba ang ating laban, hanggang saan sila dadalhin ng kanilang gasolina.
Grabe, no, Mochi. We were so accustomed, no, ng ilang linggo na best of 3. Yung iba, medyo nakakalimot na na nasa playoffs nga na tayo kasi ganun kabilis dumaan ang panahon na para sa ating group stage. Kaya yung pagpasok ng playoffs siguro, no, mala turista pa ang approach dito para sa ating viewers and baka din para sa atin, no. Nakakalimutan nga din natin, this is a different environment now. It could be a matchup na nakita nga natin ng groups, but right now, it's just a different battlefield para sa CBF and Team Stallions. But more on CBF, no? Parang kailan ba huling natamasa ni Aiden at ni Tetsu ang playoffs? It was Masters PH 2025 pa, no, Mochi? And it's going to be really something na sana makatulong sa CBF. Kasi nga, no, CBF really needs that firepower, no? When you say firepower, Team Stallions kagad yung pumapasok sa isip mo. And they're the standard bearer so far ng liga na to.
At idagdag na rin natin hanggang saan naabot ang utak ni Tetsu dito, no? Kasi pag-uusapan na rin natin kung ano nga ba yung mga mapa na paglalaruan ng pareho ng ating team. Lalong-lalo na, no? It will be quite some time or will be needing quite some time para doon, no? Pero pag-usapan muna natin sino nga ba yung mga playoffs na pagtatapatin dito, no, sa ating serye right now, lalong-lalo na when it comes to Kano and Aiden. Ganda itong ating tapatan, Salvatore.
Alright, no, Mochi, can never go wrong, no? Sa matchup nga na to. Kasi usapang headshots sa Master Summer, ito agad yung pupasok sa isip mo eh, no? Even Coach Tanks vouched itong si Aiden kung gaano nga ba talaga siya kasolid as a player kasi nga he's that hard-hitting, he's that offensive maestro na kaya talaga ni Aiden na i-separate lahat ng mga members ng kalaban para mapadali, no, yung outing niya dito, no, to make it an even better playing field, no, for Aiden. Whereas Kano, do we need an introduction? Kailangan pa ba nating laliman yung mga salita natin para ilarawan kung ano nga bang klaseng kalibre dito si Kano? No? The stat speaks for itself, no, Mochi? Isang magiging mahirap na laban nga to para kay Aiden, pero ano nga ba ang challenge ng walang hirap eh, no? And that is the challenge here for Aiden eh, no? Wala talagang magiging madali para sa playoffs nga na to, considering na EWC aspirations ang pinaglalaban eh, no? Whoever will win this will be facing against Virtus Pro and the job is not finished kung no, matapos nga kayo sa araw nga na to. Kaya props to Aiden eh, no, for maintaining that stat line. Paano pa si Kano na 2 taon niya na pinapakita yung stat line na yan?
Tas balita ko, no, Salvatore, is pagdating sa ating kill per round, nangunguna si Kano at kasunod nun si Aiden. So I feel like that just also sets quite a quick visualization, no, kung ano nga ba yung comparison dito, no, para sa ating players for our head-to-head. And boy, oh boy, maliban dito Kano and Aiden, no? Other than yung ating mga IGLs as well, I feel like there's a lot to unpack, especially na oras na tumapak tayo sa ating mga mapa dito na paglalaroan natin. So let us check out ano nga ba yung mga mapang inalis at mga mapang priority ng ating mga teams this time around as we have Eagle Eye for our first map. We have sa base, New Compound, New Mexico for our fourth one. Decider natin, support. O sige,
Teka lang.
kaya mo yan, no?
Wait lang, Mochi. Kailangan ko rata ng Bio JC kasi sumakit yung ulo ko CBF, binigay niyo yung sa base. Siguro may confidence na sila kasi natatalo ng Acceptance eh, no? Natatalo ng FERVID. Pero hindi naman kayo yung dalawang teams na yun. Pero let them cook, no? Let them cook. Eto pa, malapit, no, Mochi. Ito pa malapit. They could have prioritized port. I'm talking balance, no? Pwede na piliin yung port para rin yung Mexico. Aba, sabi dito ni Ko, unahin na kaagad natin yan. Okay, I see this map dito something na, alam mo yun, pwedeng gumanda para sa Team Stallions, pwede rin naman pumahit para sa CBF. There's a lot of scenarios na buo na sa utak ko na Lobochi, pero I just cannot really fathom no CBF. Although nakuha nga nila yung priority sa Eagle Eye nga nila, Eagle Eye nyo ba talaga yan? Tapos ito pa talaga, no? Inopen pa nila yung sub-base, no, Bochi? That is like a map dito na parang mapapakopium ka talaga eh. Kasi CBF, paano kayo mabubuhay sa unang 2 maps na yan? Tingnan na natin.
Tingnan na lang natin. I don't even know what to say din, no, sa ating map dito. I know that there is this unhinged aspect para dito sa pareho nating teams, no? Pero I guess, hayaan na lang natin na yung mga baril nila yung magsalita maya-maya, no? Pero una sa lahat, Eagle Eye. Guys, ang ating unang tatapakan dito, no? That's been chosen by Comeback Friends. Kaya ipakita na natin kung ano nga ba ang odds pagdating dito for our map number 1. Because when it comes to that one, Team Stallions will definitely have that upper hand. But it does appear that there might be some chance para dito for Comeback Friends to face up against them.
Alright, the numbers do not lie, no, Mochi? Akalain mo nga, dikit nga yan, not even by a single margin, no? Team Stallions is leading the charge as the global risk ng Eagle Eye na to. Grabe yung paldo nga nila dyan, 70%. They know how to handle the strong side of the map at kitang-kita mo nga naman yung efficiency nga nila dyan. Win probability, no? Kitang-kita mo nga naman pumapabor pa rin to sa Team Stallions. And for a matchup daw, Bochi, Team Stallions, syempre, no, mahihinaan sila ng loob. Manghihinayang nga sila if they lose this match. Comeback Friends, they're playing playoffs, yun na yun eh. Doon na nagtatapos yung statement na yun. And for Team Stallions to be able to grasp itong Eagle Eye na to can really give Comeback Friends a reality check na hindi lang to basta laban eh. No? This is the road to EWC. And the mere fact that we're playing Eagle Eye right now just really means na Comeback Friends are trying to do their best. At least sa ngayon nga na to. No? But Team Stallions, the numbers do not lie, the ball do not lie. And the guns, they speak for themselves, no? Team Stallions has 5 pure aimers in their roster laban sa Comeback Friends na Aldrin, pwede pa, no? Aiden siguro, no? Pwedeng tumapat dito kay Kano. But man, if 5 members of Team Stallions already gets the ball rolling dito sa ating first half, I feel like CBF will be having a hard time to recover.
Exactly, no? Especially nung tinitigan ko yung GR percentage dito ni Team Stallions. Good luck. Good luck here for Comeback Friends. Pero let us see kung ano nga bang meron dito, no, sa ating predicciones. At ito nga ba sabi ng mga hurado? Puro 3-0 yan, no? Pabor kay Team Stallions.
Wow.
Pero as we always say, Comeback Friends, prove us wrong. And I feel like that's already quite a given. Pero tignan at makikita din natin, no, kung ano nga ba ang sabi ng ating community. Dahil, syempre, no, meron din tayo mga Comeback Friends believers sa ating chat na kanina pa natin din nakikita sa ating comment section.
Pang!
Never mind. Parang kumonti ata sila, Salvatore.
Yung mga believers, no, para mga naging doubters na ata, no, 3% Mochi. Yung at least 3% dyan or 2%, si Buko siguro yan para sa Comeback Friends, no? Suportahan man lang. Sila Tetso at sila Aiden, and grabe nga naman pre. Grabe, like, bumabaha na ng mga Cebuano dito sa ating community polls, and for all the good reasons, no? They want Team Stallions to thrive in this kind of matchup. Pero syempre, no, CBF, backs against the wall. Yung 97% na yan, pwedeng kainin mismo ng Cebu pag nanalo ang CBF nga dito, no? And of course, no, any underdog story would be really good here for CBF and for Team Stallions. Kahit hindi pa nga nagsisimula ang series, we already know what's going to be the outcome. That has been the narrative. That has always been the mindset, no, Mochi? Kaya, do your best CBF, do your best Team Stallions. Kasi the road to EWC begins today.
Exactly. And speaking of set, guys, ito nga, iset na rin natin dito sa ating desk ang mga casters na mag-attend ng action natin para sa ating serye ng Team Stallions and Comeback Friends. Kaya welcome na natin sila. It's going to be Ramon and as well as El. Hi guys! Welcome sa ating desk. Gusto ko yung tinitigan pa ni Salvatore yung gilid niya na para bang katabi niya talaga itong si Ramon. Pero kamusta naman ang inyong estado? All smiles on your faces. It does appear na parang excited kayo sa ating laban, Ramon.
Excited talaga kasi hindi mo masasabi talaga na araw-araw nakikita natin ng isang Stallions na magsisimula not in the semifinals talaga, no? So while it is good for Stallions na makapag-start sila na maayos dito on the playoffs run, you can't really say the same para sa CBF. They're gonna go through the hardest playoff run kumpara sa lahat na nasa mismong top 6 natin, Mochi. Magsisimula sila sa STS at if ever man na mangyari yung upset na mangyayari today, aabot naman sila dito. So statistically, the best team na meron tayo in SA Masters, that being Virtus Pro. So it's the hardest mountain for CBF to climb. Pero kung magtatapat ang mga individuals natin laban sa dalawang Titans na to, sure na sure ako, it's the underdog story we're looking out for.
Of course, no? Lahat-lahat na, the David and the Goliath, the champions versus the underdogs, and the believers, no, or aspirants against the ones who've already been able to prove their name is on the top of the charts. Pero how about you, El? Do you have the same sentiments as well as Ramon?
I feel like I can say the same in terms of like rooting for CBF. I call them the wild card team, no? Like you toss a coin, heads or tails, CBF. They can do the funniest thing, Mochi. They can eliminate STS. They can eliminate Virtus Pro. Pero that can only that only hinges on one word, no? If. No? If they do it, it's going to be the craziest storyline. Pero, no, nandito na si KLP, no? Nandito sa KLP sa desk, and I would really be hoping for STS to, prove that they belong on the top. Mahirap yung tatahakin na daan dito ng ating Stallions, and I feel like I should just color my hair blonde at this point para lang mabigay ko yung support sa kanila. Pero, well, dominance is their way of going out. I hope they can show dominance dito sa CBF, pero with the wild card, no, na nandito sa ating CBF team, and with Aiden leading the headshots, medyo delikado pa rin itong boys in orange natin.
Actually, that is pretty much of a good point. No? I won't be surprised if Comeback Friends can actually make it a bit more close, no? Kasi nakita na natin sila in their full element nang hindi lang si Eden talaga yung nagpa-pop up dito alongside with Tetsu, no? So, I feel like that will also be quite of a thing na kailangan natin abangan for sure. And I do think that there is a time for us to actually point out certain things galing dito, no? Sa pareho nating mga koponan ngayon dahil yung, again, power of friendship is no match against the Stampede, no, Salvatore? Parang kanina ko pa point out itong power of friendship na to, pero hanggang saan nga ba aabot ito? Dahil hindi naman anime, tunay na buhay itong ating laban ngayon.
Ganda lang kasi di ba, Bochi? Ano ba ang friendship sa mga may puso ng kampiyon no? Alam na ng Team Stallions yung pakiramdam paano manalo sa lokal, pati na nga rin sa international. Alam ng CBF, umakbay, kumausap, words of affirmation, pre, saan ka kakain? Anong oras tayo kakain? Nakatulog ka ba ng maayos? Nakapag-scrim ba tayo? Pre, okay lang ba yung resulta? Kumbaga yun yung nakuha kong vibes dito para sa CBF. Is that really a championship winning formula para sa CBF? Despite a rough group stage, no, Team Stallions managed to pull this through, make everyone a believer once again. Everyone is now fully motivated. Lahat nakakita paano nga dinismantle ng Team Stallions ang Virtus Pro in 2-1 fashion. All that overtime really went to the distance at alam mo, yun yung naging tulong nito, no, Mochi, para i-stabilize ng STS yung sarili nga nila and get that better mental in laban sa CBF. Kaya yung friendship na yan, as much as na gusto nating gumana para sa side ng CBF, no, ano nga bang magagawa ng friendship sa mga tulad ng Team Stallions na gusto maging kampiyon?
Totoo, no? Parang dyan na rin natin mapapasok yung blood is thicker than water. Kasi tulad nga ng pagka every single time na ini-interview natin dito si Coach Tanks, pamilya ang turing nila sa isa't isa. So, good luck na lang talaga, no? Comeback friends. But I feel like we can also talk about the duality of the Stallion, no, Ramon? Kasi biro mo from undisputed to unrecognizable after some slumps na nakita natin sila. And do you think that the pressure will catch on dito sa ating Stampede?
Up until the last game ng group stage, yung lagi kong masasagot is medyo, no? Kasi marami nga yung pinagdadaanan so far ng Stallions in and out of the server. I-couple mo yun ng isang napakalaking bombshell of a victory from execration nung pinakauna nating start on the group stage as well. So, a lot of adjustments as well as the debate whether or not the Stallions were in their experimentation period dahil nga sa naging swap over from KLP to Revenge and then back into KLP, no? Medyo malaki yung pinagdadaanan ngayon ng Stallions. But one thing is clear pa rin naman. When in moments of doubt dito para sa Stallions, they will never fail to surprise us talaga, pare. Never nga natin sa inakala na makakaabot sila dito sa Grand Finals ng CFS 2035. Pero here we are. Nandito na tayo sa pedestal ng Team Stallions wherein magugulat na nga tayo na nagkakaroon sila ng mga stumbles here and there. But in playoffs, I feel like it's different now na naipakita natin sa lahat sa buong mundo na parang kaya pa rin ng Team Stallions ngayon.
Yeah, exactly. Everything is different the moment that you step into a higher stage. And that is the playoffs na meron tayo this time around. But here for Comeback Friends, we have one point na kaya din natin pag-usapan dito, no, El? It ain't no party like a headshot party. Kasi pagdating sa ating headshot numbers, no, we have Kano and Eden. Na-point out na rin natin na first and second for kill per round. Pero pagdating sa headshots, hindi rin pala nagpapatalo itong dalawang to.
Yeah, I feel like this is going to be the battle of the spearheads, the battle of the swords, no? Walang shields dito, no? Talagang pareha sila. Merong espada dito in terms of the headshot. They just aim for it and they just go for it. Sinabi ko nga, yun nga kanina, no? With the help of our statistics na number 1 at number 2 tong mga players natin in terms of the headshots per kill. And I feel like every time these two will go and fight, siguro take a duel, aim duel din sa mga mapa natin. It really is 50-50. Yes, merong sabihin natin innate advantage si Kano because si Kano yan. Pero Aiden, he ain't shy of taking the ball away from the golden boy natin, no? And I feel like if ever mabigyan ng CBF ng magandang spacing, magandang setup, magandang groove and vibe itong si Aiden, well, the friends just might go to France.
Let's see, and if the friends would be able to go to France indeed. And I do think that when it comes to our headshot presentation kill per round, given na yan, no, for Eden and Kano. And it's just based on what will be happening pagdating sa ating every single round, dyan magkakaroon ng pagkakatalo, no? And if everyone will be online and if everyone would be able to get their responsibilities done dito, no, sa pareho nating kampo. And dude, again, pagdating dito sa mapa ng Eagle ay pinili ito ng Comeback Friends. Ito nga ba ay kanila or is it just quite of another mistake in the making para dito sa ating tapatan? Team Stallions against Comeback Friends! Magsisimula na ang kanilang labanan. Kaya pasan natin to sa ating casters, Ramon and El Rakrakan na.
Maraming salamat Mochi at Salvatore. Grabe nga naman El, no? Mukhang mag-enjoy tayo ngayon sa pangalawang serye ng playoffs dahil sa isang katutak na kwento ng David at Goliath. Iisa pa daw, sabi ng CrossSFIRE Philippines. Team Stallions versus Comeback Friends para malaman kung sino ang itatapat sa Virtus Pro sa semifinals. No? Ang nga pala kasama ko nga si KLP aka L para magiging kasabay natin ito para sa tapatan ng Comeback Friends versus Team Stallions. There's no denying, no, L, CBF have the hardest playoff run compared to any other team dito. And one thing's for sure, ang hirap ng kalaban nila ngayon, men. Team Stallions pa.
Yeah, mahirap, no? Pero if I were to impersonate KLP and tried my best Cebuano impression, sila ay magdudua at sila ay madadaog. Sana, no? Yan yung gustong mangyari dito ng mga Cebuano fans natin. Kung Tagalogin ko, sila yung maglalaro at sila yung mananalo. Siguro yun yung hopes nga nila. Pero I feel like we are underestimating tong CBF, no? Too much, no? Kasi especially with their performance sa group stage natin, ang phrase na gustong sabihin dito para sa CBF or to describe them would be with a grain of salt, no? May konting may konting technicality pa na inaantay tayo sa CBF. And one of those technicalities is to take out their individuality at maglagay tayo ng team play. Pero if they're going to go team play or rather individuality all the way, edi 100% yun na, magpakitang gilis na si Aiden, talunin niya si Kano, si Tetsu, talagang he's gonna make the weirdest but most brainly plays dito and calls para sa teams niya. And si Aldrin siguro, he's gonna go back to his Pacific Macta form and just destroy everyone like he did all those years ago. Pero then again, no, we are just living and hoping for some nostalgia factors dito sa CBF. While the current is here, Stallions, they might be beaten, but they will never back down from a fight.
Yeah, especially nga din naman na na-remind tayo kung ano yung Team Stallions at their peak and at their finest nga, no, after the matchup against VP, where in that very moment akala din natin na baka eto na yung panahon na makakuha nga ang isang team ng panalo decisively against Team Stallions, that being that Virtus Pro roster. But unfortunately, no, time and time again the surprises just keep on going para sa Stallions na ito. And sure enough, yun yung nagiging yun ang nagiging sagot lagi sa mga doubt na nagsusurround lagi on the Team Stallions so far, no? But iba rin naman ang usapan no? Kapag group stage kumpara sa playoffs natin. And coming into this, pare, the stats really are benefiting yung Team Stallions. Everybody from the community knows it. And for us, everybody from Team Stallions is positive across the board para sa KD nila. No? Comparing to CBF, dalawa lang naman ang positive sa kanila when it comes to their kills per death. That meaning tong si Yaba at saka din to si Eden. No? So there definitely is a shining factor pagdating sa individualism. Pero you mentioned it nga no? Yung team play nagkukulang and minsan yung chemistry, minsan di din nagsistick talaga para sa CBF na ito. No? So that really doesn't fall on the individuals themselves. That will fall on the leader Tetsu para ma-unlock at ma-enable ang lahat ng mga membro na dito sa CBF. We'll find out dito sa Eagle Eye. Let's listen to the comments.
Ano na siya ba dari ilan ni Aldrin na? Ingat mi da.
Kan min mo agi Aldrin dirmi. Ba pili. Mid lang ako.
Okay. Okay, so I feel like may callouts dito yung mga tropa natin sa STS, no? They called out Aldrin. So that means they did their homework in Eagle Eye. And STS doing their homework, that's gonna be a recipe for disaster, no, Ramon? A master touch, siguro, galing kay Coach Tanks, galing kay KLB, or siguro dahil lang bumalik sa KLP, no? Pwede nating masabi na they are in form even if the season said it was not, that they are not. But the setup here for LA is true and they are trying to go in.
They are. Si Tetsu pa yung first contact. Good shots in. Galing kay Tetsu at na-hold na yung bunker. Pero paano naman yung nasa lane? Si Loy nandito na at nakuha na yung dalawa coming from STS. Malakas yung suntok ng Comeback Friends pero mas malakas ang entrada ng STS.
Medyo low na dito si Kano at si KLP pero if you know these two boys, they can work together very good. Problema lang though is isang hawi lang, isang walis lang sa kanila dito mga baril. Tutumba na sila.
Kaya nga paso si KLP, nandito pa at ginamit ang TRG. Lapag si Yaba, and it's all out to just Aldrin 1v2. Sabi nga kanina, duguan na nga ang dalawa na nasa STS ngayon. Kaya konting shots lang para kay Aldrin, mawawales sa mga nasa STS. Lalapit at nakuha nga si Kano. 1v1 at sakto lang para kay Aldrin. Yan, the easiest 1v2 of his life. Considering the health advantage, si CBF talaga ang mananalo doon.
You can see the experience dito no ni Aldrin. All those years playing with the information gathered, sabi ko kanina na he's very communicative and he receives communication well from his teammates. Makita mo dito sa replay natin no, it's going to be very dangerous when you try to enter. Pero CBF, they had a spear and their spear is really sharp no in terms of defending this armada of Stallions and with Adrin to finish it off with the USP, knowing that they have that health advantage. Well, just make sure that they get the round and +1 pa kay Yaba.
Exactly, no? Kind of put a lot of props dito para sa STS na mukhang handa nga sila laban dito ay CBF because of how well they prepared up against Aldrin. Pero that doesn't mean to say the CBF hindi din sila pumasok dito na hindi sila preparado, di ba? Mukhang alam na nila yung galawan on that door mid position. Considering the kill from Yaba, nakuha nila yung first blood. Pero Kano, siya naman ang gugulat dito kay Woos. So, again, that 1-for-1 setup, no? LA na nakahawak lamang para sa dalawa. At babalik mo ng STS. Respetuhin mo na yung mga positions.
You gotta wonder, no, Ramon, if itong atake ng STS has something to do with how they read itong CBF. Kumbaga, alam na nila na nandito sa mid naglalaro si Uz, no? Even though I would prefer him to be playing dito sa may LA side natin to cover that possible push. Kasi alam mo na yung STS kapag sumagasa yan sa LA, delikado. Pero si Kano tutumba kay Tetsu at nakahanap ng lamang dito ang CBF in terms of the numbers. So ngayon, KLP and crew, no? Didiretso na sa site B, hawak-hawak ni Aldrin.
Lahat pa nang pwedeng mag-hold niyan yung veterano pa para sa CBF. So you can definitely put your bets dito para kay Aldrin. Pero para kay KLP, tatanggalin lang na yan. Loy on another shot as well. CBF losing on the timing at nakuha pa nga nila yung C4 plant. 3 versus 2. Tetsu, nalaman pa nga ni KLB ang flank. So it's all just on Yaba to claim that 1v3. Di siya gumagalaw pare dun sa top eh. So feeling ko, ibibigay na lang niya yung round.
Yeah, that was coming from a place of advantage dito, no, para sa CBF. And that speaks siguro the lethality of STS in their classic form, no. What do I mean by classic form? With KLP back in the roster, nakapag-receive na siya ng mentorship dito kay Revenge. And you can see his effort being shown dito sa ating laruan. 2 kills already in the TRG, getting the important picks no at the start. Pero si Kano hindi papatalo instantly, walang sniper itong CBF, and that is isang delikado no na proposition para sa CBF na wait, si Kano online, patay tayo dyan, at talagang patay tayo kapag si Aiden din nakaisa pa.
Lalo na kung si Kano yung papag-online mo dito no? Already surprising na nakuha niya dito si Woos considering the distance between him and Kano. HK pa yung nakakuha doon. As well placed on for CBF, it is respecting the idea na baka uulit-ulitin lang natin yung door pressure dito for STS. It's a 5 versus 4 CBF. Double stacking dito sa hotel, okay lang yan. Kung mahanap nila si Loy, mas maganda no para makuha nila yung numbers.
Fight happening, okay Loy. Yung lurker natin dito sa STS is going to be the opener. Si Aiden is going to be running the TRG. Not that headshot machine anymore, pero still, kailangan niya gawin yung importante dito, Ramon.
At nakakuha pa nga si KLP ng isa. JJ, good double tap dito kay Aiden to now force Tetsu in that 1v4. Mapapatay si KLB. Pero STS still rampaging sa pagpasok dito sa B-site. And all that time to try to get themselves into hotel control, mawawala lang dahil sa stampede ng STS.
Makita natin yung effectivity, no, Ramon dito ng Stallions. Si Kano, instant +1 in terms of man advantage. 5v4, niluluto nila tong CBF sa setup. Kasi Loy, no, akalain mo siya pa nga yung mauuna dito sa hotel. Kunwari naglo-lurk pero kasama niya lahat ng players ng STS. Looking at this right now, setup para sa LA push pero may nag-ahawak sa mid, no? So, baka tumetesting lang yung mga tropa natin.
Pwede. Possibly just to surprise itong si Tetsu na nag-iisa
Alam
lang. Wala yung exit player kaya walang cover. Itong si Tetsu sa loob lamang ng room A. KLB will strike, will get himself the 2 kills as well.
Oh!
STS nasa flow state na. May isa-isa lang ang mga players natin on CBF. Aldrin will get another one. Pero 4 versus 2 to. At mag-KY lang si Aldrin at saka si Wooz.
Parang hindi nila itatry. Looks almost impossible. Lalo na si KLP nakahawak dito ng flank. He sees one and he's going to get the second. 3-1 towards the Stallions, Ramon. And so far, yung unang round na nakuha ng CBF, yung kaisa-isang round na nakuha nila, it might just be a stroke of luck, no? It might just be the coin landing heads for them. Dahil the rest, in that span of 4 rounds, looks like Stallions are just rolling over them, no? With KLP getting the picks, with Kano getting the entries, with Loy, no, securing those secondary options. Lahat ng checkbox dito para sa Stallions na kukuha nila. So timeout is going to be called here by Comeback Friends. Siguro, a bit of setup play. Siguro yung ayusin lang nila yung diskarte, yung default, possible yung timing. Makita mo, may refreshments pa sila dyan, no? Na talagang pampa-energize para sa CBF. Pero I don't think you need refreshments or rather refreshments is enough to take down Stallions. What you need is team play. The one thing na hinahanap natin dito sa CBF, no? So far, wala. Because kung meron man, number 1, hindi tutumba si Wooz ng ganun kaaga. Number 2, hindi mapipitas dito kung sino man yung nandun sa hotel nang walang trade, right? So, medyo alanganin for CBF. Maybe realizations are coming in slow for them. And siguro, realizations just might be too late.
I gotta agree with you that on that one, El, kasi di din natin ma-deny na there's a lot of good shooters dito sa CBF. Yung talagang nagkulang lang dito is the right positioning para lang stabilize lang yung magiging depensa nila. Kasi in the previous round, parang nag-iisa lang doon si Tetsu. Walang kahit anong lane player, walang kahit anong presence from that torpid side. Okay. Pero the lack of pressure then from mid after the 2 rounds that they did, CBF kind of not having the best read so far para sa i-encounter nila dito sa Team Stallions first half. But again, siguro after ng timeout, no, mas lilinisin lang siguro ng mga positions dito for CBF. And can't really deny as well the Team Stallions have been doing pretty well when it comes to the pacing and the tempo. Pagka gusto nga nilang kunin yung isang goal na yun, pare, focus lang sila doon. Kaya ang bilis nila kunin yung entrada ng LA, pare.
That's what you do to a horse, no? You put blinders on it so that it just looks forward, pare. And truly, the Stallions moniker is being applied dito by Coach Tanks to his boys. Put a blinder on them, no? Put that forward-looking sabi na instrument dito sa Stallions and just make sure that they look forward to the goal. And to be fair, I understand, no, yung ginawa dito ni Coach Tanks with the overhaul of identity. Kumbaga, if you contrast them again with the perennial Virtus Pro, sila naman yung nag-experiment dito sa summer, no? They put in revenge. Naglaro sila 1 game without Loy. Then KLP came back, no? They tried changing things up. And then ang pinaka-importante lang dito is well, they ended up where they started, no? And that's a good thing in its own right dahil, they found their roots, they found their identity once more. More importantly, para kay KLP, the rest, they're still holding true, no? The Golden Boy still being golden in all of our stat lines. And of course, there's a team not far behind. So with all of these positives for STS, what is the one negative na pwedeng mahanap ng CBF sa timeout na to? Not really sure. Maybe just shoot them in the head. No, maybe that is the answer to the question. Maybe Aiden, no, uluhan mo lang. Yun, ganun na kasimple. Pero paano kung sila din yung kalaban mo din, no? Sila din magaling mangulo. Paano na yun? No? What do you do now when your mechanics is being challenged as well?
Basically, page number 1 sa master plans ni Master Tetsu, no? Aiden, patayin mo si Kano. Pwede. Kung yun yung magiging start mo. Pero, the Stallions sort of master plan isn't just around Kano kasi you have 5 stars inside of a roster that has already been proven internationally, no? So, it will take more than just taking down just one player, pare. And feeling ko pag nagtagal dito, kailangan ma-realize din ng CBF. We're back into that reset. 3-1 pa rin is the score and STS gonna play the defaults.
So far, same setup for STS dito in terms of their defaulting. Not much pressure dito sa LA angle natin, no? Talagang pinupunterian nila yung mid-door angle. Yung dalawa dito sa LB, well, I feel like they wanted to pick tong hotel player natin pero the adjustment ng CBF, no, is to put the hotel player late kasi alam nila china-challenge yan early na STS. Pero, yung door mid angle natin, knock-knock, Ramon.
And looks like the joke is realized para dito sa CBF and a matter of seconds. Sino kaya yung tatawa, no? Looks like JJ. Free entry pa galing sa lane. Nakuha niyo yung isa from the bunker side and even gets the 2 kills as well. CBF down with numbers pero as you look at it, naging 2 versus 2 pa nga sila doon. Nakapag-plant pa na C4 on top A at ang layo pa ni Tetsu para sa retake.
There we go again. CBF. This is the 3rd time in sequence na nakita natin na ang layo nila sa ating site. Pero wait, KLP down, 1v2 for JJ.
Huge kill galing kay Tetsu, opens up that LA position at na-spot pa nga si JJ, napisuan pa nga niya. JJ in a 1v2 will get sprayed down galing sa USP ni Tetsu. He was late to the party pero he was dressed to the occasion, pare. Handang-handa para makuha yung 2 kills sa STS to make it 2-3.
Okay, so adjustments have been made. Oo, malayo kami sa site kapag nagre-retake kami pero if we get the timing, we can just get the win of our round, no? Another play dito for CBF is to 3-stack that LB angle pero wala pa rin silang palag. Dalawa tutumba sa kanila. 5v3 now for STS. And they're trying to go for more here possibly.
Push coming in from Yaba as well. Loy surprise down and Aiden, that's the headshot per kill we've been looking for. Dito sa Eagle Eye gets the kill sa sniper. Papasok pa rin ng STS from that LA position. Pero yung gusto ko sa CBF dito, no? Mas patient sila kumpara sa kanina. Now they have a flank coming in from Yaba. But Kano is just going to cancel that out. Realize, knowing CBF in that position.
You can't do the same trick over and over again dito, no? CBF. Old dogs, new tricks, sure. But it's just one new trick and Kano is none the wiser or rather all the wiser dito. Who's getting the challenge but tutumba siya. And Stallions just giving around, no? Para dito sa ating CBF pero taking one right back at you, Ramon. 4-2 ang scoreline and it seems like nothing is going to be permanent for CBF. Yes, you can find a reply. Pero chatty itong STS natin, no? Kung mag-type yan, mabilis at marami. Pero so far, I feel like they're just filling out the defaults, no? Wala tayong nakikita dito except that possible lurk kay Loy. Ang bilis niya dito sa hotel. Backing off, going back towards mid. Possible, puntirihin na naman nila yung door mid for the 3rd time this game. Pero si Aldrin, makakahanap ng isa. Trades happening right now.
Nakatikim ang CBF ng isa pang first blood. KLP will get that trade-off 1-for-1 after yung LB hold. Pero Aldrin, masyado kang makulit, Aldrin. Alone on that LB position at na-punish agad ni Kano. JJ entry on in and the mid side is taken. JJ and KLB will strike onto Wooz para ma-force out ulit si Tetsu. 1v3 kaso Kano na naman. Revenge from the second round. A good timing from Team Stallions will get the 5th round for themselves.
And we ain't talking about revenge the player, we're talking about revenge the action dito for STS. They remember the hidden vendettas from the previous rounds ng CBF and they are paying them back tenfold. But Aiden, the headshot machine, will get down JJ 5v4 for the defending side natin. And this might be the best shots that they got at clawing back in the round. But Loy doing his job.
Pumapalag si Aiden kanina. Ayun si Loy naman! Na-headshot pa si Tetsu doon! But Aiden still striking with the headshot yet again. 2 kills and 2 headshots para kay Aiden. At si Yaba susunod pa nga. Kano down, KLP on the second. Rebat ang parehong teams natin. Pero STS still have that C4.
And malayo sila sa kalaban nila, no? So, we can play ring around the rosy. Mag-ikutan tayo dito, magtago-taguan tayo kahit wala pang buwan dito sa Eagle Eye. Pero in the bird's eye view, you will see, no, na open itong site B natin para kila KLP. Hawak-hawak dito ni KLB yung ating C4, the KL brothers. They just might run it back to CFS 25 kung saan silang dalawa ang prime clutchers natin for this team as well as Kano. Pero they have to face Yaba and Aldrin. Delikado din sila dito.
Sobra. Na-smoke na nga yung magiging entrada nila. Pero yung likod, pwede na lang tingnan no? Rotate trap around and KLP has given them an opening. Pero para kay Yaba, sarado na yan! At USP pa! Para makaltukan si Aldrin on the flank itself. 2 kills for KLP and 6-2 para sa Stallions.
What a weird sight that we see, no? CBF not fragging out individually. Aiden, where's the headshot we're needing from you here? Being naded, and it's not even the head. Actually, it is, no? But through the wall. Pero so far, another 5v4 traded out instantly. Ramon, what was that?
The tempo is just rising up para sa Stallions. Umiinit ang dugo. At kumukulo na to para kay Kano. Headshot again kay Aldrin. At ang CBF bumabagsak na. Tetsu is on top of top 8. Kano reveals the headshot again. At yung likod nila hindi din secure. Si STS sa entrada nila, sarap po sa likod. Kayang-kaya ang comeback, friends.
At kung naging kayamanan lang, no, yung gold at silver headshot dito para sa STS, they're gonna be drowning in riches. 7-2 ang scoreline natin. If that is not dominance, I don't know what is, no? To bring down a team filled with individuality by just pure mechanics, no? I just want to see that stat line. Kung saan gaano karaming headshots ang nagawa dito ng mga important players natin, no? For Loy, for Kano, for KLB, si JJ at saka si KLP, they're supports, they're snipers, naka EBR usually to si JJ. He sometimes rocks the HK pero we don't really put him in the conversation of those prime headshots. He's for the clutch, no? CBF on the other side, you gotta feel for them, no? It feels like head scratcher talaga itong ating game for them, and right now it's not just their heads that are scratching. It seems like you have to go for a bit of a CR break dito, maybe just to relieve some nerves, calm themselves down. Well, higante mga kalaban nila so honestly, not gonna lie, okay lang. Like I understand what they're going through right now and I feel for them.
Gotta respect it din, no? Sa lahat ng possibilities kung paano sila makakapasok ng Paris spread, they took the hardest road. Na-respect it, no? A roster like this who comes back into Masters after a hiatus para dito kay Tetsu and from the Master stage as well as the broken pieces coming through para sa roster na to, para lang makaabot sila dito is one big achievement and one big feat na na-achieve nila because of the summer qualifiers run. Pero Hirap din talaga, no? You can have the individuals that can shoot, pero sa mga times na magka-clutch, mahirap. Sa mga times na mag-entry kayo, mahirap. Kasi kahit sino dito sa STS can really pop off at any given moment. I'm looking at the stat sheet, no? And napansin ko lang that across multiple members ng CBF, they're not really the most positive players pagdating sa positive rating nila, no? I'm talking about the plus and minus stat dito sa sheets natin, and what that tells me is that Tetsu really is the type of IGL that trust any sort of individual dito CBF that they can try to fry out. Pero sa mga panahon na nagtatry nga sila ng fast execute, pero hindi sila masyadong consistent, kumbaga.
Yeah, you know what that tells me, Ramon, the plus minus stat natin? It tells me sino yung tumatapos ng rounds dito para sa ating CBF team. Okay, it's going to be Aiden, that's opens it, and Yaba that closes it. Tapos si Tetsu, si Wu, si Alden, they die in the middle of the fray somewhere in that round. Pero you can't really do that up against STS. Parang kapag pinadala mo dito, si Aiden, hindi mo magagaranti na 70% of the time mananalo siya sa duel, no? And I'm not just talking about the duel kay Kano. I'm talking about the duel against everyone dito sa STS, and that alone is such a scary thing. Lalo na from the perspective nitong CBF, no? Imagine mo, bumuo ka lang kayo ng 5. Nakapasok kayo ng Masters. Nakapasok kayo ng playoffs, awa ng Diyos. And then you get faced off against the top team who might look like they've been having some trouble, pero end of the day, they're still a champion at heart, no? And so far, sa pinapakita ng SS dito, sa dominance sa Eagle Eye, no, nakakatakot silang panoorin, and even as a fan, you have to feel it.
Wala. Hatik nasa A.
Matik.
Okay, smoke kill. Ano ko? Smoke kill dito.
Tara na.
Kamusta mo ka? Ay, din
Bisok,
deliver
bisok,
me
eh.
dong.
Galang.
Hindi ko malingi mid ya. Bent ako daw.
Okay. Ako.
Narinig mo yun? Smoke mo daw.
Wait lang. Naka-flash pa ako eh. For all fun and games aside, no, that situation does not speak for itself, no. Yes, lamang sila 7-2. Yes, they can loosen up. But Stallions, no, ayaw nila pakawalan yung hawak nila sa game dito. Kano will be eating a lot of chip damage thanks to that HE being thrown, pero he's still holding stalwart dito. CBF looking to group up dito pa hotel. Sakto yung need to deny that possible timing dito sa entrance, no, sa hagdanan, pero nandito na si KLP on the mark. He's waiting for the fight.
He's proven his worth. And he has to do it yet again. Yung swing ni Aldrin, mawawala lang. A second para kay KLP. This is the sniper that has been destined to us, pare. And he's already made impact, pero Yaba clears him dun pa lamang sa may hotel. Pero the job has already been done. That is 3 versus 4 now. Si Loy naman ang susunod. Si Yaba, mapipisuan niya, pero Loy still gets that headshot na surprise siya. And he even has a TRG, pre. Kahit anong gamit na barel. Mawawala ka lang kay Loy. Into the 1 versus 4. Tetsu na lang. May 45 seconds. Pistol lang. Hindi sasapat. Loy with the 3K. And Stallions go one more round.
The full house dito for KLP and Loy. Si Kael ang sisimula. Si Loy ang tatapos. And that is usually how a round goes for STS and their members. Aldrin, sasagasa na lang daw siya, Ramon. He doesn't really care. Pero din si Loy.
Si Loy na naman! Si Loy na naman! 2 headshots for the headshot machine. That is beautiful, per CBF. Nakahanap pa rin ng entrada, pero wala pa rin sa kanila yung C4. No matter how much space they get, hindi pa nila makukuha yung objective. Si Kano pa yun nandito. Sa lahat ng pwede, si Kano pa. He gets the headshot kay Aldrin. And Aiden, so hard for him para makarap around. Kailangan niyang ikutin yung LB para masecure yung C4. Maririnig niya si Kano. Maririnig niya yung pagkuha. Kailangan niya hanapin yung headshot. Pero si Kano ang nakahanap sa kanya. There is no way that CBF can get this eagle eye sa map na to as STS secures set point up against Comeback Friends.
At ginagawa nila, no, pinapakita nila na madali lang para sa kanila yung gantong klaseng laban. Kung ganun pa lang, nakakatakot sila. Paano pa kaya sa semis? Paano pa kaya kapag they get the rest of the maps, no? Hot start dito. Ang mga motor ng players natin sa STS and gusto na nilang umarangkada. Ramon, JJ, humahanap ng laban. Headshot with the EBR, 5v4 for the possible final round ng CBF. Kaya pa ba nila?
Parang hindi na nga. KLP gets the second shot again. And this might be the dagger para lang sa Eagle Eye map. Unless Aldrin can make a miracle, he only gets KLP. Pero yung response, yung rebut, yung huling bara ng STS, times 2 ang atake laban sa CBF at si Yaban na lang. In a 1v4, TRG pa. So much time, pero pinaigsi lalo yung buhay at yung oras ni Yaba. STS, a 10-2 Eagle Eye para masimulan yung serye.
Domination, period. Stallions with the 10-2 victory sa Eagle Eye. At pinapakitaan na tayo kagad, Ramon, ng bird's eye view dito sa series natin. They want that 3-0 and this is the map to make a statement. Ang lala ng ginawa ng Stallions, no? Sabihin na natin, nagprepara sila, no? Nag-aral, nag-anti-strat dito sa CBF, pero tanggalin natin lahat ng preparasyon. Tanggalin natin lahat ng ginawa nilang FFA. I would still say na mananalo ang STS dito with just how dominant it is. Marami pang rounds na pwedeng ibigay yung STS pero sinabi lang no. Wala tayong ibibigay. Yung nabibigay natin talagang natalo tayo. At kung matatalo man tayo, liliitan lang natin yung tsansa na mangyayari yon. And they really double down on getting domination right dito, no? Will the domino effect dito para sa Stallions affect the CBF? I want to see a fight. Pero then again, lamang na ang Stallions individually at kulang na ang individuals ng CBF. Kailangan nila ma-realize na kailangan nila magtulong-tulong kasi hindi lang kaya ni Aiden, hindi lang kaya ng headshot niya na mapanalo tong laban na to, Ramon.
Exactly, no? It's kind of like fighting firepower with the best team that is known for firepower nga naman, di ba? Mahirap yun. Kaya dapat iba yung magiging niche mo dito, no? Or kung ano yung dapat mong ipababara dito laban sa STS, dapat iba yung approach mo, no? Hindi lang dapat yung tapatan lang ng baril ang pinag-uusapan dito. But unfortunately, hindi sila nabigyan ng oras para mailabas yung sort of like strat na hinahanap natin from them. It's kind of like the amount of times na nakita natin na tumatapat sila dito when it comes to LA, when it comes to the whole dito sa hotel. There's always gonna be a Stallions member, pre, na maglalabas ng magic na nakakatakot nga namang parang ikaharap ng CBF ngayon. So definitely a big mountain to climb still at mas lalong mapapahirap ata yung journey nila lalo, no? So we're down to 0-1 and since that is the Eagle Eye map nga naman, pare, this set 2 is gonna be no different as well. Lalo na't sa base ito, kailangan magdoble ang trabaho ng CBF ngayon. So 1-0 na nga ulit ngayon, mga tropa, ang Team Stallions, and this one looks like it's gonna be one hell of a sweep nga naman. So bago natin i-throw away to the panel, isang tanong lang naman ang gusto ko itanong sa kanila. Kaya pa ba to ng CBF? Tingnan natin, no? Mochi and Salvatore. Kayo naman.
Parang medyo delikado ata ang katanungan mo, Ramon, no? Pero maraming salamat, Ellen, as well as Ramon, as pretty similar sa kung ano nangyari dito, no? Parang medyo wala dito, no? Ang Comeback Friends, unfortunately, and despite Eagle Eye being their chosen map dito, Salvatore, it doesn't appear like it is.
Ay, kasi mo, Chino. Eagle Eye, mapa ba talaga nila yan? Parang hindi, no? Parang napili nila kasi, uy, open, kunin nga natin to, pre. Tapos eto pa malupit, no? They have to undergo itong malupit na sub-base pa ng STS, no, pre. Death Wish talaga yung map dito din, no, Bochi? Parang nandun, pinaglalamayan na natin yung CBF, Lumalabas na yung mga mani, tsaka mga kape. Nandun, Pagkakita natin ng Eagle Eye, ready na yung kabao nga dito, no? Kukukayan na lang dito yung paglilibingan ng CBF as we head into sub-base. Now, pre, there was nothing really much to break down dun sa laban na yun, Mochi. It was just unoffensive firepower para dito sa side ng Team Stallions. Loy hitting amazing shots. Yun na yun, Yun yung parang baseline na pwede nating makita, pwede nating i-describe para sa mga manonood, no? You too would attest, no? Bochi, pati na nga rin sa ating mga viewers dyan, na ang nakita mo, si Loy pumindot ng left click at ng W, ubos ang lahat dito ng CBF. 2 rounds, Bochi, nangyari na siya. Pangalawang beses ngayong araw. Ano ba meron sa playoffs na to? Ba't dito kayo nagsisi-activate, nagsisipaggalit, no? What is it with dominance and playoffs that goes well together, eh? No? Parang akma siya sa isang sentence mo. Ano ba meron sa laban na to?
Hindi ko rin alam, no, Salvatore. Pero tinanong ko na rin to kay El kanina, no? Bakit kaya lahat ng OT natin naubos at hindi sumisipot dito sa ating playoffs? Parang naubos nga from last week. Pero based from what we're seeing here, again, I think it just shows na as much as we're saying that the gap is closing up pagdating dito sa ating mga kopulsa at as well as sa ating mga veterano, mukhang meron pa rin na existing. And I feel like this is a great example for it after that very much demolishing itong naging eksena dito ng Team Stallions against Comeback Friends. And despite the fact na itong sila Aldrin, sila Eden ay kahit pa paano nakakasabay, unfortunately, parang ina-amp up further dito ni KLP and as well as ni Loy. And it's just insane how much control they're actually trying to get dito sa mapa ng Eagle Eye natin. Pero the moment they attempt to do so, natatapisan sila ng ulo dito, Salvatore.
Parang inaantay na lang talaga natin, no? Formalities, no, Mochi? Set summary tayo maya-maya para man lang mabangha tayo. Siguro for the 476th time kung gaano nga ba talaga kasolid ang Team Stallions, eh, no? Ganong karami tayong beses nakikita yung mga malilipit na numbers, no, ng Team Stallions. Sa mga nakakaalam, no, guys, hindi naman po totoong number yun. Exaggerated lang po talaga. Kasi ilang beses na natin nakikita yung mga numbers ng Team Stallions, Mochi, at hindi nila tayo pinapalya, no? Ito lang ang malupit. 17 kills. 12 rounds lang yung nalaro natin, no, Mochi? Naka 17 kills dito si Loy. And 10 of those being headshots. Loy, welcome back to the roster, eh, no? Sana hindi ka na nga pumalate, no, sa pag-check-in po ng ating lineup, no? Kasi pag wala ka, may mga nangyayari pong hindi po kaaya-aya, pero buti na nga lang nakarating na nga si Loy sa kararatnan niya. And kita mo nga naman, no, Mochi, hindi siya nagsayang kagad ng kada segundo na nandun siya sa loob ng Eagle Eye. From entries to LA, entries to LB, rotation pa lane, rotation pa RS, lahat kubrang-kubra dito talaga ni Loy. And for players na talagang okay, no, Mochi, grabe yung pag-hype natin. Old versus new. Nandun si Aiden, headshot machine, laban kay Taste, just all fell flat, no? Grabe. It's not even the issue na nakulang si Aiden tsaka si Aldrin. It's just the case na, okay, kalaban nyo kasi yung Team Stallions, eh. That's it, no, Mochi? Yun yung pinakamalupit na explanation na pwede natin gamitin. It's definitely, no, I don't wanna say it, pero skilly. Yun Mochi, eh.
Yeah, kumbaga, I feel like yung easiest way na pwede natin sabihin natin dito, no? Kumbaga sa tier list, magkaiba ang level talaga ng Team Stallions sa Comeback Friends. Pero tignan nga natin, sino nga ba ang ating MVP para dito sa ating tapatan ng Eagle Eye, no? It is no other than our guy, si KL Poy! KL Poy with a 2.00 KD and as well as 100% rating. Na para ba kanina lang nagkakasya, naglalaro pa din, no? Biro mo ganun katindi. Ito si KLP. Pero shout out, no, being able to take that title dito para sa ating mapa ng Eagle Eye. At dagdag na rin natin dito, no? Seems like nakita natin yung pagka-flex din ni KLP, switching up depending sa ating loadouts kung ano ang kinakailangan, at mukhang mas mabilis din dito rumisponde at kumilo si KLP, no? I feel like yun yung dalawang bagay na pwede natin i-point out sa kanya as an individual player, and it's nice na nakita natin yun agad-agad sa mapa ng Eagle Eye. And boy, oh boy, honestly, here for Comeback Friends, I wonder what will be the next step for them, kasi biro mo, susunod na mapa natin sa base pa. So, laking sakit na ulo na naman ito para sa kanila, Salvi.
Nako, Mochi, no, kung di mo napapansin, KLP has been having one heck of a 2-week stretch, eh, no? The moment na babalik ka siya sa roster na kalaban ng Virtus Pro and now with the series against CBF, parang hindi na ata nawala ng makina dito, no, si KL Poy sa pagiging tsamba. MVP pala, no? Kaya congrats dito kay KLP. Sana makita pa talaga natin yung laruan nito nga bata na to sa mga susunod pa na araw, kasi yun naman pala, Mochi, no? Ang tanging pyesa na hinahanap ng Stallions buong season, nandun na sa likod, nakaupo, no? And ngayon, pinasok na nga siya dito sa ating playing field. Okay na ang STS.
Okay na nga, no? I feel like pati na natin ibigay yan sa kanila, no? Na goods ang STS right now based on how they're actually behaving, no? Pero, Comeback Friends, goods pa rin kaya sila? Magkakaroon kaya sila ng sagot pagdating sa susunod nating mapa? Magkakaroon nga kaya sila ng bawi? At madadala kaya nila tayo sa ating ika-4 na mapa ng New Mexico? Well, Malalaman natin yan maya-maya. And for now, chill lang kayo dyan. Kasi after this, balik-bakbakan na ulit. Di ko lang kung naispatan siya ni KLB doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo yung flick of the wrist na mabuto ka niya.
Has to be careful, but he gets the shot. And he makes it trouble. Receiving play pa. Tuguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one. And also two huge.
Namaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng action, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalent rate here dito sa house.
Ano dun, no? Flash grenade? PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KLP!
Tayo ay nagbabalik dito. It is Team Stallions against Comeback Friends. Wherein earlier on, in case you missed it, well, parang nagkaroon tayo ng isang napakabilis na laban sa mapa ng Eagle Eye na pinagtadahan. Comeback Friends has been able to choose that one, but unfortunately, hindi sila nakabuelo. And thus, Team Stallions has been able to take that map, and at susunod naman natin will be in the map of sub-base. Naku po, ano naman kayang mangyayari dito, Salvi?
Mochi, wag mo na tanungin anong pwedeng mangyari kasi baka pag tinanong mo tas may sumagot ng 10-0, baka magkatotoo. Kasi yun yung iniiwasan natin sa matchup nga na to, no? As much as that we love CBF, tropa-tropa yung mga yun eh, no? Literally friends, no? They really want to be part of the tournament itself bilang friends. That's their identity, no? Pero sana yung pagiging friends nga nila yun, sa pagiging friendly nila sa isa't isa, nandyan yung willingness manalo and to show their 100% laban sa Team Stallions. Pero feeling ko kasi, Mochi, we live in a society, we live in a tournament, no? Na ang 100% ng isang team ay hinliliit lang ng Team Stallions, no? And I feel like that has been the description na nakita nga natin sa loob nga ng Eagle Eye. What more pa kaya sa Sabbays? Ang kinakatakutan ko talaga, yung 10-2 na yan, baka pwedeng maulit or worse, hindi ko na kailangan sabihin.
Worse. Yeah, alam niyo na yon, guys, no? Kaya tunghayan na rin natin, no, kung ano nga ba ang diferensya pagdating sa numerong usapan dito, no, sa mapa ng
Boom!
Sub-base. Kasi biro mo naman, no, boom naman talaga. Para merong mga problema dito ang Comeback Friends. Kung gaano katindi yon, gaano kabigat yon, I feel like sila na ang bahala mag-address dyan. Pero when it comes to our GR side, parang dito malapit, Salvatore.
Ay, no, Mochi, no? Hindi malapit. Sabi, hindi ko na nga sinabi, ikaw pa mismo nagsabi, no? Pero buti na nga lang ikaw nagsabi, Mochi, kasi yun ang ating pagpatutungan ng pansin ngayon, no? Kasi the win percentage, no, Mochi, it has been proven like something na pwedeng i-expose ng mga ibang teams eh. No? A lot of teams really do bank on the numbers na binibigay ng map win percentage eh. No? Take a look, Acceptance and as well as FERVID. No? Acceptance, no, they're very decent at best sa loob nga na sa base, pero nung kinalaban nga nila ang FERVID, they topple all the odds. No? And another example dito is definitely FERVID and STS. With STS having one of the best 2-year stretches na meron nga tayo inside of sub-base, pinitik sila dito ng FERVID. My question is for Comeback Friends, do they really believe na kaya nga talaga nila kalabanan ng Team Stallions? You know, Coach Tang said it best. You just have to let them believe themselves that they are winners. At CBF, with their backs against the wall right now in a potential 2-0 manner ng Team Stallions na for sure naman ikadidismaya ng CBF, sub-base is their only hope. No? Yung mga susunod na mapa, hindi to magiging maganda para sa side ng CBF. Malaking gasolina yung makukuha nga nila, Mochi. They can full a tank, no? Pag nakuha nga nila tong sub-base nga na to, and would really cement Stallions as like one of the most underwhelming sub-bases in the year of 2026. Pero parang hindi naman natin ata makikita yun, Mochi.
Tignan natin kung yun nga talaga ang mangyayari dito, no? O pag gagalingan pa kaya ng Comeback Friends tulad ng kung gaano kagaling ako away ni Salvatore out of the broadcast. Malalaman natin yan dito sa mapa ng sub-base natin, kaya tawagan na natin ang ating casters right now. El and Ramon, take it away.
Maraming salamat, Mochi at Salvatore. We're coming into sub-base, and for Stallions, while this is the home ground, CBF might have just come into their enemy territory. No? Pero just to lay down the context for you, no? Dito sa group stage natin, no? We're not gonna be seeing hindi natin masasabi na parang super untouchable yung mga players natin on Stallions on the sub-base map. Pero if you look at it in the broader spectrum, pare, they built their name dito sa mismong mapang to. And they're now using all 5 of the players that have built up yung legacy ng Team Stallions dito sa sub-base natin ngayon. So while the numbers say 50%, pare, feeling ko iibain na ng narrative niya ng Team Stallions laban sa Comeback Friends.
Yeah, yung mga talo lang siguro nila dito sa group stage would be siguro soul-searching losses dito para sa STS side, no? And masasabi naman natin na when it comes to the playoffs, they mean business. At talagang tatrabahuhin lang nila to. Gagawin lang nila talagang negosyo kasi kikita tayo dito ng headshots kay Kano, ng TRG kills dito kay KLP. At siguro, well, it's a base man. It's Stallions. They are going to defend the land. And so far, I feel like those losses, mawawala kagad yan. Kung magkakaroon sila ng chance na maglaro ng sub-base every time dito sa playoffs, they would take it. And I feel like it's going to be a mistake dito sa CBF na ngayon lang nila ma-realize na wait, dapat binan natin yung sub-base.
Exactly, pre, no? Parang dapat ata na-consider nila yung possibility na yun. But instead, they have chosen to ban out yung Ankara, which truthfully nga, it's not really a surprise na ginawa nga yun ng CBF. Considering the record na meron dito ang STS, wala pa nakakatalo sa kanila on this Ankara map. So, opening up yung sub-base might have been a risk that they're willing to take, pero it's a risk nonetheless at feeling ko Tetsu might have had that consideration, pero mahirap nga i-choose no? Kung ano yung baban laban dito sa STS. Kasi if I remember correctly as well, ever since PH Masters 2025, naging goal pa rin talaga ng Stallions is to expand their map pool outside of the sub-base na sobrang komportable na. In result, Eagle Eye, malakas sila dito. Ankara, malakas yung win streak nila no? So, wherever you put Stallions, medyo mahirap nga silang ilabanan sa isang map dito. So, in the sub-base game, parang wala sila masyadong options to open it up or to ban it out kasi wherever they are, parang ang lakas pa rin ng Stallions at the end of the day, pare.
Partida na yun sa CBF, no? Like, kasi sila yung team na nilaro lahat ng mapa sa group stage. They played all 7 maps, tapos parang sila pa yung no choice in terms of dito sa Stallions. Kung saan, Stallions, I feel like they've been hiding their New Mexico, they've been hiding their Black Widow. Nagawa pa nga lang i-pick yung New Mexico dito for the 4th map, no? If ever they need to go that far. And feel like para sa side dito ng CBF, well, if this is the risk that they're willing to take, sabi nga naman ng kasabihan, the greater the risk, the greater the reward, no? If ma-manage nga nila matalo itong STS sa sub-base, edi good, 1-1 tayo, aabot tayo ng New Mexico kung saan pwede tayong magpakitang gilas kasi maganda tayong maglaro doon. Pero so far, I feel like I wanna hear how Stallions operates dito sa sub-base.
Meron na. Outer.
Wala dito mo. Hanggang sa Uji na.
Kahit ako na.
RG.
Wala.
Kailangan ko sa upo.
Tabang ako na. Shatter.
Oh, kita.
Right, shatter right ra.
Palep ko.
At ngayon na napakinggan natin ang parehong koponan na magagawa nga ba ng CBF ang nagawa ng FERVID at saka ng acceptance sa sub-base laban sa Stallions. BL side para sa Stallions ngayon at Comeback Friends. Hirap ata malaman kung saan nga yung first entry point.
Yeah. First entry point though for the side dito ng Stallions would be that second mid. Wala silang kalaban. Aldrin na pauwi dito na sugatan and I don't think that he's gonna be coming back there soon. Swapping out the TRG. Pwede natin tayo makakita dito ng shots from him. He's gonna be operating dito sa may LR side from 2F. But then again, no, Stallions, they really have mastered the poke and prod approach sa sub-base. Akala mo dito sila ending pero hindi. Wait lang, pumupush dito sila Tetsu tutumba. What do they know, Yaba?
Yun nga no? Second layer din sa push on Luwag. You respect the one player. But I don't think Yaba's gonna take the risk na naman. So, 1 kill for no trade. Second mid naman ang papasukin ng STS. Wooz nakita pa sa smoke. At susunod pa si Aiden sa lahat ng mga matay dito for CBF. That will be a 3 versus 1. At yung second layer kanina ang matitira si Yaba. Pero matatagalan na ata. Iikutan na lang niya ang mundo habang ang STS ay nagpaplanta na C4.
Ito na naman tayo sa mga hahabang rotation, no? Talagang ganun ang nangyayari kapag nauubos mga kampi dito ng CBF and the last man standing is all the way on the other side of the mapa, no? So, Yaba. Silent drop. Okay. Clearing dito sa LR side. Minamano-mano niya lahat ng angle. At kahit ano pang gawin niya dito, no? Tutumba si Loy. May possibility pa, pero that's Kano and KLP.
Oh! Exactly. KLP, mapapatay lang din pero Kano still very reliable on the shots. Maganda na yung clutch and I think tumatakbo lang din yung oras. So kung nakataas ka ng 2-whip dun si Yaba, he would have had a better chance. Pero still 1-0 pa rin ang STS.
Oh, wait lang though. Who's last KLB down. IGL out and about dito for STS. And so far, I feel like yung mga gantong klaseng chances, no, Ramon, yung kailangan i-capitalize ng CBF kung sila makakuha ng rounds. If ever, they can have the opportunity to do so, no? So ngayon, makita mo tong setup na to. Bibigay nila yung buong CR. Well, nakahawak si Aldrin dyan from Shutter. Pero they are prepared for a possible CR take, possible luwag take with the two-man approach. Pero alam mo yun, parang no matter how you set up for it, pag nauluhan ka dito ni Kano, tutumba ka talaga.
Hindi nga kailangan aluhin eh. Kano's just gonna run and gun down at walang nakuwang kahit anong sagot si Yaba. Back-to-back rounds na medyo mapalya ata yung decision making for CBF on their A site. At they decide na i-rotate dito si Aldrin. At least may second layer sila dito sa second mid hold. As STS is looking to run it back sa pagiging push nila on second mid. Still have that insurance policy of Lloyd dun sa kabila. Pero flash coming in. Si Aiden, mapapatay lang ni Kano kahit anong ibabato sa kanya. Yung magic ng STS pa rin na mananaig. 3 versus 2.
Oh, 3 versus none. Ramon, it's looking like it's just an easy task dito for STS, no? Situation-wise, sabihin natin, lamang nga ang CBF nung simula. Pero end of it, no? Yung style ng galawan dito na STS eh talagang malala. Sige, Wooz, another chance no given to CBF to get that 5-4. Pero still, looking at this, lalaban sa mid, Tetsu down. Pero it's the rest of STS getting the kills.
Nagsasagutan sa MR at si KLP striking from behind as well. Aldrin focused masyado din sa mid side. And now 3 versus 2 STS. Full control dun pa lamang sa may MR natin. At may Vince play pa para sa kanila, no? Who's has to hit the shot pero hindi tatama kay KLP at si Kano. Babagsak lang sa ulo ni Aiden. Kala mo Goomba Stomp ang galaw ng STS. 3-0 dito sa subbase.
Isang 5v4 na naman yun, no? Para dito sa CBF at isang 5v4 na naman ang natalo sa kanila. 0-4-2 ngayon ng CBF kapag man advantage and that just speaks to the level of base that STS trying to, you know, make an experience dito for CBF. So, differentiation of approach, isa lang nandito sa site A, may tao dyan sa passage and sa may outside invest. Aldrin though, naghahanap ng laban kay KLP. He's gonna win.
And above everybody, si Aldrin pa. Si Aldrin yung pinaka-reliable na save of hands na pwede ma-hold yung lockers natin. Does take a kill dito kay KLP. So we're down to just that 4v4. Leaving Lloyd to respect that LR hold. Pero para kay JJ, disrespect na lang sa setup on that B site. Mapapatay si Aiden. Makukuha ni Aldrin yung trade. Papasok si Yaba naman sa site and he even takes the kill dito kay JJ. Hold on. CBF containing Stallions sa pagpasok ng site. Si KLB na lang. And the flick onto Aldrin is making this all the more doable. Wala sa kanya yung C4. Saspatan lang siya ni Yaba. Gets a lot of damage.
What?
Baka mag-line up na ko niya yung headshot. Si Yaba lalapit pa. 1v1 you called out but it's not gonna work out para kay KLB. Yaba nasalba yung round. 3-1 para sa CBF.
And I feel like kahit sabihin natin kung sino mang member dito ng STS yung nandun, it would have been ending the save. Or even better, no? Nice try kay LB and CBF. Immediately after that round win, or siguro before pa nila ma-call yung time, or yung yung round win na yun, they instantly went for the timeout. So siguro, again, feeling the levels dito ng Stallions sa gameplay is just feeling fear. Siguro, natatakot sila. 3v1 yun Hindi kang pamatalo dun sa 1v1. At talaga lock din talaga tong STS natin, Ramon.
Definitely locked in, pre. Nakita mo yung risk na nakuha ng STS where they try to kind of, yung parang pinagsasabayin nila yung MR push as well as the second mid hold. In the previous rounds, it worked out. Kasi yun yung pinapanggulat ng STS dito against CBF. Pero after the amount of times na nakita na yun ng CBF, parang dinelay na yung rotation nila from CR all the way towards Shutter. At a moment where nakapasok na dun si JJ, walang kahit sino pwede mag-cut off dun sa second mid. Kaya madali na yun para sa CBF na maipit lang yung Stallions sa entrada nila sa B-side.
Yeah. And kahit sabihin natin, napigilan nila itong Stallions. It took a great effort for CBF, no, to even close it out. Okay na tayo dun sa early part, no, and sa mid part na okay na 3v1 natin. Pero kapag kabado ka pa rin sa 3v1 and then parang even if i-double swing, i-timing mo ng peak no, sa KLB, na-manage niya pang i-separate, no, yung ganong sitwasyon. Nagtago siya dun sa 4-box and then made it the 1v1. Highlights upon highlights can be created dito kapag naglalaro ang SS. And CBF, ang laki ng challenge nyo. I like to see that you still have life, no? Nakakakuha kayo ng rounds. I want to see more. Pero the body language, Ramon, no? It kind of says something dito. They just might be talking si Aldrin, nag-i-stretching na, game 2 pa lang. So, medyo telltale sign yan na he's trying everything in his book to, keep warm, keep steady sa tutukan. Si Eden, nonchalant na. Si Tetsu, hindi na nalingon-lingon. So, I don't know, man. Locked in or not, you better deliver, CBF, kasi Stallions yung kaharap nyo. And I would not be surprised kung mag-flip dito ng heads ang CBF and they get a streak of rounds after the timeout.
Factor na din natin, pre, that the amount of times that Stallions have been to the playoffs compared to CBF. Individually, may appearances. Pero yung sistema ng bawat player na nakapasok nga sa playoffs for CBF is entirely different compared to kung nasan sila ngayon, no? Where the duo of Yaba as well as Aldrin have been in the playoffs before, as well as syempre the countless amount of playoffs appearances para kay Aldrin. Kind of negates yung parang hiya factor or yung kumbaga parang nervous factor para dito kay Aldrin. Everybody else kind of just came into this ng bago yung sistema, bagong IGL, bagong mga attackers, bago din yung sort of situation na hinaharap nila ngayon. Napakahirap nga kalaban ng Stallions. And they needed one. Refine po yung team play nila. Yung overall chemistry nila. Ngayon dapat performance level. Dapat 100% na nilalabas ng CBF ngayon. One that is expected to match STS. Pero it's easier said than done ngayon.
Okay. Looking at it. Same second mid take, same wood stake dito para sa STS. Si KLP naman ang magpapatumba dito na sniper. Yaba out and about. Aiden as well. Kano getting a freebie. Sa spam niya lang dito, talagang niraratol lang nila yung pintuan na gawa sa kahoy. And instantly Ramon, a 5v3. Not something that you would want dito right after your timeout. Naka-double TRG setup pa sila dito kay Aldrin. Natutumba na. Si Hus na lang ang mag-isa. And Tetsu, no? 2v5.
Tetsu will get the kill dito kay Kano, pero he's already done the damage. Wuz will get the kill dito kay KLB. Hold on, at least a little bit of individual prowess para sa CBF, pero STS knows the timings, the wall banks, doon pa lamang sa may second mid. It's different for CBF to be playing this map compared to STS that have built everything on this map, pare. And it's just difficult para dito kay Wooz ngayon. 1v3 galing pa lamang sa may woods. Has to wrap all the way around the world para lang magkaroon ng conversation for a clutch. Pero
narinig yata siya.
I don't... Baka nabdinig pa nga siya from the drop. Possibly from the movement. Wrapped in towards that LR position. And JJ, iwawalis lang siya. Parang gano'n lang para sa STS. 4-1 na sa loob ng subbase.
Talagang it's that time of the night, no? Kakatapos mo lang kain ng hapunan, tapos magwawalis ka na para mawala lahat ng malas. At parang walang minamalas dito sa STS. Kasi tingnan mo naman yung swerte ni Kano na makakuha ng kill doon sa spam niya. And the rest, siguro clean up na lang to para kay Wuz. Pero wala talaga siyang mapapalag. Doon naiwan siya dito ni Tetsu na mag-isa. And I feel like yung footsteps nga lang niya dun sa outer, nalaman na kagad. Kaya minamarkahan siya dito from 2F. And siguro, as much as they try to get picks, kapag hinamon mo yung SS early in the game, 50-50, no. 70-30 na makakuha to SS ng +1. At kahit makakuha ka ng return, mako-convert mo ba yung 4v4? Mako-convert mo ba yung even 5v4, no? Daming kailangang itanong dito sa CBF at so far, isa pa lang yung nasasagot nila.
Slow take para dito sa STS, fully knowing na one gulat push could still dismantle them. At si Aldrin pa ang kakalaban. Mapapatay siya. Yaba gets the 1-for-1 still. STS nakuha nila yung LR. Lalabas sila dito sa B-site. As with the rotation, Loy, he has to go faster kasi mapapatay ni Aiden ang mga nakapasok sa site. Di makasetup ang STS. They now fall on the shoulders of Loy, who will also get trapped sa loob ng shutter position. That will be CBF finding a rebuttal laban sa STS.
So far, so good. And siguro yung slow approach na wag nating hamunin sa mga maagang angulo dito. No? Wag nating hamunin sa woods. Wag natin pikan, Yaba. At i-preserve lang natin yung buhay natin. No? Pero boom! 37 HP kaagad sa Ratol. At back out kaagad siya sa site B. Ngayon, very much delikado para sa CBF yung sitwasyon. They are going ultra passive. Tingnan mo yung posisyon ni Tetsu na doon siya sa cram. Tuloy-tuloy lang sa pagrarat-rat ng mga players natin sa STS. 2-man setup sa site A, 2-man setup sa site B. Talagang tatanggap lang sila ng players dito. Pero problema, pag sumagasa itong STS, as 4, as 3, uubra ba yung 2v4, yung 2v3 natin dito, Ramon? Parang ang hirap tingnan eh. Kailangan nilang makadaga.
Exactly. Wala sila makuha opportunity. So many times STS will get the space that they're looking for. Pero dito sa CR, mandadaga si Aiden. Mapapatay niya si KLB. Pero ang bilis ng trade. The spacing for STS is second to none. 4 versus 4. Second mid taken. At si Loy makumat pa yung headshot kay Aldrin. Tumingin lang siya sa bintana, pre. Nagulat siya na may bala galing dun. And now, CBF trying to fish for info. Tetsu, mapipisuan lang. At para kay Kano, runway na yon para makapasok sa CR. KLP gets the kill kay Yaba. Si Wuz na lang. At the spot pa nga dito si JJ. C4 drop dun sa sikip, kaya kailangang ipaglaban ng STS. Pero para kay Wuz, triple peak lang. Para sa STS to. Si KLP ang kukuha ng patay. At si STS ang kukuha ng panalo.
Parang parang makakita tayo ng similar rounds sa first half natin dito for the side of STS. 7-2 ang hanap, pero wait lang, naglalaban na sila sa woods.
Flash pa si Aiden doon. Walang takat si Aiden. Pero Tetsu, make sure na magkakaroon ng trade dito ang CBF to make it a 3 versus 4. Duguan ng player dito na si KLP. Tetsu wala siyang takot pre. Haharapin niya yung smoke. Try to see if he can fish a kill dito kay Kano. Pero Kano na naman. Guess the shot dito sa IGL. 3v3 ang labanan at mukhang kukulit pa ata dito si Yaba.
2v1 possible dito kay Yaba. He's gonna pick! Only getting 1. 2v2 ang usapan. Wait lang. Si Loy dumadaga sa bench. Pwede mahuli parehas ng players.
At si Loy mababati nga lang siya ni Wooz. At the perfect time lumabas yung USP Aldrin as well. The headshots finally clicking para sa Comeback Friends. We can't deny their individuality. Kaya dapat magpa-pop off yung individuals nila dito, pre.
Okay na. Talagpasan na nila yung scoreline nila sa Eagle Eye. And I feel like may pag-asa na dito yung CBF, no? Siguro kailangan lang nila magpainit. Nababasa na nila yung timing, nababasa na nila yung ginagawa dito ng STS. But can they deliver it for one more para maging 5-4 yung half? Make it competitive, no, Ramon? Bigyan nyo naman kami ng magandang suntukan dito in terms of the barilan. Pero Loy, wait lang. May kapitbahay siya sa bench, nakakakutob. Pero itutuloy niya Ramon. Or hindi. Loy, make up your mind. Wala pa. Ayaw niya pa, no? Nag-wait pa siya.
Parang ito yung sagot nila para Loy flank eh. Marami times nga na nakita natin siya from the vents drop. Ngayon pa lang nila nalagay si Aiden. Huwag kang lilingon kaibigan! Pero Loy, focus lang sa goal. Patay na sa loob ng vents. May lurk ang STS. At may entrada pa sila sa loob ng site. Patay si Wooz. Patay si Tetsu. No defense working out para sa CBF. Pero Yaba, takadaga pa. Hanap na dito kay Loy to make it a 2 versus 4. Pero KLB strikes from above. Mapapatay si Yaba. Aldrin na lang. 1v3. Nasasaktuan niya si JJ. Pero there's a lot of work to do. Ikot. Pabalik dito sa woods para lang ma-flank ang STS. Pero markado na ni KLB yan. USB para kay Aldrin. Hindi tatama ang kahit anong bala. KLB preparado. STS make it 6-3.
And so far, kumbaga, kahit nakatlo dito ang CF, may balik pa rin ang STS. Ganun sila kalupit. Kahit bantayan mo yung vents, nandiyan pa rin si Loy. Akala ko talaga matatalo siya dahil sa bilis ng movement kapag nakakrush. Pero hindi. Mas mabilis yung reflexes dito ni Loy. Tutumpa kagad yung nakatao dito sa CBF. And just like that, poof, nawala yung site A natin at yung KL Brothers ang nagtapos dito sa 2v1. In fairness, no, CBF, they got one more round than the previous map dito sa first half natin. Yung 7-2 naging 6-3. They're finding their hotspots dito sa mga mapa, pero overall talaga, no, there is not a single huge mistake o kaya masasabi nating butas dito sa ginagawa ng Stallions para magamit ng CBF. At dun pa lang, no, kung wala ka pang butas na mahanap, you're gonna really try to barge in dito sa depensa ng STS. And speaking of depensa, no, Ramon, pupunta naman sa GR side ang STS at mukhang dito pa sila mas makatay dahil looking at our stat lines. Well, actually hindi, no. 54% yung GR win rate nila, 69 sa BL. And that just speaks to how strong this team is. Medyo rounded na, I would say, for the GR side, pero with KLP being online, no, in these fights. Hindi siya yung unang napapapitas dito ni Wooz. Ang napipitas ni Wooz lagi sa may second mid yung mga riflers natin sa STS. So ibig sabihin si KLP still good, is still fine, is still winning the duels. And kung ilalagay mo siya sa GR side, paano pa ang CBF, no?
I can argue na hindi sa early round yung best strength ni Wooz dito sa sub-base, kundi yung kung paano siya maglaro on the post plant. But if you remember, yung summer qualifiers game ng CBF laban sa STS, si Wooz yung sumasalo sa mga rotation timings ng STS on their GR side. So he could be could see history repeating itself kung yun nga yung mangyayari para dito sa CBF, or possibly a change in what STS has brought to the table ngayon na nakapasok na tayo on that second half. So far, CBF has returned some of the punches na binibigay ng STS sa kanila. Pero wala yung consistency eh. Hindi pa, I'd say, humahawak sa tagiliran yung STS. Konting times na nagkakaroon sila ng konting pasa here and there. Pero wala pa yung time na nasasabi nating pressure ng STS so far on that sub-base game. Tetsu will have to enable that. Tingnan natin no, kung uubra pa nga ba ang sub-base ng CBF laban sa STS.
Inaantay ko yung comms. Wala pala. Nagbabarilan lang sila, dire-diretso lang. KLP, yun ang magandang sipat. Bakit may sniper sa bench? Napakamot na lang sa hindi makati si Aiden. Pero may balik si Aldrin dito, Ramon.
Diretso sa leeg. Para lang makuha niya si Loy na nagmamadali na ata na matapos yung sub-base game na to. Pero in response, no, laki ng nabawas dito kay Aldrin at kay Tetsu. Sa naging hold nila dito. Sa labas ng MR. I-rest ba nila yung pag-push dito sa MR? Nagpakita na nga yung dalawang players dito ng STS. Nag-flash pa nga sila. Konting nade damage pa dito kay Yaba. Even more pressure para i-consider yung MR take na to. And STS forcing CBF to play super slow dito sa first rounds natin.
Pero ito yung pinaka-importante, Ramon eh. Wala pa sila nakuha ang espasyo sa mapa. Wala na silang HP. Tetsu, Aldrin, Yaba. Lahat yan may bawas in any form of, in some form of damage. Siguro, Ratol, siguro, HE. Pero kahit i-challenge nila to, from any angle sa MR, tutumba sila at si Aldrin pa kayo tumumba. And that's healthy. Wooz, tuloy-tuloy lang si Kano. And you can just wrap this up, Ramon. A 4K, never mind, a 3K with some parts of Stallions getting a piece of it. They're making it look too easy. Walang espasyo na nakuha. Yung CBF, ang ganda na ng sipat ni KLP galing sa bench. Lumipas siya pa MR. And so far, so good. Nung makita mo yun sa replay, get that one. Tapos may trade dito kay Loy, okay lang. Kasi nabawasan dito yung players. At pag nakita ka ni Kano, tumba ka, hindi kailangan yung headshot. Pero yun na nga yung ginawa niya, no? Talagang inubos niya lang. And KLB to finish. 7-3 ang scoreline. And we could not ask for more dito sa STS. CBF, they need to continue some way, somehow. Momentum ang hinahanap nila. Ang tanong, mabibigyan ba sila ng STS dito sa Woods at second mid?
So far, parang hindi pa eh, no? One of the things na medyo mabibigyan natin ng praise ang STS is how their playstyle has evolved from all-out aggression to just controlled chaos na lang eh, no? Knowing when to pull back after an initial push dun sa MR. Hinold na lang nila yung smoke dito. Preventing any sort of pushes sa angatan galing dito sa CBF. As well as yung mid, no? Kahit mag-pick dito si Aldrin, markadong-markado pa rin siya ni Loy. So, kung iisipin mo, the safest place para mag-rotate yung CBF is galing lang sa sarili nilang spawn. Pero, di nila na-consider yun. Forcing CBF to now again play that passive position. Pero,
Uy!
JJ, headshot na hanap dito kay Aiden. Woo's on the 1-for-1 as well. At tinatry markahin ng CBF yung parehong entrada dun sa luwag as well as second mid. Alam nila na may malapit na STS dito.
Pero tama ba sila sa hinala nila, no, Ramon? Si JJ sumugod at kapag si JJ sumugod, ibig sabihin usually may kasama siyang isa. Pero wala, no? Na-fake out ata itong CBF na pa-rotate thinking na nakastack dito sa A yung STS. Pero hindi, 2-2 yung approach nila. So kahit pumunta sila ng B, dalawa pa rin kalaban nila dito, Ramon. At nandito pa si KLP, pwedeng sipatan.
Nakita niya yung 2F player at KLP. Nakakita yung dalawa, tatlo para sa STS. Kung sa 2F o sa passage, walang save kay KLP. Kahit saan pa manggaling ang CBF, nandyan si Kael, nandyan ang STS.
Siya yung galawan niya dito, no? Ayaw sabihin ako, pero parang revenge. Yung bilis ng sipat dito, no? Almost Cetra-like. And ayun na nga, no? Si JJ is gonna try the same approach. Magpo-fall pa ata dito ang CBF and for the same idea. Mukhang hindi na dahil nakabawi dito si delete trade. Pero it's the same damn approach, no? For CBF, hindi open yung binayan. At ngayon, -1 na kayo, hindi pa nag-activate to si KLP.
Ramdam na yung pressure on all sides, pre. Hindi gumana yung Woods control. Hindi din sila nakapag-push doon sa 2F. STS putting all the focus dito sa CBF sa bawat entrada na ginagawa nila, walang tumutugma. And now putting all their eggs in one basket dito sa LR. Nagpaingay na nga sila para sa entrada ni Aldrin. Mapapatay dito si KLP, pero Loy, mabilis ang sagot. 3 versus 2, piso pa nga dito si Wooz. Stuck pa nga si Yaba at nakukuha lang ni Kanoyan. Who's in the 1v3, the most impossible clutch para sa sniper. Wala din sa kanya yung C4 at inahabol na siya ni Loy. Nade pa ang hawak, walang kahit anong pampalag. 9-3 para sa STS. Almost how we expected para sa Stallions.
At sinabi natin dito sa CBF, kaya nyo pa bang galingan? Ang sabi nila, isang round lang madadagdag namin. KLP with a shot dito kay Yaba. At mukhang ito na yung go time nila para sumaga sa Ramon.
Nakapasok na nga dito. On the way towards luwag tong si Tetsu, pero JJ, nandyan lang ang security guard ng STS. Hindi na napasok ng Comeback Friends to make it 2-0. And one more set puts them in the semifinals, pre.
May walis yata tayo dito sa sa broadcast natin kasi parang sweep parehas na series natin dito sa quarterfinals. STS, paskorin nyo naman yung CBF. Total rounds dito ng CBF in the series, 5 rounds lang, Ramon. 5 rounds lang, isa pa, no? Kahit 5 more. At least bigyan nyo ng 10 rounds dito yung CBF, pero walang mercy, no? No mercy. One of the words na sinasabi dito, or one of the phrases na laging sinasabi ni Coach Tank sa mga kalaban nila, no mercy pero good game, well played, nice try. Siguro yung dulo na yun, no, yung nice try lang masasabi ko sa CBF kasi hindi naman sila nagkulang sa pagsubok dito sa SS, pero wala. Ang hirap i-explain kung gaano ka-dominante nitong team na to ngayon. And siguro nga, the experimentation period, as short and sweet as it is, no, at kahit sabihin natin medyo magulo yung naging road nila dito sa ating group stage, it's not what we expect. Well, all expectations are back dito sa STS, dominating fashion on the first and second map. And the third, I'm feeling a bit spicy, Ramon. Maybe a 10-1, a 10-0. Gawin nyo ng surprise me, STS. Surprise me.
For sure. With all respect to CBF, pare, it all feels like a warm-up para sa STS for the eventual semifinals up against Virtus Pro. Pero compared nga sa group stages, no, at least meron pang isa pang game na pwedeng pang-rebat dito mga players natin on CBF. So if Tetsu has one hell of a miracle cooked up para sa third set natin, sure na dapat ngayon niya ihanda yan laban sa Stallions. The gallop continues ongoing para sa 2-0 ng Stallions laban sa CBF. At para naman dito sa panel natin, a lot of questions may have been answered dito. Kung playoffs form na nga ba ang STS? Mukhang oo na nga yan. Mochi at Salvatore, kamusta kayo dyan?
Ito na nga, Ramon. Ito na nga pala ang laban ng Stallions at ng Virtus. Ay, wait lang. Wala pa pala. Pero parang yun na nga, no, Mochi. Wala pa pala. Teka lang ha. Kasi Mochi, no, for a bit of context, sa sobrang lupit ng Team Stallions, 5 rounds pa lang ang nakukuha ng CBF sa buong serye nga na to. And like I said, that map dito is indeed a death wish. Kasi leaving sub-base open for STS despite losing 2 times sa ating group stage, di mo pa rin alam ang pinapasukan mo, CBF. Pero wala talaga, Mochi. No, we can't say anything about CBF. They just got dumpstered by Team Stallions.
I mean, meron namang improvement dito, no, Salvatore, itong si Comeback Friends.
Yes.
Kaya lang yung improvement nila, isang round lang. No, yun lang yung kinaya dito, no, para sa ating mapa ng sub-base. And boy, oh boy, how did the Team Stallions just chose that and run away with it, no, without regard dito for Comeback Friends. And I feel like hindi ko na alam kung anong sasabihin ko dito other than domination. They got destroyed, they got lambasted dito, no, ng Team Stallions basically. And unfortunately here for CBF, they don't even know what to do despite the fact that they have the body system. They cater and try to man down every specific area dito na kailangan nilang bantayan, no. Parang wala no? Kinakaya sila ng isang tao from Team Stallions.
Mochi, no, nakakalungkot talaga for CBF, no. Yung level ng lungkot parang nung nawala si Gary kay SpongeBob kasi di niya pinakain ng isang araw si Gary, no. Like, ganun talagang level ng lungkot, Kasi this is supposed to be CBF's way of showing everyone na meron talaga silang offense in teams against Team Stallions, no. At binigyan nila tayo ng pag-asa, They went toe-to-toe with Team Stallions during Swiss stage, no? Going as far as still scoring 10-8 kahit papano, no? Inside of that Eagle Eye. Yung sub-base, medyo may dikit pero alam mo talagang may ibabat-bat yung calling doon ni Tetsu. Pangalawa, no? The Virtus Pro series, no? Di rin tumagal. Nag-3 maps nga sila up against Virtus Pro and we saw the Eagle Eye ng CBF na meron naman talagang dalang kargada itong CBF na to. Kumbaga may armas na handa para talaga sa gera. Pero parang tila na wala na ata yung paghahandang yun kasi Team Stallions just went nuclear dito sa ating series nga na to. No? And how nuclear was that, no, Mochi? 19 kills, 13 rounds played. No, Mochi? 19? Ibig sabihin, nakakailan si Kano sa isang round. At least, may sukli pa siya, na 6 pesos. Grabe nga naman, no? Kano can guarantee you 1 kill. Pero for him to guarantee you 2 kills, parang sobra-sobra na ata yun, no? Just realizing it, no? Team Stallions is constantly elevating their performances, no? Kung tingin mo talaga nahihinaan ka na sa Team Stallions kasi nakapasok si Revenge or dahil nga parang demotivated yung mga players or baka dahil hindi na ito yung Kanong kilala ko, ito nga pala ang natin, no? Ito nga pala ang ating isang malaking ebidensya kung bakit ang Comeback Friends, despite putting up one of their like respectable numbers, no? It's a huge improvement from Adrian and Aiden. Kulang-kulang pa din, no, Mochi? Kung sa ibang teams nila gagawin yan, baka pwede pa silang mag 10-8 or baka sila pa yung manalo. Pero against Team Stallions, kita mo naman.
Malaking pagkakapos yung meron talaga dito for Comeback Friends just by basing din nga doon sa mga numerong yun, no, from Kanon as well as, you know what? Isama mo na lahat sila dito, no? Pero ang bukod tanging talagang nandyan sa ating MVP, walang iba kundi si Kano. Abay, di na ako magtataka, magugulat ako pag nawala pa nga siya dito, no? Kasi 3.8 lang naman yung KD niya dito, no? Salvatore with the survival rating of 62. Abay, ewan ko na lang talaga, no? Kung ano pa nga ba ang pwedeng gawin ng Comeback Friends dito. Kasi despite their efforts, despite trying to outman ito mga tao natin from Team Stallions, it doesn't appear like that at all, no? And I guess that just definitely shows kung gaano kalayo yung agwat na meron para sa ating dalawang teams dito, no? And at the same time, here for Comeback Friends, unfortunately, I feel like better luck next time na lang tayo. But at the same time, we still got 1 map to go. Yun yung malala doon, no, Salvi? Hindi pa tapos yung laban. May isa pa tayo. And I wonder, would this be another 10-3, 10-2? Madagdagan kaya 10-4? Or makakabawi sila, no? I feel like quite of a miracle kung sakaling makuha nila ang ating susunod na mapa. Pero parang dito na nga muna tayo, no? Papaalam muna tayo saglit. And after nito, mamaya, pagdating sa ating ikatlong mapa, makikita natin kung isesemento na ng Team Stallions at ipapako na si Comeback Friends. Malalaman natin yan maya-maya. pa lang kung naispatan siya ni KLP doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo sa flick of the wrist. Nakukultuhan niya.
Has to be careful, but he gets the shot. And he gets the trouble. Receiving play pa. Duguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one. And also two huge.
Nakaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng action. Masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalence race here dito sa house.
Ano dun, no? Flash grenade. PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KLP.
At ngayon, nagbabalik tayo para sa ating third map. It's still Team Stallions against Comeback Friends na kung kanina, in case you missed it, sa ating unang mapa, no, they racked up this chosen map of Eagle Eye galing sa Comeback Friends, unfortunately, 10-2. At yung ikalawa natin, it's Sub-Base and 10-3 naman, no, at pinili yun ng Team Stallions. Do you think that history is bound to repeat itself, Salvatore?
Ay, no, Mochi, no. A lot of questions, a lot of narratives, a lot of like forming the best plotline para dito sa CBF and Team Stallions. Pero one thing has been very absolute, no, Mochi, no. To answer your question, is there a way for comeback, no, para sa CBF for us to see ito nga mapor nga natin, no, Mochi. I feel like that statement alone is already the answer, eh, no, kung kaya nga ba talaga. Kasi if you're having doubts, I feel like yun na yung pinaka-embodiment, eh, no, Mochi, kung kaya pa talaga ng CBF. And I feel like everyone with the performance that we've been seeing from them, no, 5 rounds pa lang ang nakukuha dito ng CBF throughout the series, whereas Team Stallions already recorded 20 round wins laban sa CBF. That level of dominance hindi na natin nakita, no, for the past few times wala dito sa Team Stallions. And with all of those, no, Mochi, kinirate na nga natin sa isang buong sphere dito, no. I feel like Team Stallions is just that dominant ngayon, eh, no. That way of comeback, very bleak para talaga sa side ng CBF.
I don't even know if dominant is the right term, no? Baka nga stomp na nga. Stampede, literal. So, kung ano ang nangyayari dito for Comeback Friends right now. Pero let's take a look kung ano nga bang meron dito for our new compound stats. Dahil base dito, abay, isang beses lang ito nilaro ng Comeback Friends at hindi pa ito nag-work on their end. But they still chose this map anyways. And for Team Stallions, they got that 50% win-lose map win percentage, no? Well, I feel like this is very much quite of numbers already spoke for itself, kumbaga.
Well, Mochi, no, for everyone's reminder, no, new compound was the map na kinuha ng execration laban sa STS. And I feel like Comeback Friends, if there's any hopium left in their system, yun yung gagamitin nga nilang bilang motivation, eh, no. Kung kaya ng execration, kaya ko din, eh, no. Kung kaya niya, mas lalong kaya ko. Yun ang iniisip ngayon ng Comeback Friends. But this is Team Stallions na parang they've been way ahead of the competition, no. Parang heading into this playoffs, despite the amount of competition na nakita nga natin, we filter out the teams, pero Team Stallions pa rin talaga yung nangingibabaw, eh, no? Despite not even having that kind of presence sa loob nga ng new compound, history will tell you gaano nga ba talaga kasolid ang new compound ng Team Stallions. So yeah, huge challenge awaits CBF, eh, no? Kaya nga ba nilang malampasan to? Di tayo tumatapos ng mga sentences natin, no, Mochi, hinahayaan natin na yung laro mismo ang makapagsabi ng sagot para sa atin.
And this is definitely the question, no, is Comeback Friends actually choosing this because they know quite of an idea or have an idea paano lalaroin ng new compound based on the history na meron ng Team Stallions dito, or is this just a copium? Titingnan natin yan maya-maya, pero ngayon mukhang preparado na ang lahat, kaya matawagan na natin mga casters. Is this the end or just the beginning for Comeback Friends? El and Ramon, kayo na to.
One hell of a reverse sweep ang kailangan para sa Comeback Friends to get themselves in the conversation of that semifinals, pero STS looks like they want to cut that conversation very shortly, no. 2-0 na nga sa serie natin ngayon, and one set will put them in the spot for semifinals. What is your take on this? Kasi I feel like inevitably Team Stallions pa rin ata, no.
I feel like you got something wrong there sa sinabi mo, no, Ramon. Is there any conversation in the first place? No? Because it feels like STS is talking to a brick wall, no? They're playing with a brick wall. Kung baga, nagsisipa sila ng bola sa pader at wala silang kalaro. Parang ganun yung feeling nila dito ngayon kalaban ng Comeback Friends. I mean, we're not really, sabihin natin, biased dito sa SS. They're just that dominant in terms of this game, no? Tatandaan natin sa Swiss stage, munti ka nang manalo dito ang CBF laban sa Stallions. And then now, fast forward or going back dito sa present natin, di man lang sila makascore ng more than 10 rounds. 5 rounds pa lang, no? Kasya sa isang kamay yung puntos na nagagawa pa lang dito ng CBF. And I feel like that's a testament to how much that this KLP guy, whoever he is, no, has improved dito sa ating group stage all the way to the playoffs, from that Virtus Pro victory all the way here dito sa quarters natin. He's been popping off. Kasi yung set MVP natin for map 2, pero KLP was not that far behind with also 100 I think na PRS dito. So far, it's been a one-sided story. Ang dami ng inistorya dito ng STS at wala pang reply ang CBF. May sagot ba sila? May say ba sila, Ramon? Parang at this point, walang-wala na.
To put that with a grain of salt, syempre, we still consider that both teams, while one is Goliath pa rin, the other one really is David for all the right reasons nga naman. Considering nga naman that they haven't really shown new compound at all so much dito ng group stages. So medyo mahirap magkaroon ng kahit anong kunting example para sa kung ano pwedeng magiging counter laban dito sa players natin on Team Stallions as well. So hopefully may surprise ang makikita tayo dito for CBF. Maybe Tetsu has cooked something up in the very last minute bago tayo makapasok dito sa playoffs natin no? But knowing Stallions, doble ang preparasyon, kaya dapat doble din ang effort para patumbahin sila dito. So while we're getting ready to get into the game, let's listen to the calls.
Sa dulo lang yan, Woods, ha? Kaya natin ito, pre.
Oh my goodness.
Ano yung right. Sure.
Nertic.
Okay.
Nertic nga pa.
Grabe, yung difference in communication, no? Resilience ang pinapakita dito ng CBF and Aldrin with the first shot dito kay KLP. Sniper down para sa STS. At kung joyful and joyous ang comms dito na STS, CBF, they're just going through all the levels dito ng kahirapan sa game nila. Pero isa lang naman ang kailangan nila sabihin, no? Kaya natin to. Makakabawi pa sila. And this 5v4, no, they need to convert it if they want to stay true to their word.
Hope ang kailangan ng CBF ngayon. They also need one hell of a defense. Laban kay Loy and one bullet was enough. And Aldrin supplies the second kill para dito sa CBF. So, there's of hope. Meron ang CBF ngayon. Tutang bullets sa laban dito sa dalawang players natin, Loy and KLP. Now for sa 3 versus 5, Aldrin.
Tapang.
All the risk para lang ma-control yung mid position na yan. Si KLB masuspatan. At si Aldrin, of all people, it was Aldrin who picks up the 4K. On for the ace, Aldrin. Para lang makuha yung hope ng CBF. Na may laban pa rin tayo. Laban sa STS. Si Kano pa. And Kano gets the 1 kill kay Aldrin. Pero a lot of work to do.
Uy!
Dami na para labanan si Kano. He takes 2 pero comeback friends. Makukuha nila yung first round.
And you just need to repeat the first word of this team's name, no? Comeback with the friends, no? Pero that was all Aldrin. Dito, no friends to be had in this effort sa first round. Headshot kay KLP, kay Loy, kay KLB, kay JJ. Pero na-shutdown si Kano. And even if they won the round, that is still an underlying problem, no? That Kano is still online. He will take multiple out. Pero again, what's Kano to a TRG na nakasipat sa kanya agad? 5v4 na naman and CBF. Mukhang nagkakabuhay ulit sa dugo nila, no? Ramon, let's see kung pwede pa nilang gawin yung mid push nila because looking at it, STS parang na-aware na sila dito sa ginagawa ni Aldrin. So, they're going to change directions. So, may LA, no? Didiretsuhin nila towards Store A. And siguro, if all things go well kay Loy on the opposite side of the map, pwede nilang magulat dito si Tetsu, siya si Aldrin, no? Dalawa lang naman sila nandyan sa site A. Nandito sila sa Mazy at EA. So, very careful na ginagawa to ng STS with that setup and play. Itatanim lang pala sa KLP, no? Just waiting for the possible lurks. And Aldrin, going to be challenged again if ever makitaan niya dito ng tao ang mid.
Ever man, no? If Bibigay niya talaga yung dito si Aldrin so on STS side. As Aldrin now faced up against 3 players ng STS. One on the high ground. At makakuha din niya si KLB. JJ on the trade pero the damage has already been done. They have to activate the lurk pero Aiden, naspatan pa nga niya si JJ. Walang kahit anong space dun sa mid. Pero nakuha din na yung rebat kay Tetsu at kay Yaba. From a 4 versus 2, naging even pa. Loy, nakuha niya si Wooz. Nag-iisa lang dun sa B site. Aiden finds KLP lurking around the shadows. To force a 1v1. Aiden versus Loy, the double headshot machines! At si Loy pa ang nanalo dun! 1-1 pa sa new compound.
Grabe. Blink and you miss it type of vibe dito kay Loy. Of course, STS had to do it in the most STS fashion with the 1v1. KLP down kaagad Ramon. And Aiden is looking to start an actual comeback dito sa new compound. Pero wait lang. Negosyo lang para sa STS dito sa LA. Didiretsuhin na nila. They took mid. Kukunin namin yung site A. Magseset kami dito ng C4.
Ay, kasi Loy nandin din. Hindi na consider na may isang late player na galing lamang on that SD position. Alam na yung info pero pinalagan pa rin ni Aiden si Loy. Wrapping it out to CA, Tetsu finds the trade pero STS nakapasok na nga sa A site. It's a 4 versus 3 and CBF had to play with the numbers.
Okay, so now set is going to happen. 40 seconds to play with dito for STS. Just delay for this amount of time. Or just, kill them all. I don't really mind. JJ with another. At 2v3 na naman tayo.
Nakat nga yung rotation pero nakuha ni Wooz. Yung entry niya pasok dito sa CR after the kill kay JJ. 20 seconds, all the time in the world para makapasok ang CBF. One good smoke para lang mahirapan si Aldrin sa pagpasok. Kano with the shot, it's all down to Wooz. 10 seconds, kailangan makapasok ng site. Kano down, forcing KLB na 1v1. Tumatakbo yung oras. Pero si Wooz, wala na siyang kahit anong panahon. Mapapatay niya si KLB. Pero yung round sa STS pa rin.
That's gonna be a hard blow dito para sa CBF, no? Kumbaga, they really tried to counter dito yung ginagawa ng STS sa mid, pero lo and behold, walang tao, isa lang. At kahit man advantage sila dito sa retake, the rotation was cut short by JJ. Kumbaga, they're already 5 steps ahead dito. At parang hirap habulin nun, no? Kung marathon lang to, Ramon, parang nasa finish line na kagad ang STS. Hindi mo na sila hinihingal kahit sabihin natin mas bako-bako yung daan na tinahak nila. CBF, they're holding on. Pero how much longer can they hold on?
That's the question nga naman, the endurance for CBF habang tumatagal yung serye na to. May lakas pa nga bang ilalabas dito si Aldrin? On the hold towards that mid side, Aiden and Aldrin. Crossfire nakaset up, laban sa STS. Mapapatay si KLB. Pero the flash is beautiful. Papasok si Loy. Nakuha din ni Kano si Aldrin. Wasak ang Crossfire. Pero wala pa rin yung entry. 3 versus 3. Smoke placed up pa rin dun sa EA. So, there is still that question mark kung tutuloy pa rin nga ba ng STS yung push.
Okay. There's a conversation na pwede nilang i-continue to pag nakapita si KLP pero dalawang sniper yung kailangan niyang patumbahin dito no? And as much as he is on fire, so parang ngayon binibigyan siya ng cold start ng CBF. So second plan, punta tayo ng LA, Pastore, patay na mo si Wooz, no? Primary sniper holding the angle and then a pretty good off angle as well, no? Expect mo ako sa angle na yan, nasa 2F yung player, pero JJ, is he ready?
Wanda nga ba si JJ dito? Si KLP mukhang hindi. Nabigay yung binti. Nakuha ni Wooz ang buong katawan. KLP and JJ down. And Wooz on that 2K makes it 2-2 laban sa STS.
So far, so good. Nakakapit na tayo. The road to 10 rounds. Pero wait lang, Aiden. Tsaka dito si Tetsu, wait lang. Medyo delikado yung mid nyo.
Peek agad dito kay Kano who's already trained on the angle. Yaba. Cleared up papunta dito pa lamang sa may SD and looking to have the flank of the century. Pero STS bumabalik. At mukhang handa sila laban kay Yaba.
Hala!
Kano and JJ dismantles the flank from Yaba. STS alam nila yung plan A, plan B hanggang Z.
Talagang wala silang magagawa dito na CBF. Kung ganun sila ma-shutdown sa galawan. Aiden, he's gonna try to hold dito sa may kabi natin. That's one down. Looking for more.
Headshot per kill. Has to inflate the numbers pero Kano negate na agad yung effort na ginagawa ni Aiden to hold them off dun sa store B. Nag-iisa na nga lang siya. At papapatay lang siya ng ganun-ganun din. Aldrin and Wooz. Mahirap ang trabaho. Hanapin yung first entry point ng STS at wasakin ang opensa pero kailangan na lang labanan sa site. Wooz with one. Kailangan niyang bumalik. Hindi tumama ang second shot and KLB will strike with the trade. Aldrin na lang in a 1v3. And a lot of time para makapag-plant ang STS. So Aldrin, you will have to make the miracle of your life. Pero KLP will put reality into the check para dito sa CBF. Team Stallions get the lead sa new compound.
Okay, so masasabi ko, kaya naman nilang makipag-compete no, sa totohan dito sa new compound. Pero when it comes down to the layers, no, Ramon, parang dun nagkukulang dito yung CBF. Loy! Wait lang, tatlo yan, Loy! Tatlo yan, Loy!
Tatlo yun! Bakit nag-iisa lang si Aiden bigla? Headshots papunta dito sa pillars players ng CBF. At si Loy pa yung nanalo dun. 4 versus 2, agad-agaran. And CBF, mahirap pa magiging retake nila.
Tatlo yun, talagang kailangan pang dagdagan ng plus ones para kay Loy. Nakakuha siya ng dalawa, so 2v ang retake natin, Ramon. We'll just call it quits. Wooz behind the smoke. KLP naka-ready to quick scope. Aiden kasama ni Wooz. Nakita yung una, yung pangalawa. Kitang-kita ka rin. Kent Lloyd Pegaro nga pala. Nagpapakilala. Timeout para sa CBF, Ramon. At parang balik na naman tayo sa square one, no? Dito sa CBF. It looked good until it did not.
Man, any other player would have gotten routed dun sa naging hold ni Loy. Doon sa may pillars. Tatlo ang kalaban mo dun. And you would be good for 1-0 if you were a good player. Pero Loy gets 2 out of the push dito sa CBF. I mean, that was CBF throwing it at the kitchen sink. Pero para kay Loy, parang normal day at the office lang para sa kanya doon, men. Siya yung nag-setup talaga ng numbers advantage para dito sa STS.
Iniisip ko ngayon kung ano yung tumatakbo sa utak nila eh. Heads looking down. Same here para kay Loy. Para habang yung ibang players naman ng STS nakatingin kay... si Kano ba yung nasa gitna o si KLB?
I think si KLB.
Kind of forgot. Sa KLB nasa gitna. Tapos, may tinitingnan sila eh. No? Siguro may check out sila. Siguro may kinocall si Coach Tanks or may sinasabi na possible extra dito na para hindi na maka-comeback yung CBF. Pero no matter where they look at, no, the only way they're gonna go is forward. I feel like for Stallions, parang makita mo pa lang nung nag-flank dito si Yaba, he should have gotten more. Pero he did not get anything at all, no? At parang sobrang readable nga dito ni Yaba kasi dalawa yung pinadala dito ng Stallions to just check out sa may RS banda eh, no? Sa LB. Call that coincidence, Ramon. Call that stroke of fate. Pero comeback friends, they have to do this in the namesake. No? Kailangan nilang makapag-comeback. And smiles are being found dito sa ibang members nila. Maybe that's the quote-unquote acceptance period dito, no? Ng CBF. They already accepted their fate. They're just going to let it ride one last time sa new compound. But if it extends, well, maybe we got ourselves a conversation. May pwede tayong sabihin dyan sa kalakasan din ng CBF.
Maybe. The right players pop off nga naman. But as we take a look at the series, the one man who we're used to na mag-pop off dito hasn't really shown himself kahit nung sub-base pa lang. Itong si Aiden. na nahihirapan ata bumalik ng suntok dito. Maybe it's because of failed sort of numbers of attempts sa pag-push dito, or nararamdaman lang yung brick wall na nakahanda na para sa Team Stallion sa kada try niya dito for a duel. There may a number of factors right now para dito kay Aiden, pero if there was ever a time para may kasama, may katunggali itong si Aldrin sa efforts niya para ma-hold off yung STS dito sa new compound, it has to be Aiden ngayon. But so far, Team Stallions have been doing a really good job of isolating the key players dito for CBF na hindi sila nagkakaroon ng chance para makapag-pop off dito.
I mean, ano ba yung chances nila in the first place, no? Ano yung conditions para makapag-pop off tong CBF? Kasi iisipin mo din, no, Ramon, yung siguro fear factor na dinadala ng STS. Sige, matuturing mo naman on the server na walang ano yan, walang pangalan niya. Pero nakita mo STS ka, no? STS KLB. As much as you try to remove the image nung kinakalaban mo, pag nakita mo yung pangalan nila sa kill feed, parang it just seeps back in, no, to break that confidence. At yun yung pinakamahirap dito para sa CBF. Pero at the end of it, no, they're gonna try. Narinig naman natin yung sinabi nila sa voice comms, no, kaya natin to. Kaya nila i-comeback. And I believe them. Pero will Stallions give them the chance, no? Daghan storya na tayo dito sa timeout ng CBF, and I feel like siguro yung feeling din ng viewers natin, mas marami pa ning ini-istorya natin kaysa sa laro mismo. Pero that's just how it goes kapag dominante ang ating Stallions, no? And I feel like this new compound, as competitive as it is right now, after ng mga times, usually it just goes better for Stallions.
Exactly, pre. Tingnan natin kung enough pa ba yung oras para sa CBF. Who's we got 1 and a second then para kay Aiden. Ayan, nang hinahanap natin. Binabat-bat para sa CBF, pero STS, di pa rin natin nade-deny na kaya pa rin nalang ibalik yan. Muntikan pang mamatay dun si Aldrin. Si Tetsu ang madadamay. That is one coming from KLP. 3 versus 3.
So far, nullified agad dito yung dalawang kills ng CBF with KLP finding one and KLB finding another. The KL brothers, no, paving the path to equalize this round. Triple stack, Stormby, mag-isa si Yaba. Nakakaramdam siya ng peligro dahil parating na ang Stallions, stampeding dito. At he has to be ready for this one.
Has to. Iisa lang siya dito sa B-site. Ang mga numero ng Stallions, enough na para sa iisang Yaba. Si Aldrin late, pero still gets to kill dito kay Loy, so it now becomes an even 2v2. Retake na para sa CBF, pero I like the adjustment para dito kay KLP. If ever man may mag-flank dito, nakahawak na sa angulo dyan si Kyle Aldrin. Trying to make an entryway from behind para na magulat ang STS, pero sa lahat ng pahina ng STS, hindi nila na-expect. Nakalis na sa angulo si KLP! Aldrin finds the opening he was looking for, and KLB, hindi niya na-expect si Aldrin. Sa lahat ng pwedeng maging possibility para sa CBF, they finally get the retake that they were looking for.
And the key component doon, Ramon, ay binagala nila. Kahit tumumpa si Yaba, hindi nila minadali. Hinayaan nila yung set ng Stallions at inikutan nila, no, kung saan makakahanap ng timing dito kay KLP, looking at the wrong direction, at the wrong time, leaving the captain all alone, pero mabawi dito sa kano. No, he's feeling a bit gold today. Golden headshot kay Woos. Tumba ang Arctic dito ng CBF. At babalik na naman sila sa 2-2 setup. Pero lahat ng areas dito, no, niraransak ng STS.
Yeah, exactly. Covered na yung majority of the map so far. CA held up by KLB. May isang nakatingin lamang on that mid side. So Tetsu pressured to make the proactive push himself, pero trap lang para kay KLP yan. At nasalo ni Tetsu lahat ng yan to make it 5 versus 3. STS, nakuha na yung curve. Si Aiden, kailangan niya na suporta. Si Yaba na flash up pa nga from Stormby. Aiden has to do this alone. And alone he cannot do. Kano gets the entry. Yaba, nakuha na si Loy. At kailangan niya i-hold yung Stormby para lang preserve yung buhay niya. Pero Aldrin, sa pag-wrap around niya all the way towards that site, Si Kanoyo nandun. Si Yaba na lang ang natitira. 1v3 at papapatayin niya si KLP. 28 seconds. At kahit magbalik pa siya dito sa curve, pare, I don't think it's doable para kay Yaba, para si STS na yung round na to.
At this point, what does Yaba have to lose? Wala na siyang malpapalaro dito sa stats. It's the playoffs. You don't really have to care about the stats. At hahantingin na siya ni Kano. Ganun talaga. Walang try man lang dito kay Yaba, no? The fear factor that I was talking about, Ramon. Nakikita mo sa action ni Yaba. Kung ako yun, ibang team yun siguro, susubukan nila kahit no HP, kahit alam nila na yung kamatayan nila, sigurado na, pero si Yaba, natakot. Di natin sure kung yung talaga yung nararamdaman niya o sadyang alam niya na hindi na talaga kaya at walang sense yung pag-try niya, pero I want the attempt dito para sa CBF. Make it a 5-4, but with Kano on the loose, no? He's going to have to fall back and he's feeling the fear factor set in once again.
He's alone again dito sa B site. Kasi CBF want to triple layer down that mid defense. Try to see if kaya nila labanan yung STS dito sa mid control, pero nag-ingay sila dito. It looks like CBF are 5 steps ahead, expecting that mid push. Pero STS no better than that, pare. Reset na lang papunta dito sa STA. And Woos has to hit the shot. JJ, na-expect na niya agad yung sniper! At full exit control para sa STS. At nasa loob pa nga nila si Tetsu doon. STS, full perfection sa new compound. Magre-reset pa sila sa mid. Aiden, mapapas lang. Yung sniper nakakuha na ng entryway. At si Aldrin, nakuha niya yung lineup, pero hindi yung buong spirito ng STS. Nakapasok na sila sa A site.
And this is just another formality, Yaba. Who do you fear, young man? Kinino ka takot? 1v3 Ramon. At parang ayaw na niya subukan. Kahit hindi pa nakatakda, ang kanilang pagkatalo parang ganon na nga ang kanyang pinapakita. 20 seconds remaining and counting down further, Yaba. An attempt would be nice. An attempt would keep the hopes up dito para sa team mo. Pero si KLP with the HK, a rare occurrence, will just run down the time and will go in for the headshot with the USP. It seems like they are inevitable at this point. Stallions. And they are making sure na hindi aabot sa 10 ang na-score dito ng CBF. 8 pa lang.
Does feel possible nga na hindi umabot ng double digits dito ang CBF sa buong serye natin. Because of how Team Stallions have been containing yung comeback friends. Yung usual woe nakikita natin from them, yung aggressive push on mid-con. Nagawa nila one time pero hindi nila maulit. Yung factor na si Aiden, nako-contain nila. Although some individual moments in the past couple of rounds, it's not been the most consistent out of Aiden yet again. I've been very critical about Aiden dito sa CBF kasi for the longest time siya yung highly rated player dito para sa Comeback Friends. Pero as a unit, pre, ang daming butas na na-exploit lang ng STS from how they control dito sa lahat ng mga entrada dito for CBF, from their CROSSFIRE setup na nabulwak lang, from the Storby cold na nawawala lang dahil sa patience ni Loy. It seems like STS have all the answers sa lahat ng mga setup dito for CBF ng GR side nila.
CBF. What are the keys to victory, Ramon? You have to ask. You have to ponder, no? Ano yung keys to victory nila? Kasi so far, ang nakikita ko pa lang si Aldrin. Si Aldrin, si Aiden, sure. Pero the rest, they've been countered fully, no? May dalawang oportunidad dito na makakuha ng comeback, literal, ang CBF. At kailangan nilang pagpursigihan itong kanilang BL side. STS, I don't see anyone smiling. Tamang nguya lang ng bubble gum, mga tropa natin. Anong flavor niyan? Siguro yung pwede nating tanongin. Baka pampalakas yan, no? And for CBF, parang moral support siguro pwede nating mabigay. ano pa ba, Ramon? Like, ano pwede natin mabigay sa isang team na kalaban ng Stallions ngayon na lumalaban para sa EWC slot?
Siguro, thoughts and prayers. Maybe, ano, hanggang yun lang eh. Yun lang yung naiisip ko. Thoughts and prayers. Maybe, ano, bigyan ng taning yung STS. Wala eh. Kasi so far, kahit ano natatry nila dito, CBF really hasn't really budged out of the third round. They can't really reach up to the 10th so far in the series. Remember, semifinals qualification para makapasok sa Paris ang pinag-uusapan natin ngayon, El. And Stallions feels all inevitable, as you mentioned, para sa laban nila.
Tama ako dyan. Ay, sige, tama ako.
Yung CB
Di ko alam, di alam. Pero pamamba
tatlo mid, nagbaba.
Oh, yung sabi mo, test.
Tatlo mid, nagbaba.
Ano, Aldrin? Do. Smoke ko na lang, bro. Ilangan na. Smoke. Okay. Buwak lang ko dong.
Okay? They really have a keyword for Aldrin. Parang kay Aldrin naka-revolve yung galawan dito. Maybe a bit of Coach Tank's influence in the anti-strat by STS. Pero CBF, no? Not all hope is lost for them. They are still trying to fight. Pinoprovoke nila yung mid dito ng STS. Pinapalabas sa lungga. At mukhang si JJ yung unang sasagot. Kasama niya si Kano with that trade potential dito sa EA. Habang nagsiset up din yung CBF, nagsusunog ng oras. Pag dumiretso sila dito, kay JJ, kay Kano, kay KLP na naka-triple stack na nakatingin dito sa EA, ano na kayang pwedeng mangyari. On top of that, no, si Loy, ready to lurk dito sa ating LA.
There's a strong setup para lang sa at saan mang entrance. Papasok na sila dito sa A. CBF puts smoke down at mukhang easy entry na yan para kay Yaba as he gets the early shot kay JJ. There's the bot coming through para sa STS. Dinedelay nila yung peak. Letting CBF set up for the curve push. It's gonna let them play in their own kind of site. 45 seconds at yung lurk ni Tetsu ay paparating na all the way towards exit. C3 hold coming down para kay KLP. Pero the forces of CBF are gonna go towards that B site habang ang lurk ay galing kay Tetsu. So all eyes are trained on KLB to deny the entry coming forward para sa CBF. He doesn't hit the scope. Pero the headshot is perfect. KLB with the second as well. STS denying the runway para sa ComebackFriends. Nahanap din nila si Tetsu. Again, kahit saan sila manggaling. Walang entrada ang CBF laban sa Team Stallions.
Isa na namang 5v4 advantage para sa CBF yun, Ramon. Anong nangyayari? KLP getting that lurk shot. Kano just getting this fire. And KLP with the USP. Dire-diretso lang sila, Ramon.
Lumiliyab na ang Stallions kasi alam nila kung sino ang haharapin. CBF was just a warm-up. And Stallions go 8-3 sa new compound.
Isa pang testing, Aiden. Will just get shut down by KLP. Ano yun? Tetsu, ikaw na naman ang kailangang sumagot.
Ikaw na naman, pre. Na nakiwalay lang sa mga kapatid mo sa CBF. At least nakuha niya si KLB pero alam na alam mo, hindi lang siya nag-iisa sa store B. Mapapatay lang ni JJ si Tetsu at yun ang C4. Pwede na iiwan ng STS ang lahat ng entrada ng CBF pero Yaba, naklear pa nga niya si Kanu doon. In terms of individuals, at least na patayin nila dito yung ace ng STS pero 2 versus 3. At hawak na hawak nila yung C4 pare.
And yun nga, no? Parang susubukan mo ba, Yaba? Parang 0-4-2 ka na sa attempts, Pero he has to, no? May kasama pa siya dito. Kasama yung si Wooz. Pero sa KLP, ang una yung makikita. At siya mag-hello dito sa TRG. 1v3 for Wooz.
Goodbye pa para kay Yaba. Wooz may sasagutin pa pero crossfire to para sa STS and JJ. masasalo si Woos to make it 9-3 para sa Stallions. Set point and series point papasok semifinals.
And the stamp, or rather the stomp, and the stampede dito ng Stallions is just being proven by the boys in black and orange as they go for the rush. Storby, Ramon, na walang pipigil sa kanila.
Ano ng macro to? Tamang pasok lang sa site pero KLB denies the first entry. Si Eden pa ang mapapatay. Kanok, wala nang takot. Siya na mismo ang lalapit. Siya na mismo ang tatapos. 2 kills onto Alden and Yaba. Nilabas pa ang USP. At sa pinakaunang
Sasaksakin.
pagkakataon, Woos, mag-iisa na lang. Ang magkapatid sa labanan sa international magkakatapat para makalipad sa Paris. Team Stallions, sinagasaan ang Comeback Friends, and it's all inevitable. The Stallions versus Virtus Pro para sa ticket papasok sa Esports World Cup.
Isang hayop lang daw ang kasya sa eroplano. It's either the Stallion or the Bear. Virtus Pro, STS, ikasada. Bukas agad yan. 3-0. 8 rounds. 8 rounds lang, Ramon. Ang nakuha ng Comeback Friends. If that is not domination from Stallions, I don't know what is. And I have said that earlier. Napakadelikado, napakalala, napakadominante. Siguro bihingi na ng tabang dito ang CBF. Pero wala talaga silang magawa. The fear factor just settled in deeply dito para sa CBF. At kahit sinubukan na nila the simple rush, Storby, parang sila pa nga yun na rush doon, no?
Exactly, pre. Handa na nga yung forces dito ng STS. And not only that, pre. Si Kano na talon-talon lang sa harap mo, dun pa lamang sa may store, hindi sila nakapasok dun for CBF in the one na final moment para lang magkaroon ng bara dito sa loob ng new compound natin. Wala sila masyadong nasagot dito. And that has been the whole story sa buong series natin, you know? While the individuals can shine in individual moments, pre, that is the only keyword na nakita natin from CBF. Individual but not the team play sa buong serye at possibly the whole group stage natin. No? While pwede mo gamitin ngayon para makaskate through ka sa mga games ninyo, when it comes to the team play, pre, malaki pa rin ang diferensya ng Stallions. Siguro because of the international experience or baka nga sa chemistry. We'll never know. Pero all that we know, pare, is that this is a bout that we definitely will live to tell the tale about. Yung Stallions versus VP in the semifinals, I think it's gonna be a banger of a match, El.
Yeah, yung CBF, banaag lang yan sa sikat ng araw ng Stallions, no? Napakagaling naman din ng mga CBF players natin. Pero yun nga, no, they're just, rays of light to the actual sunshine na Team Stallions. Walang binatbat yan sa tunay na liwanag dito. At ano pang mas maliwanag kesa sa laban natin bukas, sasabog ata ang ating social media kasi ang bilis ng rematch dito ng Virtus Pro at Stallions. Pero bukas na yan, no? Bukas na yun.
Bukas na nga yun kasi all eyes are focused up dito sa 3-0 ng Stallions laban sa CBF. And while it was a gracious exit para sa CBF, it was one hell of a performance para sa Stallions. At para ma-expound natin yun ng buong buo, ibibigay namin ito sa panel para pag-usapan lalo ang Stallions 3-0. Mochi and Salvatore, kayo naman.
Maraming salamat sa ating mga casters, no? At sana okay pa tong kasama ko. And I feel like other than domination, there is a better word para dyan, no? It's bullying. It's straight up bullying.
Aray mo.
Ang nangyari dito for Comeback Friends. And despite us actually vouching na baka mas maging malapit or they have better chances dito sa mapa ng new compound, it appears that they don't have that at all after all of the very much bold plays, no? Ang lalakas ng loob ng mga players natin dito for Team Stallions at meron pang bonus na pananaksak sa isang player natin dito from Comeback Friends.
Feeling ko, Mochi, no, yun na ata yung blood compact ng Team Stallions, no? That they are now back, no? They are now reunited with dominance, and at the same time, Team Stallions is now in their form, which is the scariest form, no? Feeling ko, Mochi, taon-taon naman tayo nakakita ng scariest form dito ng Team Stallions, no?
Yes.
Just completely gives us the impression talaga na every time they step into the field, ini-elevate lang talaga nila yung laro na, no? And to reiterate yung sinabi dito ni Coach El, kasi nga ilang beses niya rin inulit, no? 8 rounds, no, Mochi, out of the, like what, 30 rounds na naipanalo dito ng Team Stallions. 8 lang ang nakuha doon. 8 lang ang nakuha doon ng CBF, no, pre. When you take a look at the word dominance, no, Mochi, sa dictionary nga natin, no, pinaka-latest, Merriam-Webster 2026. Lumingon ka lang ng onte doon sa kanan, makikita mo yung logo ng STS katabi lang ng word na dominance. Kasi this is crazy. No? This is crazy. This is crazy performance na nakita tayo ng 2-3-0 in the playoffs, no? And playoffs ba talaga to? Parang feeling ko play all 5 na scrim lang to, Mochi, no? Kasi you take 3-0, ilang rounds lang ang nakuha ng CBF. This is off of an Aldrin and Yaba performance na feeling mo respetado na, no? It's okay, it's right there. It's elevated performance ni Yaba at ni Aldrin. Pero 3 rounds lang ang nakuha nila doon on an elevated performance ni Aldrin, pre. Grabe nga naman talaga. Siguro, Mochi, yung hinliliit ni Kano, siguro worth a lot of championships talaga. I cannot stress enough na individually Team Stallions is that gifted to play not just CrossFIRE, dominating CrossFIRE.
Yeah, and I feel like I definitely relate to you, no? When you put it that way, the amount of passion you've been able to say with your sentences recently or just now just shows how you're feeling dito sa laban natin. Definitely, and kahit nga itong si KLB, no, na talagang ang lalalang din talaga pagka ito ang pasimuno at promotor ng pagwawala dito sa mapa ng new compound natin. And unfortunately here on the captains for the Comeback Friends side, no, for Tetsu, wala, tumiklop ang Comeback Friends, no, and definitely just by what is being shown dito for Team Stallions right now is just tremendous, no. It's extreme, no? Lahat na ng mga flowery words dyan, no? Lahat ng adjectives na pwede mong gamitin na pabor dito sa pangalan ng Team Stallions, gamitin mo na kasi yun talaga ang ating nakita dito sa ating reset na 3 mapa from them. Despite 2 of those actually being chosen by Comeback Friends here, no? Parang kanina lang narinig natin sa comms, kaya natin to. Unfortunately, hindi ata nila kinaya. Ganun, hindi po talaga.
Hindi po talaga, no? At isa pa, no? Baka sakaling din narinig ng mga tao, hindi po kinaya ng Comeback Friends, no? Pero take a look at that set summary, no, Mochi? Yung buong second half, wala talaga. Like, as in, wala man lang naikubra dito ang Comeback Friends. And that is the testament on how strong Team Stallions is. Kano, tama ka na, pre. Dami mo ng beses naririnig yung MVP. Congratulations! Mataas na headshot per kill. Ilang beses mo na naririnig yun, Parang di niya na ata kayang pigilan yung sarili niya, no? Mochi, siya na mismo nagsabi, damay lahat, pati mga kakampi ko. Sa sobrang lupit ni Kano, no? Kinuha niya lahat ng kills na dapat para din sa mga kakampi niya, no? Kasi if he manages to get at least 1.4 rounded, no, na kills per round, I feel like yung mga dapat para kay KLP at kay KLB, kinukuha niya na lang, no? Just for the sake na dahil siya si Kano, di ba? No? So, 0.83 para matapos tayo sa new compound, no, Mochi. And I feel like yung compound is just that of an irony of a map, no, considering na there's just a lot of long-range angles. Tas 83% yung headshot dito ni Kano. Ano mo ba, gaano kaloko-loko yung ganong klaseng stat line?
Ewan ko na nga na din, Salvi, yung fact na nag-push din siya palabas ng B-site despite it being smoked out at nagsiset up pa lang si Comeback Friends. Tapos ilan na ubos yun? 3? 4? Ang lang din talaga. Oh, that's insane. Insane lang talaga yung nakita natin dun, no? And in case you missed it at ngayon ka lang nanonood dito, bakit ngayon lang, no? Hopefully, bukas hindi ka ganyan kasi tignan mo yung nalampasan mo. 10-2, 10-3 at 10-3. All maps across the board here from EE, South Base, and as well as new compound. Team Stallions showed what they are made of, and I feel like one of the prime catalyst na meron din dito, no, is yung performance ni KLP. At kahit sabihin mo na chamba yan, Salvatore, I want to say otherwise, no? Kasi tindi lang din talaga naging performance dito ni KLP from the get-go. Especially nung sisimula pa lang tayo nagpapainit sa ating map ng Eagle Eye. Pero sino nga ba ang ating match MVP? It is no other than the man himself. Ito na nga, it is Gano. Abay, ewan ko na lang talaga, Salvatore, ikaw nang bahala magsabi kung ano pa yung mga pwede mo sabihin dyan. Kasi 100 lang naman yung rating na tong taong to para sa lahat ng mapa natin in total.
Ako, Mochi, last week, tinatanong na rin si Kano, ang sinasagot niya, hindi ko alam. Sana ngayong week na to, no, sa playoffs, sana alam niya na nga lahat no? Kasi sana alam niya na kung bakit nga ba siya karapat dapat maging MVP at bakit siya ang karapat dapat manalo nga sa serie nga na to, no? Kasi take a look at these plays, no, Mochi. Like, nakakailang reels sa tayo na puro headshot yung nakikita natin mula kay Kano. Hindi ko na mabilang kung ano man yan nasa isip mo, Mochi. Tama nga yan. I feel like Kano, no, is what Gouken is to Team Liquid, kung ano si Feifei sa Rock Esports, kung ano si ZQ para sa All Gamers, at ano si N9 para sa Baisha Gaming. No? Pero kung ilalagay mo si Kano sa kahit anumang team, feeling ko hindi mo talaga mapipiga si Kano. Kailangan talaga STS system siya. Feel like pas gumaganda talaga yung kalidad ng laro pag nandyan si Kano. Like despite some losing efforts laban sa Acceptance at Execration, did we ever really see a bad game para dito sa Wonderkid? Hindi naman, di ba? So ganun kalakas yung impact talaga ni Kano no? Hindi natin makikilala yung lakas ng STS kung wala tong player nga na to. At hindi natin makikilala yung pagkadominante ng organization talaga ng Team Stallions kung wala mismo etong si Wonderkid. Kaya props talaga for Kano to be able to produce very consistent gameplay of CrossFIRE. No? At napakahirap nun, Mochi. No? The word consistency, ang hirap na nga i-spell, ang hirap pa nga talaga i-apply sa totoong buhay. No? And the matter of fact, no, na kailangan mong gawin yun on a daily basis. Ang daming taong nakatungo sa'yo. High expectations para sa isang player ni Kano. Napakahirap na i-maintain. And mental stability definitely is 100% para dito kay Kano. And gameplay-wise, Mochi, wala na ko iba masabi.
Tapalan pa natin yan, Salvatore, no? Pagka nakikita ni Kano kanyang sarili sa kanyang quote-unquote off days o tingin niya na hindi siya nagpe-perform na maganda, ang malala doon, MVP pa din siya. So, ganun siya kalala, no? I feel like yun yung pwede natin i-point out dito, Kahit sabihin niya na hindi okay, quote-unquote, yung performance niya is okay na okay, sumusobra pa, no? We're just being shown kung ano nga ba yung kalidad na meron dito, no, ng ating mga players from Team Stallions. And I do think na in the totality, 49 kills, kamuntikan ng maka-50 itong si Kano for the whole duration of this match. And boy oh boy, being assisted by the rest of the squad din dito just shows how much value, how much performance or of a great performance ang kanila napakita dito, no, against ComebackFriends. And for ComebackFriends, sana malamig ang inyong unan sa pagtulog ngayong gabi dahil hindi biro ang inyong tinamasa against Team Stallions. Pero mukhang preparado na ang ating interview, kaya tawagin na natin ang ating match MVP dito sa ating desk. Let us welcome ang nag-iisang Wonderkid, that is Kano.
Hello.
Hello,
Man,
Kano.
no?
Parang
Kota ka na.
Kotang-kota na siya. Hi, KLPoy. Ayan. Welcome. Maganda ang ating ngiti ngayon, which is nice. Ano naman ang mindset natin, Kano? Kamusta against ComebackFriends?
Ano yung mindset namin?
Okay
Wala.
naman ba? Nasimulan?
Hindi ko alam.
Hindi niya pa rin alam, Mochi.
Hindi niya pa rin alam
Grabe, hindi niya pa rin alam. Kailan ba namin malalaman yung mindset niya?
Wala, hindi ko alam.
Kasi Mochi, kanya lang kasi trumabaho, Mochi, ang isang Wonderkid.
Ay, laking talaga siya
Niya kailangan malaman yan. Diba? Ba't niya kailangan malaman yan? Ito, Kano, no? Siguro, isang malupitang sagot lang din, no? Ngayon, 3D0 nyo ang CBF, hindi nyo man lang pinaabot talaga. Kahit man lang pinakalahati dito ang CBF, no? Ngayon, nung bago magsimula yung series, ano ba yung mission nyo? Ano ba yung gusto mong ma-accomplish bilang isang Kano pagkatapos ng series nga na to?
Pagkatapos ng series?
Ayun, ano ba yung mission mo? No? Nung nagsisimula pa lang tong serye nga na to, no? Ano ba yung gusto mong mangyari sa series na to? No? Ano ba yung mission mo para sa team?
Yung mission ko, ano lang. Wala. before laro, ano lang, parang sisiguraduhin ko na, na makakapatay ako. Yun lang, maging consistent.
Parang nangyari naman ata, Mochi. Tingin mo? Parang
Yeah,
nagawa niya naman ata.
Nagawa niya naman.
Okay na.
Nagawa niya, sobra-sobra pa kumbaga, no, dito, work, ano. And, parang ang katapat natin bukas, Virtus Pro, ready na ba ang STS?
Ready.
Oh, kung ready ka, baka may mensahe ka.
Gaano ka ready? Like, sobra ba? Baka may mensahe ka nga, yeah.
Wala akong mensahe. Ano lang.
Meron
Good lang
yan.
ba? Yun lang. Wala akong mensahe.
Oh, bigay mo kay Ken yung mic. Tama, may sasabihin niya. Dahil joke lang.
Meron kay KLB. To sum it all up, no.
Ngayon pre, parang ito na ata yung pinakamalupit mong season no. Tumatagal na parang lumalaki lang talaga yung pasabog mo dito no. Ngayon, kung pagbibigyan ka ng pagkakataon kung saan mo ilalagay yung sarili mo, pang ilan ka sa buong mundo pinakamalakas mag-crossfire?
Sa buong mundo, wala, hindi ko alam saan. Ang dami kasi malakas eh. Malalakas. Lalo na mga Chinese. Ang dami. Hindi ko alam.
Hindi mo pa rin alam
Hindi ko alam.
That's my humble wonder kid, no, Mochi. Inaalam niya pa rin kasi ngayon.
Okay, ito na lang interested ako sa lahat ng mga nakatapat natin dito sa Comeback Friends. Sino yung naging sakit ng ulo ni Kano, kung meron man?
Naging sakit. Wala naman. Wala.
Dinaanan mo lang yung Comeback Friends, tama ba?
Oo.
Di na.
Wala.
Walang sakit na ulo. Okay ang kanilang laban dito, no, Salvatore. Pero yun lang, ang mga tanong na meron kami dito, no, the floor is yours. Shoutout mo na yung mga gusto mong shoutout.
Wait lang. Madami to eh.
Sige, go.
May
Take
listahan to.
time.
Una, kay Lord, tas pati kay Senior Santo Niño, salamat sa pag-guide namin. Tas kay rin, Kuya Chris, tsaka kay ate, Kisiya. Tsaka kay Kuya Nick in Heaven, Coach, Abdul, Khaled, Sir Thomas, and kay Kuya Ednel. Tsaka sa inyo mga casters, at sa lahat ng mga suporta sa amin. Tas rin, kay White Ugpahay, Shuma sa Tisa, tsaka Uncle Dibra, tsaka Packboy Food Hub. Tsaka kay special shoutout to kay Tino sa SGG.
Yun.
Kay Ate Jelena.
Sino na SCG? Alright.
Yun lang.
Okay,
Shoutout KLB.
Wala. Kinuha na yung mic.
Shoutout dun kay KLB.
Ayan, alam ko siya shoutout sa'yo, KLB, no? Shoutout KLB. Ayan. Maraming salamat,
sa'yo.
Kano. Meron pa.
Magpapahabol
Meron pa.
Kay Kristan
Go.
Manalo. Shoutout daw.
Shoutout sa'yo, Christian
Yo.
Manalo.
Yun lang.
Alright. Maraming salamat, Kano. Congratulations once again. And we are excited kung anong mangyayari sa inyong laban against Virtus Pro bukas.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Yun.
Sabay bubblegum
Okay,
pagkatapos.
Talaga yan no? Parang ritual na nila yan constant na yan para sa
Feeling ko
kanila.
dapat na ganun tayo ng show match, Mochi, no? Feeling ko dapat nag-bubblegum din tayo ng show match.
Wag mo ako yung tawa charot. Baka
Damay kita.
Salvatore. Parang dinamay na ako lagi. Pero, grabe naman yung mga pangyayari ngayong araw na ito, and it does appear na parang mga sweep, no? Baka nga merong nagwalis para sa araw na ito na sobrang linis trumabaho ng ating mga winning teams. Kaya tingnan na natin kung kamusta ang ating bracket right now. Kasi again, ang problema dito sa ating current stage is that pag natalo ka, ligwak ka na. And right now, ang katapat ngayon ng execration tomorrow will be FERVID and as well as Virtus Pro against Team Stallions. And it does appear that when it comes to history and narrative or storyline, Salvatore, hitik na hitik tayo para bukas.
Abe no, Mochi, masyadong kulang na isang beses lang natin sila nakita sa ating group stage. Siyempre, papangalawa pa yan sa ating playoffs. No? Call it the Fantastic Four, no, Mochi, on how explosive our semifinals bout, no? Execration in FERVID. Kung sinong mananalo dyan. Rekta na Paris no? That is going to be our first finalist for our grand finals as well. And syempre, no? Bilang maagang pamasko para sa ating mga viewers, no? Imbis na grand finals, pinasemis na kagad. Pero dahil dyan, isang hayop lang ang makakapasok at kasya sa aeroplano yun. No? Virtus Pro versus STS. My God, what a banger of a main event tomorrow. No? Ito na nga yung laban natin bukas.
And I also sure, no, na magwawala din yung mga audiences natin bukas kasi ang dami kong naririnig
sobra.
na pabor sa FERVID. Marami ding pabor sa execration. Away, alam nyo, bahala na kayo dyan, no? Good luck dito sa ating mga teams bukas na maglalaban para sa susunod na parte ng ating playoffs. That is our semi-finals. Dahil hindi talaga magiging biro yan. And, oh my gosh, tayo ay nandito na sa dulo ng ating programa para sa araw na to. Unang araw ng playoffs natin has been pretty much decisive to say the least. Pero bago tayo magpaalam, Salvatore, baka meron ka mga gustong sabihin sa ating audience.
Sabi no, Mochi, alam mo talagang may pagkakaiba at pagbabago ngayon sa ating playoffs. No? Kung naalala mo, yung quarterfinals natin ng Master Spring, umabot na nga tayo ng almost alauna. Pero dahil sa lakas ng mga teams nga ngayon, napakaaga natin gagarahe papunta ng ating mga bahay. No? Pero yun lang ang masasabi ko. No? Good luck sa mga maglalaban bukas. And may the best team win and have the best time sa loob nga ng Paris. Kasi syempre, gusto naman natin ang ating bansa ay talaga makikipagsabayan sa ating mga idol. No? Pero yun nga, no, maraming salamat dyan sa ating mga viewers. Shoutout to my family, sa aking mga co-talents dyan. Special shoutout nga pala sa Sunday Shrooms. Bago silang clothing line nga ngayon. Kaya pakifollow na nga ng kanilang page and especially no, Auxilium Clothing. No? And yun, may malupit pa ako nga special message dito nung ating pinakamaganda at pinaka-josang producer nga pala ng TNC Production. No? Happy birthday! Miss Ali, no, of TNC. No? God bless, stay healthy, stay pretty at sana no, matulungan mo pa si TNC Production na mas gumanda pa ang kanilang quality. No? Kaya Miss Ali, maraming salamat for your service. And once again, happy birthday in behalf of the CrossFIRE community and as well as to your colleagues. No? Maraming salamat guys. Yun lang naman sa akin, Mochi.
Grabe, no? Stay being a baddie, no, Miss Ali. Ayan, shoutout sa'yo, no? At mukhang dito na nga tayo nagtatapos. Maraming salamat, TNC Production, ang ating prod, ang ating scriptwriters, ating obs, lahat na, no? Sana okay kayo dyan sa inyong office, no? And maraming salamat din sa ating mga co-talents, Salvatore, kahit lagi mong inaaway, si El, si Ramon, si Sneaky Frog, si Bipolar, si Daydom, lahat maraming salamat sa inyo, guys. And as well as sa Smilegate, no? Grabe, dami nilang pamigay right now. I feel like it's quite some time, no, for our giveaways, no? Dahil nilang binibigay from us, from the play of the week, yung ating tournament, lahat na, no? Maraming salamat, Boss Alex, Boss Marka, thank you so much for all of the assistance you're giving us. At maraming salamat sa ating community at sa'yo na nanonood dahil hindi magiging masaya, hindi magiging magulo, hindi magiging ganito katindi, no? Ang ating mga teams kung wala kayo dito. And of course, for our teams, congratulations sa pagtapak dito sa ating playoffs. And good luck sa mga lalaban pa bukas until sa linggo. At mukhang dito na nagtatapos ang lahat, no? Be sure and remember to keep the fire burning. Pero bukas tayo magbabalik for more Crossfire action. And for now, kami ay magpapaalam muna. Good night. Di ko lang kung naispatan siya ni KLB doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo yung flick of the wrist. Nakapultukan niya.
Be careful, but he gets the shot and he gets the trouble. Receiving play pa. Tuguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one. And also two huge.
Nakaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng action, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalence race here dito sa house.
Ano dun, no? Flash grenade. PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KLB.